this morning, when Adrian had her stroke in Rocky 2, what was her hospital room number? 215-263-WMMR is the number, and I will go to Brandon, see if we can get the answer. Hi, Brandon. Morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy. All right, so what room did they put Adrian in when she had her stroke?
I believe it was room 669.
He's right. Yeah.
You know what that was, Preston?
What?
Because 6 plus 6 is 9.
Oh, 6 plus 6 is 9. I didn't even think of that. So you got it right. Hang on the line. We are going to set you up with a family 4-pack of tickets to Adventure Aquarium. Discover 65 tons of beach fun. And check out the supersized sand sculptures that have taken over Adventure Aquarium, but it's only for a limited time. You get tickets and information at adventureaquarium.com. And thanks again to Kurt Anderson, who sent that over. He said, never miss a show. It's my break from teaching clinical medicine to 210-ish students.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you not stunned that someone with that vast mental capability is tuning into this mess?
There we
go.
All right, so on Tuesday night, Jeremy Renner walked his first red carpet since his near-fatal snowplow incident.
It's unbelievable.
The Avengers actor was on hand at the premiere of Renovations, the new Disney Plus reality series about renovating used vehicles for underserved communities around the world. Using a cane, Renner arrived on the carpet around 6 p.m., appearing alongside his family for photographs after walking for a bit. He then took a motorized scooter to assist him through the press interviews. Said that he was determined to keep the Renovations premiere on track even as he was recovering from his injuries. He said, I was really adamant about them not pushing this thing while there was momentum with the brass at Disney, with us, with the timing of it all in our lives, and it just felt right. He said, I look a little beat up right now, but I promise you this show is what's propelling me to get better.
It looks really good.
And makes me want to get better every day. I set out a goal to be walking this carpet, and here I am enjoying it. Otherwise, it would have gone to an abyss with no date and lost traction and excitement. And I would have been very, very, very frustrated. And I'm excited right now because we're here.
To put it into perspective, how miraculous this is, watch the computer's simulation of what actually happened to him in the accident.
By the way, we played clips yesterday of him on Jimmy Kimmel the other night.
Right.
And there was a segment that he had talked about. He said Paul Rudd had sent him a fake cameo after the accident to wish him well. He said he made a fake one. I didn't even ask him to. He made a fake one like I'd paid him money for it for a cameo. And in the clip shared by Kimmel, Rudd says, hi, Jerry. I hear you're a little banged up. Got in a fight with a snowblower, apparently. Anyway, I just wanted to send the video. It's really from the heart. I hope you're feeling better. It sounds like you are. Apparently, you're a pretty tough guy. Maybe I'll get to meet you one day. Wouldn't that be something? I love the relationship that all these Avengers guys and gals all have together. It's wonderful.
We had a great interview years ago with Paul Rudd, and it's like, man, if we could get that dude. Jeremy Renner. They all seem like regular guys, that you could hang out with.
Easy to talk to. Well, I was happy to see this. Happy for her. Millie Bobby Brown has announced that she is engaged to Jake Bon Jovi. Her boyfriend of 2.5 years. That's John Bon Jovi's son.
Yes.
Yep. Posting a picture of herself with Bon Jovi. The 19-year-old Stranger Things star said, I loved you 3 summers now. Honey, I want them all.
I believe it's pronounced Bovine Joni.
That was Bovine Joni, yes.
So she's 20. How old is he?
She's 19.
Oh, she's 19. Wow.
Mm-hmm. He's 20. An engagement ring could be seen on her finger, and Brown added a white love heart emoji to the end of her post. Bon Jovi is an actor as well, and like I said, son of John Bon Jovi. He's 20 years old. Brown's statement referenced lyrics from Taylor Swift's track Lover, taken from her 7th studio album of the same name. The announcement follows weeks of social media speculation that the couple had become engaged. She had introduced him to her followers in late June of 2021 with a photo of him posted to Instagram. They later confirmed that they were a couple.
So do we think that a Bon Jovi song will be pivotal to the next season of Stranger Things?
Maybe. You know what? If they hit that, it might time out.
It could be, right? Yeah.
Because we just finished the last season yesterday again.
Okay.
And it's in 1986.
Okay.
You could do it. You could be that. Yes.
I want to say
Slippery When Wet.
I want to say In and Out of Love came out in 1987. No, maybe 86. I'm not sure. So In another Instagram post in January, Brown called Bon Jovi her partner for life and posted a string of pictures of the couple together. So I just love her. I think she's fantastic. And
I watched the Enola
Holmes.
Very good.
Right?
I did not think it was going to be that good. So much of it being good is her charisma.
Exactly. I agree. It's a really smart show, obviously. 'Cause
Yes. I enjoyed it.
A Sherlock Holmes, take. But, yeah, she's wonderful. So, according to TMZ, Amanda Bynes was released from a hospital in Southern California yesterday, or actually on Monday, after she and medical staff determined that she was ready to leave. This comes after she was placed on a psychiatric hold 3 weeks ago. She'll reportedly be receiving outpatient treatment as she returns to her day-to-day life.
That's going to be critical.
I hope they can help her out. I hope they can get her on track.
I mean, it's not. I don't know if this makes any sense to say this, but it's not her fault. She's just been consigned to this condition.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully they can find the proper treatment to get her, on an even space. So we'll see. Sarah Paulson opened up about her longtime friendship with Pedro Pascal in an interview with Esquire that was published yesterday. As Pascal had struggled earlier in his career, Paulson said that she would support him. She said he talked about this publicly, but there were times when I would give him my per diem from a job that I was working on so that he could have money to feed himself.
Whoa.
He was literally a starving actor.
He's been around for years.
Yeah. When he hosted SNL, she showed up in one or two
She
sketches.
did.
And
I didn't realize the connection.
Yeah, I didn't either. So they've just been friends for a long time?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay.
Apparently, with the cast of the Last of Us and Mandalorian, he is a worldly known good guy.
Yeah, you know what? I follow him and Bella Ramsey on Instagram, and their off a camera connection is
huge.
It's great. They love each other. They have fun. It's a real father-daughter type of relationship that's playful, and they have a great time.
Doesn't that make it more fun to watch their interactions?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. So these days, however, she says everybody wants a piece of Pascal. So he's doing okay at this point. Hugh Jackman is celebrating his 27th wedding anniversary with his wife, Deborah Lee Furness. The Wolverine star shared a photo of the happy couple smiling and wrote a sweet note in honor of their relationship. He said,
I love you.
He wrote, I love you, Deb. Today is our 27th wedding anniversary. 27 years. I love you so much, he captioned the photo.
Take his pants off.
He said, together, we have created a beautiful family and life. Your laughter, your spirit, generosity, humor, cheekiness, courage, and loyalty is an incredible gift to me. I love you with all my heart. Aw, you're not sweet.
You're my little Vegemite.
Actually, Rochelle, I guess we celebrate this with them because yesterday Rochelle realized that it was 27 years ago yesterday that she moved to be with me here in this area.
Quick question about that. Did you guys come out together or did you come out and then she came out later?
I moved out in January.
Okay.
You'd only been dating for a little while, right?
Just a handful of months.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
that's a bold move.
I said, you want to move halfway across the country with me, even though we just started dating? And she said, yes.
Yeah.
And it's been magic.
Well, there we go.
But I moved here, and then, she came out, just a couple months later.
So you came out for a little recon.
Yeah.
Right?
Just check it out. Just get settled in.
Yep.
And everything. So me and Hugh Jackman kind of celebrate this together.
You guys are very similar. A lot of people say that.
I know. I hear it all the time. I didn't want to point it out. But all right. So Tom Sandoval is sharing his
No! Vanderpump crap.
Okay, is that who that is?
sharing his side of the story
All right.
on a recent episode of Howie Mandel Does Stuff podcast.
Holy Christ.
Claimed that he broke up with Ariana Madix 2 weeks before all of the Scandival drama unfolded. And he also shared that he and Raquel Leviss are currently taking a break. When Howie asked him if they were friends with benefits, he said, not right now. So take that.
Scander lick my ass.
Whatever that means. Scander lick my ass. Steve sent me this. This is a cool little story. Anya Taylor-Joy has caused quite the stir on the internet after showcasing her fluent Spanish in a promotional video. The actress, who had been speaking ahead of the release of the Super Mario Brothers movie in a clip that was widely shared on social media, and fans flooded the star with praise. and we're stunned to learn that Spanish is actually her first language. And this comes just days after Ben Affleck had apparently wowed with his own language skills during an interview for a radio network, leading his followers to rechristen him Benito.
Benito.
Yes. In the promotional clip, Anya spoke directly to the camera about the animated adventure blockbuster, and she speaks flawless Spanish.
And she's awesome.
Yes.
Do you think she would remember us?
Well,
she had a good time in the studio this time,
Nick,
right?
If we mention the fact that Nick got her a disc of some music that she had been wanting to get for a long time.
Almost Famous soundtrack. I could not find my CD, so Marissa scrambled and got an extra one and gave it to her. But yeah, I think that she would remember that.
Yeah.
I hope so.
She was into that music at the time.
Are you listening, Bradley Cooper?
Yeah.
Right?
So some were left stunned to learn that she actually spent several years living in Argentina as a child.
Why did she broke out into song for some reason?
It's a very masculine singing voice.
Yeah, she can impersonate a man's
amazing,
voice
yeah.
as well. It's pretty incredible. Anya, who lived in Buenos Aires until she was 6, previously addressed her roots during an appearance on Saturday Night Live in 2021. She said, now that you're hearing my accent, you may be surprised to know that I was born in Miami, raised between Argentina and London, and my first language is Spanish. She said that she had learned English by watching films like School of Rock. She said at the school that I went to when I first moved to London, they would play School of Rock every Friday. And at the time, I didn't really speak much English, if any. So that and Harry Potter and Jumanji are how I learned English.
You would have no idea. You would have. To hear her speak now, you would think she was born in England.
Yeah, absolutely. And this comes after Ben Affleck wowed fans by speaking fluent Spanish during a recent interview for a radio network in Spain. Bibliotech. The Argo star's Spanish skills were in fact acquired when he was just 13 years old and filming in Mexico for a year. He previously said...
Spanish for library.
He said, I speak it passively. I did this little kids TV series when I was young, and when I was 13... the season that year was shot in Mexico, so I was in Mexico for a year, and that's how I picked it up.
I really showed no inclination towards picking up a language. I took French for a couple of years. I was okay. I think the only way to really get good at it is something that you got to kind of live.
Yes,
live it.
So
You have to speak it. All the time.
my brother-in-law married his wife is Cuban,
Right.
And so they had to move, or not Cuban, they're Colombian, and they had to move to Colombia for like 5-6 years. And that's how he picked it up.
And okay,
you know, his wife speaks Spanish regularly, and she would show him, some
Right.
things too. But once he had to work there and be around people all the time, that's
You
how
have
he was
no
able-
option.
That's how I was able to
Right.
freely converse. I want to learn Spanish. That is the language I'd like to learn. I think it can serve you well.
it's a
if you
worldly
know it.
known good language.
Yeah.
But like you, all right, listen, you listen to audiobooks, right? There's got to be just that version of, right?
Oh, there.
Oh, there's loads of
Yeah.
them.
So like, as long as
Rosetta
you're just,
Stone, all of them.
you're just driving and
Duolingo.
What's that?
Duolingo is a good one. My son uses that for Mandarin.
But you have, and that's a tough one. But,
I know.
right? Does he get to speak
Yeah.
with anybody?
You know
Does
what he has to do,
converse
though?
with people?
It's Steve. It's like half hour every day.
Yeah.
And my French got pretty good at one point in my life, but it was when I was studying in France.
Right. And you went there. Right.
I went there a bunch, and so like when you're immersed in the culture and you're watching the news all the time and you're hearing people speak out around you, it's one of those things where like that's the only and best way to do it.
I just don't think I could have the at least right now.
I disagree. I think that you'd be fine at it, but the way that you need to learn is by immersing yourself in it.
Yeah, you got to put the time in.
Yeah.
Here's a perfect example. I took Spanish all through high school, like starting in middle school, all through college. I was like shy just a few credits of it being a minor for me.
Really?
But I never went and lived in their culture and spoke it.
So what's your current status?
Nothing.
You really? You lost it all?
Listen, I can get, if I hear people talking, I can get a little bit of what they're saying, but I couldn't have a conversation with them.
Puerto Rican background would lend yourself.
Yes, when you were with Lisa, the Cult Champ.
But listen, we had exchange students growing up, and my brother would, even though they would come here and want to speak English, my brother would always speak Spanish to them, and he can get
still
by.
good?
He can get by. Yeah, when he worked at the Apple Store, they would send all of the Spanish speaking people that would come in, all the customers that would come in, they would send them to him, and
That's
he
the only way
would sell them
I think
phones.
that's the only way you could stay good at it is to practically use it all the time.
I've heard that once you start to dream in that language, you have
That's
You
wild.
got
you
it.
have found yourself in
Yeah.
it.
The
Yeah.
uncle who is a priest, Claire's uncle, Uncle Jim, he married us in Puerto Rico. Irish, but his parish was in Puerto Rico for decades. He said, and he's passed away since, he had to think to speak in English.
After a while.
It was so long,
Interesting. Wow. All right, I have a Bachelor story for you, the show, Bachelor. Chris Harrison is not biting his tongue when it comes to the show's creator, Mike Fleiss.
I turned it for the longest time and I couldn't talk.
He was on a podcast and he was asked if there were any narcissists involved in the franchise. He said the creator of the show was severely. He said one of the toughest things about narcissism is that you will never, well, I don't want to say never, but very rarely will that person ever recognize that about themselves. He said, I was talking to one therapist about narcissism, and she said, I'm just warning you that next to a homicidal maniac, narcissism is the toughest thing to treat. That to have someone self-realize and actually fix that is next to impossible. It just rarely happens.
This wasn't a bid for him to get back on the show, clearly, right?
I don't think it was.
Does narcissism mean anything like of you just love yourself, or is it just?
It's more than
No,
that.
it's
Like it's a lack of compassion
Yes.
as well involved.
There is, this is, I can see this explanation.
Yeah.
Like the clinical definitions of them? Yeah.
Yes, people who are that narcissistic, there's,
Well, and
you can't break it.
They get tossed around as adjectives to describe people when
Right.
it's not necessarily clinically accurate. So,
Yeah.
like a sociopath or a psychopath or a narcissist, there are actual clinical definitions to go along
Yep.
with those.
And they share
Yes,
a lot of
they
attributes.
do, yeah.
Those three that you
And
mentioned.
they ride share a lot
that
of times.
as well.
Yeah, you gotta
So at
save
least
money,
they're
man.
They're not
doing good
idiots.
things for the environment and
Right.
for themselves financially.
But it's actually categorized as a personality disorder.
Right.
Like it's
Yes.
a mental
Yeah.
health
Yeah.
condition.
Right. And I just
absolutely.
love when people use it like, oh, yeah, textbook narcissism. Oh, really? When was the last time you were studying
whip out the
narcissism?
textbook.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. So on TikTok, there's a girl that gives tips on how to deal with a true narcissist. And I watched a couple of her videos, and I realized that there's somebody that I know that, oh my God, like fully, like where it is it? Oh no, it's not you. No. But I mean, no, listen, and it's not funny because it's a disorder. Like it's
Yeah.
mentally this is who they are, and it's like I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is who this person is, and it's sad.
I know someone who was in a relationship with someone who was, and that relationship, and it turned out to be abusive.
What was the predominant manifestation of it in that relationship?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I never really did find out, but it was actually a guy, and he ended up having to get help from a shelter because it was
Do you like my silver hair?
oh no.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Bill the narcissist. So anyhow, he says that the show, the creator of The Bachelor is a hardcore, severely is what he said, narcissist.
Yeah. Jeez.
All right, well, we're ready for clips. Let's do it. Final season of Riverdale is back for its final season.
It is.
So they're going to take the opportunity of the final season to wrap it up. The final season of Riverdale's back for its final season.
Thank God the first season's not back for the final season. That would be weird.
Why are we ending at the beginning?
The final season of Riverdale is back for its final season, marking Cole Sprouse's 30th year as an actor. And in this clip, he discusses his experience in child acting.
My mother needed an income. I mean, there's two. I think there's two types of kids within, the child acting business. There's like the thespian children that choose to do it, and then there's the working class kids that in our case at least, twins are a great labor exploit because babies can only work for a certain amount of hours, so you double the time if you have two of them that look identical.
Come on.
Oh, hang on. Try it again.
Cut it out.
There we go.
Riverdale is airing its final season
For its final
Wednesdays
season.
at 9 p.m. on the
So
CW.
I have not watched the past 2 seasons. I disconnected after a while.
You loved it.
I did. I loved it in the beginning, and then what happens is, it's the thing that I find. I think we're all in agreement here, or we all agree on the aspect of a limited series
Yeah.
that gives you its best and then leaves. And so it just went a few years past and I just disconnected.
Yeah, the plots start to meander after a certain amount of seasons in a lot of cases.
And the joy of like, oh my God, this is I can't believe this. Yeah. It's hard for a series to maintain that.
Yeah. All right, next clip. Here we go. Residents in a small town are faced with the opportunity to reach their true potential in the new show, The Big Door Prize. And here, star Chris O'Dowd talks about his relation to his character.
I do relate to him in lots of ways. I mean, I relate to the confusion that he has a lot of the time, that everybody is changing their whole lives. And I think he is, in many ways, a voice piece for the audience, or the more cynical members of the audience who would be like, what are you doing? This is wild.
Yeah! This is the Apple TV series?
Yeah, I started watching. I'm not like that into it right now.
Really? I love him.
I know,
He's
me
great.
too. Me too. That's why I started watching it. But
So season 1 of the Big Door Prize is available now, and that's on Apple TV Plus if you would like to see that.
So this is season 1 of the first season?
Season 1 of the first season.
It's back for its first season?
All right.
All right. I would like to mention we have a new Daily Rush video. We have 2 of them, actually. And one of them is called Do Drill is Do Drunk. Bus do driver do drill got himself a do DUI.
I remember that.
I don't remember
Yes,
that.
yes,
Was I
you
here
did.
for that?
Yes.
Okay. You can go to WMMR.com to see the video and others that you have missed. There's also one now. I did miss this one. Randy Feltface had returned. So Feltface came by, our Australian felty friend, discovered how much Philadelphians adore their colons.
You know what? Also, Nick had pointed out that next to the penis painting party, our most viewed Preston Steve video, right?
Really popular over the last year, and so we chatted with Randy about like how much fun he had when he was here last time, and then he was psyched to be back in Philly.
Nice. You can watch those videos now. It's sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet, and you can learn more at xfinity.com. All right, so it's 7:06. That means less than an hour from now, we'll have your first chance to win $1,000. It's MMR's concert cash, and we'll also give you MMRBQ tickets on top of that, so make sure that you are hanging out with us in that time. And if you miss it at 8, we'll do it again at 10. It happens at noon and 3 and 5, so don't miss the chances. We are going to have John Gries, who played Uncle Rico in Napoleon Dynamite. It's 20th anniversary, and they have a special screening at the Keswick Theater on Sunday. And not only that, John Heater is going to be there as well. Oh man, I forget Pedro. Yeah, the actor's name. Efren Ramirez. Yeah, he'll be there too. And then we're going to have also the Oddities Expo expert this morning. Adam Hutter is going to be joining us. So we have a lot taking place. We're going to break, come back in a second. Stay put. Return shortly.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah!
Finally.
Last night, much anticipated show at Lincoln Financial Field. And you two, obviously, doing the Joshua Tree tour. And a lot of us were there last night. I think everybody but Casey and Marissa.
I think there was out for a concert. I think that's the most of us of the show that have been at one event in a long time.
Probably.
This was my favorite song. And then the screen behind them, like this, I knew they were going to do something cool with it.
Did you guys notice, so when they did Mysterious Ways, they were flashing pictures of famous women, like, Maya Angelou and even like, Ellen DeGeneres. It wasn't people that have just come and gone, current people. And Sister Mary.
Yes.
They put her picture
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow. Yeah, she was one of the last ones. They apparently had solicited, before they get to every town, let us know who a notable woman from your city is. So people nominated Sister Mary Scullion, and she was one of the last ones up on the screen, which was great.
That's so cool.
So I thought that was cool. That's a friend. I'm like, wait, I know her. You know? And then
this is Kathy Romano, who every morning, Monday through Friday, does the news, relates the stories of the day in succinct order, and then reads the sports from Nick. Always a little verbose, but very informative.
Oh, so you heard that too?
I did.
Yeah, we were walking to the car with
they were on the way out.
But it was so impressive, her command of the stories of the day, and a special nod to 6ABC for providing a lot of the influence to that.
But also another friend of ours got a shout out, Senator Chris Coons.
Yes, I know.
What?
I was like, wait, I know Oh, him.
Yeah, he's talking about AIDS relief that the United States has paid for around the world, and it was so Bono went on to a long AIDS. It was really extolling the benefits of and the virtues of the United States and the taxpayers, and
he was thanking us.
and he was thanking a lot of Americans, and he said Rick Santorum, George W. Bush, and he's here tonight, Senator Chris Coons.
Wow! By the way, you may know him because he went out to the Camp Out for Hunger, which is the same show that Kathy Romano I mentioned earlier does the news for. It's a great union of philanthropic people here tonight.
It really was amazing.
I know you just probably eat it for breakfast. We have a man called Pancake here.
Oh man. Let's see. Five funger
bung punch. Five funger bung punch. That's close.
Funger. It's just a funny sounding word.
Great group of new musicians called Five Funger Bung Punch. And they've got a message to tell you. Say, anytime you take a good solid punch to the bung, it's gonna be impactful. Like Nelson Mandela told me one time when he's having a large chocolate chip cookie. He said this thing's huge, but it's not as huge as the love on this earth that we live in. Remember that as you're getting your bung punched.
Maybe this winter we could do the Camp Out for Funger.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Cheated on. Yeah.
See?
Actually.
See?
Yeah.
It's not so much fun, is it, see?
No,
Where's your idol now?
I remember, but that was totally my fault because I
You weren't
had...
giving oral.
No.
Oh.
Preston always does, yes.
Not like the king, man.
Oh my gosh.
That's right. I go down there.
What's that?
Third person yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Preston do that.
I'm pretty good at it. So
Yeah.
I think I had to step back.
I want to brag.
Join the club.
I turned into a completely...
He's the connoisseur guy.
He's the linguist. The cunning linguist.
Oh, man.
There it is.
I don't want to talk about it.
Have I ever referred to myself in third person before?
I don't know, but that was the perfect occasion to do so.
Oh, Preston likes the butt.
No, Preston, Preston does good in that department.
Preston, go there.
Come on.
You want to go on for a little while?
No,
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you
let's
what.
just keep talking about whatever it was. Move on.
I'm interested.
Maybe that's an on-air contest. One time we'll.
Who's best?
Yeah, Kathy can judge.
Oh, come on. This is awful.
Come on!
This
It's not
is
gonna.
awful.
It's not grab. We're not gonna do it.
He's covering his face
Yeah.
right now.
We'll just use a cantaloupe.
Like, I swear to God, it's a fireable offense in any other job.
I know. You're right. And yet for us, it's tax write-offable.
Why do you immediately assume an oral sex contest is going to be that? It's going to be something
Kathy being the
salacious.
judge.
Yes, she's going to be sit up on an elevated chair like at Wimbledon.
I just want to involve you, Kath.
I don't think we have an HR department anymore.
No, if they did, they shot
just
themselves 5
You
minutes
guys
ago.
are good.
Foot foul.
All right.
But so you were cheated on. Do you remember how you felt?
yeah, so hurt, but
You understood.
hurt, and then in retrospect was, why are you getting mad? You completely neglected this girl anyway.
Yeah.
You were kind of tired of her. She was kind of driving you crazy anyhow. And it was, at first, it was like, I don't know. I just kind of automatically got into the how dare you type of thing.
Well, of course.
But it was my fault. And you know what?
Yeah, but you know what? It's like it's a reaction that anybody would have, no matter what the situation is.
Because you're supposed to react that
Yeah.
way.
Do
right?
you know what those?
I was 17, 18, something like that.
You always see, and in movies, a lot of times they've done good examples of how there are little things where your significant other, you think you're getting away with something, they can pick up on it. There's body, as you said, you just had a feeling with this other person. It's just I couldn't deal with this.
And you know what you also haven't had to deal with, Steve, is the multiple ways people can cheat too. You know, and that's a relatively recent development over the last 10, 15 years of sexting and Instagram cheating.
You are so
direct
right.
message cheating and whatever else.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Yeah, and it was, and I, like you said earlier, I suspected it, and this was post-divorce.
I think there's that interesting delineation, though, between physical and emotional.
Yeah.
I could see people saying,
but it's
All
both.
right.
Either way, it hurts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a texter or a caller, but yeah, it hurts and it hurts in degrees, but it really doesn't matter that much. And I knew the guy. I knew the other guy too.
Really?
Yeah,
It was Bill Weston.
It was Bill Weston.
Oh,
I know. Yeah. He was on his way to the Turtle Show, and he was.
This is what Bill comes into the bedroom to.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of.
Who wants to ride the silver pony? Not everyone can take a ride on a wild Appaloosa.
Oh, God.
I'm going to list the things I'm going to do to you, but not in order. Number 4, tickle your butt. Number 2, French kiss. Number 1, meet missile to Tuna Town. Third leg of the stool, third leg of me. Look at that thing.
Look at that thing. got some low-hanging fruit right here, too.
Right there.
Look at those.
Yeah.
2 low-hanging fruits.
Look at those low-hanging plums. Oh, can we do a whole half hour of this?
That is the promo immediately.
Wow.
Go now and cut it up. I'm so getting in trouble for that.
Yes, you are.
Kathy, who did nothing,
Dare you.
will be singled out.
We need to get this underway. We
get it
got to get it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the other side of the studio. We have a table set up where our guests normally are. You guys head on over there.
going over.
And we're all going to be together surrounding this and opening it as if being in the room wasn't close enough as it is. So I'm going to make my way over. Casey, you're going to helm this?
Yeah,
All right,
I'll be on the other side.
All right, so I'm going to cut into this.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Did
Wait
you
a
learn
second.
how to?
No.
Just being in proximity to
I
it,
know,
this
it's-
close, it's ramped up 50%.
Yeah.
It is awful.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Where's your puke things? I don't think this one's not going to make you throw up.
No, they're behind us. Well, wait a minute. Marissa got the directions on how to
All
cut
right,
it.
all right, come on in, Marissa, quickly. Preston needs to do it.
What's that?
It's covered with spines.
I'm going to cut this off
Yeah,
first.
cut that off.
Yeah, the neck.
Okay. Cut. I don't, Marissa.
Right here, like where
Okay.
there's little bulbs.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, let me.
Careful. Oh, he's not
It's
wearing
all right,
gloves or anything.
Is it really difficult to cut through?
Yes.
I might
It's
actually.
just, it's hard to, I need something. Here we
There
go.
you go.
Yeah.
See, that's where gloves.
I need a cloth or something.
Holy crap. What a nightmare. Who's the first jackass who...
Oh, dear God.
Oh, God.
Did you catch a whiff?
Yeah, I
oh, my
did.
God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my
All right.
God. Oh.
I'm lightheaded.
Oh, my
I've almost got it all the way open. All right, it's open
Are
now.
you kidding me?
Here, I'm so far away.
Jesus.
Can I get a little?
God.
Oh,
Stop
God.
it. I don't want to do the fish.
Oh, my God. That's nasty.
That's weird.
You like it, Casey?
No,
no.
it actually, it feels like it's sucking the oxygen out of the room.
It is.
Kathy, you took a good sniff of it. I can't believe that.
Holy
I wanted-
God damn. Why would you?
Because I wanted to see if there was like a little bit of a fruit smell or like a nice smell to it.
Casey wants actually me
there's
to
not.
hand the fruit to him. He's going to take a good sniff. Get in there tight, Case. Smell it. What do you think?
There's
Not too bad?
It doesn't smell good. But
Holy, and it's getting worse.
It reminds me of something else that
Liquid ass.
that I do like.
How can you tell if this would be ripe or not ripe?
My
in order to
question
eat
is, who is the first individual in the jungle that said it's worth smelling this crap on the chance it's tasty?
There you go.
I don't like it.
Is anybody going to try and eat
Yes,
it?
give it to me now. I can't. I'm not good for much longer, so please.
Here, Steve.
All right. Oh, this is so sharp.
All right, if it tastes like heaven, I'll try it.
All right.
Wait, do you know which part
what am
you're
I
supposed
eating?
to
Am I
eat?
eating its ass?
That
Like-
custard-looking
yeah.
stuff.
The pod.
Holy God Almighty!
All right, Steve.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, God.
And this is right in my zone. This is like, you know how puke makes you puke?
Yeah.
This is.
All right.
It's like snot.
Uh-oh, Steve hesitated for a moment there.
Are you? Is your mouth all
man.
watery?
Do I? Can I? Have a,
Oh, you're taking
Dude,
a
you're
lot.
getting too much.
oh, well, what I don't know. I've never eaten durian before.
All right, go.
All right, I love you.
Just sample it.
Oh, I'm gonna
All right, it's in his mouth. He's eating
Does
it.
it taste like heaven?
Steve.
It's horrible.
I can't imagine something that smells like this is going to taste good.
Water now.
Water! We forgot about water. We forgot to have water. Here you go. Here comes your water.
Thank you, Maria. It tastes like it smells.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's not good. What culture embraces that as food?
It's even worse now that he
ate it?
Yeah, let me stir some of that up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, don't stir it up.
That's what we need.
Oh, no, it's not good. The way you would figure it tastes, take the smell and convert that to a taste.
Oh, look at that piece, Preston.
And that's it.
Preston, you eat that piece right there.
I ain't eating.
Oh, you're not tasting
Preston,
No.
I had a piece caught in my meat tooth.
Oh no!
Do you want a?
What is that?
Oh, so that's like the pit in it, or I think they might call it a stone, but I read that they actually roast them and people eat them.
It looks like an embryo.
Listen, wherever the people that listen, God bless you if you enjoy it, but I never want to meet you. I never want to see you.
Okay.
Are you going to try it, Nick? You said you were.
No, I lied.
Do not.
Get
away! No, sweetheart.
Kathy's trying to force feed it to
Come
him.
here.
Are you going to try?
Gonna feed you.
Preston's pretty adventurous, but I'm going to tell you flat out.
I'm not going to eat it.
Take the smell and convert it to taste.
I'll try it.
All right, Case is going to try it. Wow.
Put it on the thing there. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Case, and
I'm
please.
not. You took a big bite.
All right, back me up.
Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, go.
I'm just.
Come on. Taste it.
Choo choo train.
Peanut butter.
Open wide.
What do you think? What do you think, Case?
It's horrible.
Did you taste?
It's horrible.
I'll tell you what.
You're insane.
The aftertaste is not that great. Now, listen, I just took a little baby bite.
You're insane.
All right, so I'll eat that. Okay.
Yeah,
eat this.
Go
part.
for
That's enough. Any amount is go. All right, he's got it in his mouth. He's tasting it, and
right.
he's kind of has a confused look on his face. Now he's got a disgusting look on his face, and now he looks like he wants to ask a question.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It's not good.
No, but it's almost good.
Okay.
It's
if you like, it has the texture of avocado.
I don't like the texture. Like it's almost like I ate snot.
It's like you're eating someone's bunghole.
It looks like snot.
It feels like snot. But okay.
All right, seal this sucker off.
It's got like simultaneous flavors.
I will tell you this: they were not lying about the sharpness of the spikes on this thing. If you were to slam this against someone, you would hurt them.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just take a little taste, but there's also like some sort of rice cake or something that has this cooked into WMMR.
Thanks so much, Kath. A lot happening this morning. Guests, stuff to give away, and a stroll through the campus of the Just Sayin Institute. Yes, that's where we're headed to now, friends.
Home of the new Hugh Jackman Coincidence Center.
All right, I have a story that I saw this morning that I think will, and here's a little play on words. It will cause Kathy to bristle.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Young men needed an intervention when it comes to personal hygiene.
Oh, man.
A survey of 2,000 men aged 18 to 42 found, Kathy, that only 54% brush their teeth daily.
Oh, no.
Right?
No. No.
54%.
That's like not even an option. It's like you brush your
totally.
teeth in the morning and then again at night. Like there's no other option.
How do you? Yes.
There's one other
it's like taking a shower. How do you not? And then I hold mouthwash in my mouth as I go about my other stuff for a while. At night I do the same. How do you go to sleep with
dirty teeth?
Or yeah.
No, Kath, what you do is you brush your teeth in the morning and then you eat Laffy Taffy as you lay in bed when you go to sleep at night.
That'll get all the stuff out. It's like flossing.
Flossing? I thought it was Munson. I found that disturbing because, listen, even I know, and at first I used to resist doing the regular dentist because I just didn't like going to the dentist. But you just have to.
You have to.
There are so many things that can go wrong in your mouth as far as decay or there's all kind.
I've had that
gingivitis, all this. So I told you guys I went one time to the dentist and they're cleaning my teeth and my teeth are just bleeding like crazy.
Right.
Just blood. I'm like, what's the story with that? They're like, do you floss? I said, not.
Where did I get
really."
Munson?
And they said, well, that's why. I'm
Yeah.
like, you got to be kidding. I started flossing, and sure enough, it stopped happening.
Yeah.
And so I was a convert ever since then.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If you have good dental hygiene, or once you have good dental hygiene, you realize like you said, like you started flossing, and you're like, oh, wait, this needs to be part of it. And I feel like you can't really go back. I mean, you could, but you can't really go back. Like, now, you feel how your teeth should feel and how they should be clean and how the floss actually does take out food from between your teeth.
We had a wonderful guy, but he was a bad dentist. All the brothers as growing up younger, so a lot of bad stuff was set in motion. Now I'll say this: so as things start to pull together, and my mouth is in far better shape. The water pick, if you're not a huge fan of flossing all the time, the toothbrush that's also the water pick at the same time, which is what I have and my wife has as well, that's awesome.
Yeah. I never flossed before, and now I floss all the time.
See, but that's what I mean. Once you do it, it's like you understand.
But what I
You're
really
actually
like
flossing right now.
Yeah, well, because I just ate. I just ate, and I'm just getting the stuff.
Just
But
had a
if I
turkey
can't-
leg.
If I can't suck air through my teeth, I'm like, oh, it's time for me to floss. Yeah.
Okay, that's your indicator. Yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, I remember asking one time, is we've seen people who have literally black teeth.
Yeah.
Rotten teeth. And I asked my dentist, I'm like, what is that? Is that drug use? Is that what? He's like, well, most of the time, they're not brushing their teeth. They're just not brushing their teeth. It's just neglect. It's decay. And that's what I told my kids. I'm like, you ever seen people with those, black teeth? Mm-hmm. That's what happens if you don't brush your teeth.
Know that
that's all you got to do is brush your teeth.
If you're in bad, the industry has evolved now and can help you out and get you on the right course.
Yeah. I listen, Kath, I don't brush my teeth before I go to bed all the time. I know. I
don't do it all the time either.
No. And I will also say that there are some weekends where I'm like, oh, did I brush my teeth?
Oh my God, no!
Kathy, need I remind you that
okay.
Preston doesn't wash his legs in the shower?
Yeah.
Listen, I know all the disgusting things about you guys.
Disgusting.
Here's another thing. In this same survey, men 18 to 42 years old, only 35% wash their face. That's fewer people brush their teeth daily.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Or
Is
no,
that-
35%. I'm sorry, fewer people. I don't really wash my face. I mean,
No.
You don't put soap on your face in the shower.
No. Because everything
Steve,
washes
help
down.
me out here.
Because I do get
Face,
suds. I get
head.
shampoo and stuff all over my face, but no, I don't moisturize and do all those scrubby things.
Yeah, and
Face, head, front torso, legs, turn around, butt back.
Okay.
I know your routine
I have
now.
a procedure.
Yeah.
There's a method.
You never lead with butt before you've gone to face.
No, it's like dusting. You don't dust first.
Right.
Oh, no, you dust first. You don't do the floors first, right? You do, when so
Yeah,
I don't
you
dust
don't
my-
do your ass first and then wash
When
the
do you
rest
dust
of
your balls?
Yeah.
I do ass first.
You do?
Yeah.
And then you wash your whole
There's old
face
ass
and
first,
body?
Nick.
I have.
Doesn't matter.
That's always my
Ass rag.
nickname in high school. I have.
You're covered in soap. You're fine.
No,
I know.
You're so wrong. No, I have a separate bar of soap for
Your ass bar.
for the ass and for the the balls.
The balls.
Do you do you guys have the detached?
Yeah. Oh
The
yeah.
shower head?
Oh God, I love that thing.
God bless.
It
Oh, the
feels-
wand?
Oh my God,
I
yeah.
love the wand.
So yeah, I don't wash my face. I mean, I shave it,
But yet it's
and that has
gorgeous.
soap in it.
That's what I was going to say. You don't have bad skin, so
Right.
I guess whatever you're doing works for you.
But Kath, as far as brushing on the weekends, the thing is when I get up for work in the morning, that's the first thing I do. I brush my teeth. But on the weekends, I don't like to brush my teeth until I've had my coffee because to me it's counterintuitive.
But if you're not brushing your teeth, then just do it before the coffee.
Yeah, I know, but it's always like I plan on brushing my teeth. you know,
It's in their head.
So that's good enough?
the plan.
That's halfree there.
Yeah.
Honestly.
A good dentist will say just all you have to really
yeah.
Just
plan.
Just
Right.
plan.
I plan on taking my
At least
medication.
33% of the surveillants did not have a skincare routine.
Oh
So
my-
I don't have a skincare routine. It's water and soap. Look, what am I going to do to fix this?
My 13-year-old daughter has a skincare routine. She has and I'm like, dude,
You folks
you're
are out of town?
13 No, but I'm like, you're 13. Your skin's perfect.
Yeah,
Casey,
but that's what they do when they're
Yeah.
that age. Wait, real quick, what is it? Do you know what the skincare routine is?
I don't know, whatever
okay.
she sees on TikTok and so she's the only one who has stuff in the kids have their own bathroom. Nobody else is she's got her whole little setup and
Right.
I don't know, what's it, Nivea?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Obivia.
Yeah,
Casey, how old is Seamus? 15?
yeah, almost 16.
Okay, Ben is 16.
Yeah.
And God bless him, and he showers daily. but he smells like a 16-year-old boy. Like
there is a point, Nick, in that. And I remember I had it for a very short amount of time because I but I remember you're not aware of it when you're 13, 14, and you start to enter into puberty and your body's producing stuff that's going to be a foul-smelling deal. And, yeah, it's an awkward time.
And, Steve, I do the laundry in the house.
Right,
and so I'll do Ben's laundry. And like most teenage boys, his standard apparel is sweatshirt and sweatpants.
Right. Yeah.
Every freaking day. And I'll do the laundry, and, like, his clothes stink. They smell like a 16-year-old kid.
Yeah, no doubt.
Nick, Jay started playing hockey, and I know this is a different story, but I just don't even understand where that smell comes from. Like
it's
on the
level.
equipment and
Yeah,
like
hockey's the worst.
Oh my! Like sitting in the car on the ride home.
Yes.
I'm like, we have to put the windows down. Sorry, like I don't know what to tell you.
Walk by the Flyers locker room sometime.
Unbelievable. They have fans going in there.
They do. It
awful.
creeps down the hall. There's a slight greenish color to it.
Definitely
It
pushing
creeps
him
down the hall.
towards
It's
another
insane.
sport.
Kath, I can't even wear the same hat to the gym 2 days in a row, and because sometimes I will do that. I'm like, oh crap, I forgot this hat, and it's like a sweating hat.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like mid-work, and I'm like, what the freak is that smell? Oh my God, it's my hat.
The hat.
Right.
The hat that I only used one time before.
Yeah, no, you need to wash it.
And I know.
There's a very curious text message here. It says, if you eat nothing but meat, naturally found foods, and water, brushing is not needed. And it's signed Weston A. Price, DDS.
Huh.
We should call this person.
No.
Okay,
There's
interesting. Well, we have a dental hygienist who's on the line. It's Devin. We'll go to Devin real quick. Devin, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Devin?
Well, as being a hygienist, yes, I can confirm that it's our young adolescent males where half the time you can't tell if they just ate a quart of cottage cheese before or they truly haven't brushed their teeth. But
This makes me feel
being in the
better.
profession for 25 years, I can now tell the difference. I'm also fortunate enough to work in a correctional facility.
Oh,
boy.
Wow.
And I can say that, yes, although most of the black teeth are just from neglect, the greater majority is from drug use. And
From drug use, okay.
it's funny the amount of guys that come down and say, can you save this tooth?
Oh man.
Or can you put a crown on this tooth? And when it's black to the gum line and there's nothing left, no,
It's
there's
dead.
nothing to save.
Yeah, yeah.
But for I forget the two that said they don't always brush at night, Preston, I think you were one of them. It
And
is more
Casey was the
important-
other one.
No, he was-
Thank you. I didn't want to rat everybody out.
Yeah.
Sorry, Devin.
It is more important to brush at bed because when your mouth is not actively cleaning, like talking and chewing and swallowing,
These
the
kind of things.
bacteria have a greater chance to breed and actually cause decay. And let
That makes total sense.
Yeah,
it
it
makes
does.
total sense. That's why
Definitely
you got to clean out the mouth before you go to bed.
Devin, I have a question because I'm like Casey. I brush my teeth first thing in the morning when I get up, and but then immediately or within the next 15, 20 minutes, I have a cup of coffee, and then I don't probably brush my teeth again until the night. Is that verboten? Is that all right to do it that way?
Well, there's actually concern, and some people do that. Orange juice seems to be the greater thing. People don't like to brush before orange
Right.
juice. But actually, it's a greater issue if you brush after the orange juice because you're really brushing the acid deeper into your teeth.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit of a controversial issue, if you want to call it that, you, if you can time your brushing, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But for those of us that work a regular schedule, that's a little bit difficult.
Know your limitations. That's why it's one of the benefits of being in a correctional facility because you're on a rigid schedule and you'll get your brushing in at the appropriate times. But, Devin, so the text we got that said if you eat a particular kind of diet, a healthy diet, or what was it?
It was meat, naturally found foods, and water. And you won't need to brush your teeth.
Does that?
I have a hard time believing that. I'm actually an educator as well. And one of the things I teach about are biofilms, which grow everywhere. I mean, they grow on river rocks, they grow on hose lines, they grow in your contact lens cases.
Right.
It's bacteria. So bacteria grows everywhere. And if you think of the mouth as a warm, dark, moist environment,
I always
everything
do.
your mouth needs.
Yeah.
So your mouth is going to grow bacteria regardless. You don't necessarily need fancy toothpastes or things like that. You need mechanical removal of that biofilm every day.
Okay,
to
so
prevent-
you're saying you don't
something-
have to go with a very expensive tooth, but if your diet is such where it may be bereft of sugar or whatever, you don't have to go hardcore.
You got to scrape that crap off of there. That's what you
Correct.
got to do.
You're using
Okay.
dental terms now.
Yeah.
Avoid the sugars and just a regular toothbrush every day with some floss, and you would be good to go for the rest of your life.
All right.
All right. Thank you, Devin. We appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys.
All right, you too. We'll see you later. All right, so, but I was astounded that 54% of the survey do not, or only 54% brush their teeth daily. Wow, half of them, essentially.
So that's what kills me when people don't take a shower every day. God, that is an alien concept to me. Now, you do you, but I do 2 showers a day.
By the way, that was a quote from a book, Preston. That was not an actual doctor texting in. So it was a guy named Weston A. Price wrote a book called Nutrition and Physical Degeneration, and that's where that quote about meat and whatever else.
Okay. All right, I have something else from the Just Saying Institute that I would love to enlighten you with.
What an incredible facility that is.
It is. And science, by the way, has confirmed what some of us have suspected. Sometimes men lie about their endowment, their penis size.
I think the thing to do is lie lower.
Lower?
Yes.
Okay.
So that, oh my God.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
No, you got to lie to people who aren't.
You got a
gonna see
log in your shorts.
I just watched yesterday. This girl, she broke it down as far as size, and that guys will, say that they're a certain size or whatever. And she was like, "Look, if you're past a certain point, it's not even going to feel good. We don't want that.
It's going to be outside the venue.
Right. It's not even, yes. It's
going to be in line.
The average size is just perfect. So you don't need to lie and say you're,
That's right.
All right. Well, listen to this. According to a recent study from Denmark, men exaggerate their length by up to 21%. The survey of 224 men found, so out of 224, 26 of them claimed that their organ was over a foot long.
So a quarter of the guys, more than 12 inches.
Ron Jeremy wasn't even a foot long.
He was 9 inches.
Yeah, he was like 9 and I remember him saying 9 3/4.
Oh, yeah.
So a foot, but claimed it's over a foot long. The answers to the online survey were then compared to average measurements. Men who blatantly lied, like the man who said his member was a half mile long. Had to be excluded from the experiment. The final data set included 191 men. The researchers wrote, given our findings, scientific studies with self-report data concerning penis size should be interpreted with great caution. Participants also made themselves taller and exaggerated their physical capabilities. Interestingly, the men did not lie about their weight, though.
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't know how you do a study like this. All right, you bring these guys into a room. You go, okay, tell us how big it is. All right, now show me.
That would have to be. That would be the only way to glean usable information.
I know, but
how do you know they lied?
How do you know? You have.
Well, when they say it's over a foot long, you can kind of guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're also breaking it down to exactly it's 21%. They lie by 21%. So these guys, when they go into this quote unquote study, do they know that they're going to have to show?
They would have to.
Then why lie?
Well, what I'd say is this: is that they probably bring them in and they use sort of a way to say, we're going to ask you some general medical information about yourself.
Right.
Well, would you be willing to, to take a quick physical after this? And then at that point, they can get the information after they've asked them to provide the length initially.
Right. And nobody, when they ask the length or give the length,
I'm Big Dick Black.
They're only giving the length in their excited state, right? Nobody's like, I'm hanging.
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I would guess so. Yeah.
I talk to guys all day about their penises.
Yeah.
And the general consensus is.
What's your flaccid number?
Well,
I'm a 96.
I mean, it's a joke, but I'm a grower, not a
Brent
shower.
Porsche. Yeah. A grower, not a shower. Yeah. Brent, how long is your junk when not excited? Why are you asking?
Why Brent?
I just figured. Why not?
Yeah. Hey, Kathy, so that you said about the average size is plenty, and that any more than that can be actually counterproductive. But women still, even though hearing about a man may be well endowed, bigger than average, way bigger than average, it's exciting.
They're size queens.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're fun to look at.
Elizabeth Taylor was legendary as a size queen.
No, but I mean, there's like that in American Pie. So, you remember she lies about Finch having a big unit,
right?
And all of a sudden, all the girls are interested in him, and there's locker room talk amongst
absolutely
gotta
like
be,
that. So
there's got to be something to that as well. But this girl was basically saying
in all reality.
In all reality, that's not the case.
Like we know John Holmes was a legend in the porn industry, but there was no guy who was a microphallus who became a legend. You know, it's just doesn't work that way.
He
It's part of
probably
the deal.
had the best middle name of any porn star ever. The Wad.
Yes, Johnny the Wad.
What does this say? There's a text that says, I don't lie for S. 2-inch Punisher all day long, baby. Take it or leave it. All right.
2 inches of menace.
We're moving on. All right, let me see what else we can get to because it's we're going to have to break here in just a few minutes. All right, kids can be kind to machines, a Duke University study found. They also believe that people should not yell at or harm AI devices.
What is this about? Who wrote this, AI?
The study asked a group of 4 to 11-year-old children to rate how smart Alexa was compared to the floor cleaning Roomba.
Oh.
Kids tended to say that Alexa and Roomba probably are not ticklish, but more children thought Alexa had mental and emotional capabilities and that the Alexa could even become upset if someone were mean to it. Children agreed that it would be wrong to hit both machines.
Kids are dumb.
So they have it, what?
Kids are dumb.
So they talking to your Roomba?
Well, they have some compassion for the machines.
Okay.
Is what they're saying.
Do you think
it'd be wrong to hit?
Are we
both of
more
them.
inclined, Preston, to lie about the size of our junk to
to children?
A Roomba?
I'm out.
To
children,
Roomba,
you
yeah.
filthy-minded person.
You know what's funny is that Chuck and his kids are like way older now, but he used to tell me, he's like, I don't like the way my kids talk to Alexa. And I found that to be interesting and funny, but like, yeah, they were like mean to Alexa.
I converse like. The thing that'll happen occasionally is you'll be there and we have a number of them around the house and you get the notification. It's been 1 month since you ordered, pet treats or whatever. Would you like to order? I'll say no, thank you. Okay, you will hurt its feelings if you are brusque with it occasionally. Yeah.
Am I the only one who's in the room who's gotten rid of this stuff? I can't,
I don't use it.
I can't have it in the house anymore. I get a little paranoid about it, and
You don't have Alexa or Google? Or?
No, I didn't. Look, it's probably me just being in my head, but like there's something about the listening.
I get it.
Yeah,
Your phone's
I get
listening
it.
To you.
I know, Case. I mean, I'm sure that I'm not escaping any of it, but for whatever reason, like those devices in the house, I don't use them at all. And
I think
any of that stuff.
I use it regularly.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, constantly. It's for cooking, using as timers to get the weather, to play some music, to things like that.
I
To
would
check the
be-
relative size of your penis.
When orders arrive, it is nice to know that there's something on the front, porch.
I would get sad if she was gone. She's like a family member.
Oh my God.
That's messed up, dude.
Let me tell you about the bitch I work with.
Nick, we were doing experiments for a while where we would just say things like, hey, we need more bird food. We don't have a bird, and we would say these things and then they would show up on our, our
Instagram
our feeds and
feeds.
stuff like that. Like, so what's funny is my mom uses Siri and Alexa all the time.
And you feed her nothing but bird
and I
food, right?
feed her nothing. She eats like a bird. She's tiny, man. She's tiny little
Mom
thing.
literally eats like a bird.
No, but
Bird
like
seed.
she doesn't, and she's like me. She doesn't know exactly how or what she wants to ask Alexa.
Yeah.
So she'll be like, Alexa,
Oh, yeah.
can you? How about when there is Alexa? How many cups can there? Is there a lot of?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You got to get video
And
of that.
Alexa's like, spit it out, Joanne.
Case, SNL did a bit about it. Basically, a device that will decipher the way old people ask questions. It was in that movie with Carl Malden. It was a black and white. So it's that kind of thing. Yes,
funny.
Claire will not know. You can't stop. And let me think about that. Or you can't pause.
really take a pause.
Prepare what you're going to say and then say it.
Yep, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, because it won't sit there and.
Well, I'm waiting.
But kids they have some compassion for. I did read a pretty sweet story about a woman who had a child with autism, verbal but definitely deep into the spectrum, and could not really communicate with other humans because social cues and things like that. But once Siri hit and the iPhone, the child found a connection with that voice and that not AI, but whatever Siri is.
Sure. Well, it is.
And would have conversations with it. And she overheard him one day say, "I love you, Siri," and it just broke her heart, and in a good way. You know, so I thought that was pretty special. I thought that was pretty cool.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
So let me see. Do we have time for another one?
It's got to be a shorty.
All right, a quick one.
Make it a shorty.
So about 39% of people surveyed have used online information instead of seeing their physician.
Okay.
With an average person self-diagnosing 4 times in the past year.
I say the F away from WebMD.
Yeah, I do too.
When I had the prostate cancer years ago, and I'll speak occasionally to people, guys who are facing the surgery and so on and so forth, and one of the first things I lead with is, don't go on WebMD.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I used it the other day, and I went for a jog, Steve, and I had the taste of blood in my mouth, and it was coming
You're
from
eating too much birdseed.
It was coming from my lungs. Because it was cold out, and so the cold air was hurting my lungs, and then I had this like tightness. So I decided to take a little bit of a walk, and I Googled. I'm like, I'm tasting blood, and I'm running. Is that normal? And it was like, yeah, that's not uncommon.
Okay.
So I was like, all right. I didn't go to the ER.
I found more often than not, it sends people into a panic.
Yeah.
Actually, when I had the surgery, they were saying, by the way, you can watch the surgery. What is involved? I'm like,
hell no.
Who would do that?
So, by the way, the survey of over 2,000 adults over 40 revealed common misconceptions, including believing that fish oil, garlic, and honey are enough to cure certain ailments.
No, you need vinegar, right, Kath?
Yeah, you need apple cider vinegar.
Preston, what increases the size of your junk?
You rub tomatoes on it.
And coat it in birdseed.
However, 64% of women were likely to trust their doctors compared to 54% of men. When it comes to heart attack symptoms, most respondents knew that chest pain and shortness of breath were common symptoms, but fewer knew that nausea and jaw pain were other
Heart
signs
attacks, huh?
as well.
So, do you tend to veer towards hypochondriacal, or are you?
I'm in a good medium place.
Right.
So I grew up with a family that, or one side of my family that would take. Not only would they would take anything and everything, they would share their pills with each other.
Yeah, there you go.
And then they would take the dosages that they knew was the right one. And I need
Thanks for the
more than that,
menopause pills, Mom.
and all that stuff. And then on the other side was, I don't need any of that.
Yeah.
So I got that. My dad's side, my mom's side were 2 completely different things.
Wow.
So I think I'm in the sweet spot.
Okay, good.
I don't overdo things. Like if I'm taking some kind of pain medication after a procedure or something like that, if I'm feeling okay, I'll stop taking that pain medication.
Right.
I won't take it to the end. But if I'm taking an antibiotic and I start feeling better, and I've been told you need to take all of these, I will take all of them. You
Finish
know what I
that
mean?
and finish the rest of your families.
Yeah.
I don't use WebMD as much as I use text MIKE, and I just text
Right.
Dr. Mike. I'm like,
When you have Dr. Mike in your life, you're ahead of the curve.
He's the best
The
ever.
other day he answered. I had to call him, and he was like, "Hello." I'm like, "Are you busy?" He's like, "I'm just where my wife tells me to go." I'm like, "Okay, you can call me later." He's like, "No, it's fine. What's wrong?"
I'm literally making love to my wife right now.
Rico Suave, Rico Suave.
Oh, my God.
He has a place that his wife tells him to go?
Like they were just at an
In
event.
my room.
There's a place my wife will.
All right. I've been given the wrap-up signal.
Oh, right.
We have a couple of things to do. We got to go live on Fox Good Day. We have to do the concert cash. So we are closing up shop today, ladies and gentlemen, at the Just Saying Institute. But we thank you for stopping by.
Yes,
today.
a lot was learned.
Yes. We're going to break. We'll come back in a second. The Bizarre File is on the way as well, so make sure you stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
No, you're not allowed to have the rice cake unless you try
fine.
it.
All right, I didn't have my meal. I'll have
made up rules.
Both Casey and I can have the rice cake.
All right, I'm going to try it.
Nick's going to try it. The durian fruit. Go for it, Nick. Okay. Instant regret. Instant regret.
All right, so
It's disgusting.
All right, so now
all right, Steve.
you can now try the rice cake.
Does it taste better than it smells?
A little bit.
I think so.
A little bit.
A tiny bit. Okay,
That's
can I-
not, but it's not saying a lot.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a little piece.
All right, okay.
All right.
Oh God. Is there a little seafood in there?
No, I don't want to do it.
There's a little bunghole in there.
Okay.
That is
well,
awful.
Yeah, it is.
All right. We have to get to this Stroming.
You could actually taste the melon in that. Like there was like
honestly, I understand, Casey.
Gross.
I understand eating things that are not in our normal palate wheel. I got that.
No.
But this it says it makes you less of a human if you eat this. It's disgusting.
A New Hampshire woman is recovering after a rabid bobcat attacked her. It was dusk when Elise Dabrowski made her nightly trip to lock up the chicken coop and decided that she would.
I'm gonna go out and lock up the chicken coop. I'm just doing what I do every. Oh no! Got my flashlight. Gonna go out and lock out the chicken coop. What can possibly go? Oh no! Bobcat attack!
She was while she was locking up the chicken coop, she decided she'd do a little bit of weeding in the garden.
There's goddamn weeds all over the place. I want the chicken coop to look good. If not for the chickens, at least for me. And should I wear my sausage necklace? Oh, no!
The 80-year-old grandmother was hacking weeds near her rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced.
My goddamn sickle.
The bobcat.
Look behind him at a chicken coop. What was that? Bobcat!
I just like how you have these different developments in this story.
So anyway, she was hacking the weeds near the rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced on her and sunk its teeth into her face.
Yeah, they go for the head. They go for headshots. The neck and the head.
She said, all I kept thinking is, why? Why is he doing this? Why is this?
Why? We have so many more days to live.
Why is this stupid cat attacking me? She said.
Mother effing he's back for more. You want more? You want a piece of me? Son of a bitch.
Now she's just pissed.
Yeah.
She's fighting back. Yeah.
We're going out together, you bitch. Yeah, come at me. I'll dice you up. Cut your head off.
She turned her sickle on the beast as some of her 5 dogs scrambled over to help out.
And that's another question. Where are my goddamn dogs?
And she said he just kept
lazy mutts.
He just kept scratching and biting, and the dogs came and chased him off. By then, the bobcat had ripped into her in 5 places, causing wounds that would take 60 stitches to close. Her adult son heard the commotion from his yard.
Thanks, Lord Ass. Where were you? I'm out here and fighting Mother Nature, and you're in there watching your game shows.
He was in his yard nearby, and he heard the commotion. She said he got the gun and came down.
Now, why don't you go back to the house and put some friggin' bullets in it, you moron?
Came down and killed the bobcat with a shotgun blast.
I know. Actually, you killed one of our dogs, dumbass.
Now, Tuesday, it tested positive for rabies.
Oh, man.
But
Just
Dabrowski...
not age, please.
But Dabrowski...
I've gone this long avoiding it, and I'm rather sexual. Wow. I don't want to get bobcat age. That's the worst.
You've had sexual relations.
Tons of men. It's been an open door policy of this old cooter. Oh. It's like a revolving door.
Anyhow,
Times Square.
But Dabrowski considers herself lucky.
I'm very lucky having that bobcat tear my face off.
She said it could have got my eye, could have got my jugular, could have got anything. I feel very, very fortunate. Her son and her dogs are now...
Just good to be back at home with the... Oh, no, he's back, son of a bitch!
They're all getting rabies shots. But
I hear that they've gotten less...
What, the stomach
painful?
shots?
Yeah, the rabies shots. They modified because it used to be a series of shots in your stomach, as you said.
Yeah. But anyhow, she harbors no ill will toward the bobcat, which already had a face full of porcupine quills before it attacked her. So it had already been having a rough day. So yeah.
Good to see you, Dr. Smithers. I'll just go out and wait in the waiting room. I mean, oh no, no, bobcat! The bobcat will not give up. It's a battle royale.
You know what? Just relax. Take a bath.
Yeah, I got a little Mr. Bubble. Light some candles. Put on a little Yanni and... oh, no! What the hell? Get out of the no, you son of a bitch! Where's my loofah?
Where's my loofah? You're going to use that to fight the bobcat off with?
Whatever you have, you got to go for it. I don't bathe with a sickle.
Let me go to Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Carrie?
Not much. But yeah, so we had, my father was an organist for over 50 years, and he passed away 5 years ago, and he had an organ in the house. Now, his organ was an organ that some churches had smaller ones than this one.
But your dad had a large organ?
He had, yeah, thank you.
We didn't need it.
My dad's organ. Yeah. Anyway, it was like a full pedal and it was 3 manuals, so it had 3 keyboards.
Oh.
And then 4 rather large speakers along with it. And 2 years ago, we found a church in York County to take it. And because it was a huge weight around my mother, you know, like to see it, like he.
Yeah, it was a constant reminder.
Yeah, exactly. So the church that was taking it sent the movers. Well, they told the movers it was a small organ. It was not a small organ. So they asked, you know.
Alrighty then, we're about 2 minutes away from going live on Fox Good Day this morning, and we're about 5 minutes away from your chance to win $1,000 in MMRQ tickets. Yes, pretty magical things are going to happen here in a moment. Let's take a look at traffic in the meantime, see what's happening. Kathy, what you got?
Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound jams Willow Grove to Fort Washington, 422 eastbound, Heavy Oaks to First Avenue, 30 bypass eastbound, so it's 340 to 113. Blue Route northbound backing up 95 to the Media bypass southbound, the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway, and then from Broomall over to Media. Schuylkill eastbound slowing 202 into Belmont, heavy the Boulevard to the Vine, westbound Fair Avenue to South Street, the Boulevard to Belmont, the Blue Route out to Gulf Mills, 95 southbound, heavy Cotman through the bridge, the Betsy Ross Bridge into Girard. An accident on 363 Valley Forge Road at Water Street Road, and then another one at White's Road. Also Westchester Pike at Turner Lane, an accident there. Jacksonville Road at County Line Road in Warminster, we've got an accident to watch out for. County Line Road at Montrose Avenue in Lower Merion, an accident. Cowpath Road at Lansdale Avenue in Montgomeryville, an accident. In New Jersey, 295 northbound at Haddonfield Berlin Road, an accident off to the shoulder. 55 northbound heavy Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by LP Smart Side. Beauty and durability come together in pre-finished LP Smart Side expert finish trim and siding, available in 16 versatile colors. Learn more at lpcorp.com/color. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. A little bit later on, we're going to have John Gries. Is it Gries or Gries?
I think it's Gries.
Gries, okay.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. We're also going to have a gentleman by the name of Adam Hutter, and he's with the World Oddities Expo, which is happening at the Pennsylvania Convention Center this weekend. I'm looking forward to see what he brings in. We're going Fox Good Day right now. That's what the music is.
7:56. Okay, let's get to Preston and Steve, because a new study finds that men lie, and they lie about their height pretty often. Research in Denmark say they tend to add an average of half an inch to an inch more when asked, how tall are you? Especially when they first start dating someone. So I need all the fellas to fess up. Have you ever lied about your height before? Preston probably doesn't need to lie.
First of all, how tall are you?
I've been shrinking. I was at one point, I was about 6'2.5", and I'm like maybe 6'1" now. I've shrunk, man.
Because I'm 6 and I was 6'1". And
we need to measure each other.
I mean, in every way possible.
Well, when I go to the doctor, they're like, "Yeah, you're 6." I'm like, I've shrank. Yeah. I don't know. I've never lied about my height.
Something's going wrong.
I'm taller, so I've never really lied about my height.
I don't think you're 6'1".
No,
I think you're 6'2".
I'm taller than that.
Yeah,
okay.
You have to be.
All right.
Yeah, Kathy's 6'3".
Casey. You ever lied about your height? I know you've always wanted to be taller.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I think for me, 6 foot is just not tall enough. I'd rather be 7 foot. No.
No, you wouldn't.
No, because I've always been I've been short.
I don't think of you as short, though.
No, so, I mean, as a freshman in high school, I was 4'11". When I got my license, I was 5'3". I'm 5'7" now.
How many Alexes are you?
I'm over one Alex.
Is that still an issue, though? Women care about that height?
I think
Some
they
do.
How tall are you, Alex?
I'm 5'2" with shoes on.
Okay.
With shoes
All right.
on.
And so Marissa's just about 5, right?
Yeah, she's around 5 foot.
I don't think. Is it an issue? Is it a big issue for women? I don't think it is.
I think if you're under 6 foot, men usually are like, oh, I'm 5'10" and a half, or I'm almost 5'11".
Yeah.
But I found men 6 foot and above, they just say I'm 6 foot, or they feel like they don't have to say
So it's
anything.
the almost part they get to. But I think more men lie about their weight than height.
Actually, that's not the case.
Yeah, we were reading a study this morning. Actually, said that men they don't lie as much. You know what they lie more about?
Yeah,
down there.
There you go. But not length, weight.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the weight, yeah. It's like we're at a deli or something.
Exactly. Give me 6 pounds of that.
Oh my God.
Sliced thin.
Yes.
Very
See, I was just lying about everything. Height, what's
Basically,
going on, the weight,
yeah.
everything.
Absolutely.
Hey, here's a weird question. Do women ever lie about their breast size? About, like cup size or anything like that?
It's such an obvious, though, right? I mean,
that's
you
what
can
I would
kind of
think.
see it. It's not like we're walking around with our.
You know how they lie is by wearing a padded bra.
Yeah.
I mean, like they can embellish
Can
it.
actually fake it a little bit. Yeah, you're right.
Going for it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
just be.
So do you feel like women have to disclose that they're wearing a padded bra then? Or
I don't think so. I think topless gets rid of that issue.
Yeah. Everybody's out here lying. Everybody just wants to seem better.
Guys. We're gonna get to deli later.
All right, bye-bye, guys. We'll see you later. Oh, we got to go now.
Nick, I used to make fun of one of my friends because she would claim that she was a C cup, and I'm like, yeah, okay, sure you are.
Kath, I had a friend in high school and then in college who always wore a padded bra, and the reason that she did so was because her nipples were always hard, and it was just one of those things where like she just didn't want people to see it all the time.
I dated a girl that had pretty voracious nipples.
That's a band name.
Voracious nipples. She had to wear a padded bra without question. I mean, they were just like,
right.
They were out there all the time. So it does happen. And she had small boobs too. But anyway. You know what I want to do? Do we have a tape measure? I want to find out definitively
How big your
tall we
wiener
are.
is?
Yeah. What's that?
How big your wiener is?
Yeah, we can do that too if you want. But Marissa's going to go get one because I want to see. All right. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Come on! Come on!
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the keyword is friend, F-R-I-E-N-D. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, either on the contest page at WMMR.com or the MMR app, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMR Barbecue, Saturday, September 16th. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. For WMMR Barbecue details, text the word finally to 39333, and we will send you a link with the information. It's sponsored by Meineke, by the way. So the word is friend.
Friend.
F-R-I-E-N-D. Good luck to you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Monster Jam. The big leagues of monster truck competition comes to Lincoln Financial Field this Saturday, April 15th. Visit monsterjam.com for details. All right, this is a crazy story. It started with a call from a fisherman who said that he saw what looked to be a black Jeep virtually submerged in a large lake in Marion County, Texas. Not until later, after a tow truck came, did anyone realize someone was inside of it and they were still alive.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
The captain, Chuck Rogers, said, "We do not know how long the Jeep was in the water, and that's just one of several questions that remain unanswered about the unusual case."
I love this song.
After, I just want to say, to Paradise by the Dashboard Light was.
I can't. Once you start, you got to get to Phil Rizzuto.
After that initial call on Friday morning, it took deputies around 18 minutes to reach the scene. It took a little longer for a truck from a nearby wrecking service to arrive.
What's it going to be, boy?
The Jeep was far from the shore. It was about 40 feet out in the water. The fisherman who called authorities stuck around using his boat to help a tow truck worker get out of the Jeep and hook up a tow cable.
1 second, guys.
He said it was at that time that they saw the woman inside the Jeep. Abruptly, what began as a salvage job became a rescue. The fisherman and tow truck driver helped get the woman out of the vehicle, pulling her into the fishing boat. Deputies called an ambulance. In the meantime, the woman was put in a car to keep warm, and she was later taken to the hospital. Her identity has not been released. The police said during the incident, it was determined the woman was listed as a missing person from the Longview, Texas Police Department. She had been reported missing hours earlier at about 12:35 a.m. on Friday. Police said that they couldn't share any more details about the woman or the circumstances that may have led to her predicament. As far as how the Jeep came into the lake, the department says that it hasn't turned up anything suspicious about the incident. The boat ramp the vehicle apparently used to drive into the lake sits after a slight curve from a long and rough straight rural road.
All right.
So it's
Possibly.
possible that she ended up in there by accident.
What? So a Jeep.
Yeah.
A car goes into the water.
Yep.
Is there any make of car that could, if not,
It's almost
not fill up-
airtight.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, Jeeps are pretty good at that.
That's why I was wondering.
Because I've been to ones in water that have a snorkel on them
Right.
all the way up to the window. Not over the window, but all the way up to the window, and no water came into the cab. So
is there a vehicle
if you've got a hard top and you've got everything rolled up,
But then
you'd run out of air. I mean, there's got to be a way to get air in there.
Right.
You know, it can't be airtight.
But they also, Jeeps are known to have like good drainage.
Yes,
You know,
you
because
need
the
to drain into something. If you're submerged in water, or at least up to the top, you can't drain into anything.
That's wild. So anyhow, I'm not really
amazing.
sure. All right, so some other stories. A 78-year-old woman with 2 past bank robbery convictions faces new charges after authorities allege that she handed a teller a note that said, "I didn't mean to scare you," during a recent Missouri heist. Bonnie Gooch is jailed.
The Goocher.
On $25,000 bond after she was charged 1 count of stealing or attempting to steal from a financial institution in the holdup. She was convicted of robbing a California bank in 1977 and one in Kansas City, the suburb of Lee Summit, in 2020. The robbery note demanded $13,000 in small bills.
I've got a gub.
And it said, "Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Surveillance video also captured her banging on the counter, asking the teller to hurry up.
Wow.
She smelled strongly of alcohol when officers stopped her less than 2 miles away with cash scattered on the car's floorboard. The police chief said it's just sad. He added that the suspect had no diagnosed ailments of any sort. And she was just a bank robber, a 78-year-old bank robber. Marissa brought in a tape measure.
Very cool.
We'll use that in a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, it's every parent's worst nightmare. A terrified call from your screaming child and a faceless kidnapper demanding $1 million for their safe return. When Arizona mother Jennifer DiStefano received such a demand from her 15-year-old daughter, Brie, this week, she panicked, froze, and started thinking about how much she could afford to save her daughter's life. But only Brie wasn't gagged or on her way to Mexico, as the voice had claimed. She was safe on a ski trip, completely unaware of what was going on. So it's the latest danger to be posed by AI technology that now needs just 3 seconds of a sample to clone a person's voice and weaponize it against their nearest and dearest.
Isn't that terrifying?
Her daughter does not have any public social media accounts, but her voice can be heard on a handful of interviews carried out for school reports, her mom said. She said, "I pick the phone, I hear my daughter's voice, and it says, 'Mom,' and she's sobbing. And I said, 'What happened?' She said, 'Mom, I messed up,' and she was sobbing and crying. She then heard a man telling Brie to put her head back down and lie down. The man gets on the phone, and he said, 'Listen here, I've got your daughter. This is how it's going to go down. You call the police, you call anybody. I'm going to pop her so full of drugs. I'm going to have my way with her, and I'm going to drop her off in Mexico.' And at that moment, she said she started shaking. In the background, she can hear, 'Help me, Mom, please help me,' and bawling. And at first, he demanded $1 million. When she said she didn't have the money, he lowered it to $50,000. At the time of the call, DiStefano was surrounded by other mothers at her daughter's dance practice. They called 911 while she was still on the phone with the scammer. and also called her husband, who verified that Bree was actually safe.
Yes.
Rather than wire the funds, the scammer demanded to meet DiStefano in person, and now she is warning other parents about the dangers of fast-developing technology. She said it was completely her voice. It was her inflection. It was the way she would have cried. I never doubted for 1 second that it was her. That's the freaky part that's really got me to my
right now.
core.
So it could be a case also where listen, this is a scam that's been going on quite a while. This backing up and making sure before you wire money or anything, you have to.
Yep. All right, one last story?
Sure.
All right, so in Oregon, on Friday, Lake Ridge Middle School was hosting a career day where parents and other community members could teach students about different jobs that they can pursue one day. Police said one of the presenters was 43-year-old Ellen Sawo. She was talking to a class when police say she got upset with the students, started swearing at them, and at one point slapped the student in the face.
Okay.
How can she slap?
Luckily, the student is okay, and the school reported the incident to police. Sawo was escorted from the school before police arrived, but she was later arrested for harassment and taken to the county jail. And I have no idea why she slapped. I know how she can slap. I don't know why did she slap, but she slapped. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. We have roughly 5 minutes left for you to enter the word friend, F-R-I-E-N-D, for MMR's Concert Cash, all right? And you can do it through WMMR.com, or you can do it through your MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest, short code number 45911, $1,000 in MMRBQ tickets. All right, so friend is the word. Now, while you're done with that, just in case you don't win that, how about you win a case of beer?
Yeah.
I've got some wild nectar for caller number 14 at 215-263-WMMR. It's a slightly sweet and incredibly easy drinking, gluten-free hard juice that brings a rush of big, bold, fresh fruit flavor to every sip. It's available in 3 flavors: passion fruit, lime, strawberry, guava. What was it?
That beer is good. Sorry.
Oh, and passion fruit, orange, mango. You can flip the can for that juice goodness. All right, so caller number 14, 215-263-WMMR. We'll be back in a second.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The back of the house, instead of a slider for the deck, he put in French doors so that if eventually he moved or it needed to be moved, it would be more easily taken out.
Okay.
And even wider steps on the deck. Well, of course, I'm a woman, so of course I didn't know what I was talking about. So after like 20 tries to go through the front door, taking the door off the hinges, etc., I finally was like, would you please go out the back door?
And so all this time this is happening, you have full French doors in the back of the house and basically a ramp built to accommodate the organ that you didn't even consider.
Right. I told them from the beginning. And they're like, well, did it come through the front door? Yes, it did, but with a lot of difficulty, you Nimrod.
Did they eventually go out the back door, Carrie?
Yes, thankfully.
Yeah.
After much difficulty.
I mean, to be honest, your dad's big organ was meant for the back door.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And we'll
Just
leave
a
you
fact,
with
right?
that, Carrie.
Thank you very much.
The whole phone call was worth it for that line
I love
alone.
you all.
Your dad's huge organ was made for the back door. Yes. So yesterday was just perfect weather. It was fantastic. It was the zero humidity, nice little breeze, comfortable temperatures. It was great. So we got that. If we could have more of those, it'd be wonderful. But we are in July.
Yes.
And the next couple of days are going to be heating up. So by the time we get to Thursday, mid-90s and humid, it's going to be sweaty, sassy,
moist,
sultry,
sticky, smelly.
Exactly. And there was a hashtag surfacing on social media. Actually, it was out of the UK because they had been having some record temperatures. But the hashtag is boob sweat.
Yes, it's a big dilemma for the more
me,
the more Casey-ish.
Yeah, I was not aware that boobs tend to get sweaty.
I know we suffer from under.
From under cheese?
Yeah, from under
cheese. Sweat, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it the underneath part that?
Let's consult our large-breasted traffic reporter.
And now, from the Breast Bureau of the WMMR Morning Show, it's Kathy Romano. And now we go to our on the scene correspondent of the Buxom, Kathy Romano, to talk about booby sweat.
I give you
That introduction not as good as the traffic one. Okay, so what is your question? Does it happen or where?
Yeah, is that something you have to be ready for when you're heading out and it's going to be really hot, or boobs? One of the things you got to worry about getting all sweaty.
Yes, my boobs sweat, but I think it depends on. I mean, I can't speak for girls with smaller boobs, but I mean, yes, like I have an underneath part and also my cleavage.
Really? Oh yeah. So it's
where there's close proximity.
Skin on
Yes,
skin.
skin on skin.
Now you're not gonna see it. It's not gonna drip through my clothes.
Oh
or
my
anything
God!
like
Are you
that.
kidding me? It looks like you've been shot in the chest twice every time it's warm outside. No,
But-
you don't see it, but you're in air condition when we see you.
Yeah, and also if you if I were to work out in a cotton sports bra or a cotton shirt, you would see it. You would see it there.
It's almost like pits, but
Yeah.
with
But
a T.
T.
Yeah.
Well, boobs are the new pits, Preston.
Oh, I wish you could have said it.
Knockers are
No.
pits instead of.
Why can't we say that word?
I know it's so innocuous. It sounds so friendly too.
In fact, there are birds that are called tits.
Yes,
So there, I said it.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Titmouse. All right.
Let's just talk about the birds.
Well, it was quiet Wednesday evening in Blue Springs, Missouri, when the police radio crackled with word that a holdup alarm had been triggered at Cerilia's local adult novelty emporium. When the store manager spoke with police dispatchers, he provided a physical description of the tattooed man who stole $90 in merchandise.
They call it cash.
The suspect fled on foot and was running to the grocery store with he said, quote, running north to the grocery store with two of the biggest dongs I sell.
Dude, now I sell some big dongs, but he took two of the bigger ones.
An officer described the suspect as a white male shaved head tattoo on his neck who stole 2 dildos and a bottle of lotion.
Yeah, he stole one of them there lurches, which are huge, and one of them Sasquatches.
The manager recalled swiped a $47 11-inch All-American Ultra Whoppers curved dong intended for use in a strap-on device.
Yes, I'm curious. Do you have the ultra-wide curved dong?
It's the American Ultra Whopper.
Put it aside for me. That's ROMANO. That is the Ultra American Super Curved Dong. Is it not? What is the vein situation like with that? Oh, very good.
The vein situation.
The thief also stole
Would you say there's the end of it? What is that like? Is it wide? Is it wider? Well, I'll come in and see.
And
Is it online? I want to take a look at it.
What's the return policy on that, too? The thief also
You can
stole...
always resell it on the yard sale site.
Yes, on your Facebook site.
Kathy actually
Ladies.
saw resale on
a dildo?
Yeah.
It was
Are you kidding me?
It was a glass dildo. A woman sent it to me, and I emailed her back. I'm like, is this for real? She goes, I promise you, I saw it. And she said, like, a few hours later, it was taken down.
That is crazy.
Now, the thief also stole a 10-inch dildo and a 4-ounce bottle of Doc Johnson's Joy Juice lubricant.
Hi, I'm Doc Johnson. Do you have trouble in the sack? Things get a little chafed?
With more than 60 stores, Cerilia's, where romance finds fantasy, describes itself as one of the nation's largest and fastest-growing specialty retail chains.
Oh, Cerilia's where romance finds fantasy. May I help you? Yeah, we got about 50 different types of dildos. Come on in. It's romantic. Yeah, we have this thing. It's a dildo attached to a jackhammer. Very romantic.
Founded in 1992.
You'll be whisked away on this piece of hardware. It's going to tear your bunghole out. Romance is the name of the game here. It really is. We got a pneumatic drill with 12 rotating dildos on it. Very romantic.
It doesn't sound that romantic.
Paris in springtime.
Yeah.
It's where romance
Have you
finds...
walked along the Champs-Elysees?
It's where romance
Did you ever
finds...
see American in Paris with Gene Kelly and Leslie Caron? Very much like that. What is it? Oh, it's a bazooka that shoots dildos. Like walking with your lovely one along the sand.
This guy says he's a proper pronunciation.
He's trying.
I got to give him that. All right, so anyhow, founded in 1992, the firm offers an impressive collection of lingerie, vibrators, and adult toys, and romance essentials.
Romance essentials.
The description prompted one cop to...
Yeah, it's like what Wolverine wears, except the blades are dildos. It's very romantic. Very, very romantic.
The description prompted one cop to identify a possible subject by name and suggests that a fellow officer sit by the man's residence. He said, if he shows up, quote, you'll be looking for 2 dildos and a bottle of lotion. Raven Simone and Annalise Vanderpool, who have been great friends since meeting on the set of That's So Raven, returned to the sequel series, Raven's Home. Here,
Raven's Hole?
At Raven's Home,
I'm sorry.
H-O-M-E.
Because I would have watched the first one.
Bold new step on the Disney Channel.
Raven's Hole.
Tonight after 11 p.m., Raven's Hole.
Disney After Dark.
A lesbian unchained. That's so Raven.
Here, Isaac Ryan Brown.
Raven's Hole.
That the new, you know what we should find, Steve? We should find some audio from old classic porn trailers.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were just like that.
Absolutely.
Raven's Hole premieres tonight at 10 on Disney Channel.
Raven's Hole.
New video and images show what it was like inside a Philadelphia-bound jetliner that encountered severe turbulence on Saturday. In video taken by Los Angeles area ophthalmologist Evan Fang, the captain can be heard saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. We really apologize for the unexpected bump. We were expecting some light turbulence."
We're gonna die! We are gonna die! I didn't need to become a pilot! I'm good at math!
Wow.
I had career options and here I am gonna die with you losers!
Wow.
No, he said it was just
unexpected.
totally unexpected.
A few minutes ago, I made some statements that were absolutely inappropriate, and
Apologize.
I sincerely apologize.
We asked our captain to make an assessment, make sure everybody is okay. Again, we sincerely apologize. We don't anticipate any more of that. We want to make sure, as always, that you keep your seatbelt fastened.
Always, man. Listen, I flew a lot on our vacation. We took several flights, and unfortunately, I've drilled it into my kid's head. I'm like, you keep that seatbelt on no matter. You never know. I mean, it could be, it could just be a sudden, quick drop of a few feet, and boom, you hit your head on the ceiling. It doesn't take much.
Well, that's what this was.
Yeah.
I've seen the stewardess on one flight. I clearly remember she actually held on to the 2 seats and her feet lifted off the ground. I'm like, so, it's always when they're not putting that up for the hell of it.
Nope.
Fang shot the footage taken inside.
Thank you, Fang.
American Flight 759, just after the plane shook and dropped in extreme turbulence.
Handed the camera to Uncle Fester.
I actually had a friend in college named Fang.
Flight attendants had just started serving drinks and people, beverages, and anything that was loose in the cabin went flying. 3 passengers and 7 crew members were injured. 2 flight attendants were the first to be treated by doctors on board. One suffered a dislocated shoulder, and the other had fallen and hit her head and shoulder.
Wow.
Dr. Fang says that he worked with 2 other doctors to make sure that there were no major injuries.
Dr. Fang.
Yes. Cousin, it was okay, though. Yeah, nothing. Nothing ended up happening. Wow.
They made sure that there were no... Jeez.
I would like some of my potion, please. The grog going back with the steam coming out of it.
Right.
This is for you, Mr. Fang.
They made sure that there were no major injuries and that the injured were stabilized.
Just the way I like it.
We're going to get through this.
No.
First day back, man. We got to have some fun.
I got it. FAA officials say the flight crew reported severe turbulence while flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. The flight had taken off from Athens, Greece.
According to the polling website, Ranker, there's some good polls on there.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll check it out from time to time.
Better than state slogans, right? We found out?
Yes. But they have come up with the sexiest accent in the world.
Is it different for men and women?
You know what? I was trying to figure that out. I didn't see anything about gender
So it's just one.
breakdown. So, yeah. Okay. Because I think it might make a difference between men and women.
Yeah.
It's in general,
The accent that I find, one of the accents I find sexiest is... not so. I wouldn't see it being so for men, but women. I find this accent sexy. So anyhow,
all right.
What do you find, Kathy? Is there a certain accent that you find attractive if you hear it?
Man.
That's just kind of like ooh.
You know what? I like them all. Like I do like Australian. I like you know
like that. It's sort of very. To me, it always seems difficult to be Australian and talks like if you talk like us, it'd be a lot easier.
And then maybe an Italian man speaking English with his,
Yes,
with his
penis
Italian
out.
accent.
No, not with his penis out.
Hey, take a look at this. It's a Johnson. It's right there for you to touch, eh?
According to this website, number one sexiest accent in the world is the Irish accent.
Oh, wow.
I love a British accent as well. So in that general area, British, Scottish, Irish, though there is certainly distinct differences.
I'll tell you what. I have a few friends that are Irish from Ireland, and sometimes it is hard to understand what they're saying.
Well, we were just listening to Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah.
And obviously she was in a desperate state when we were listening to her audio back and trying to determine what she was saying.
But while talking to these guys, sometimes there's a pause in the conversation as my mind is trying to process what they. I'm like, okay, all right, yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, quickly, Nick, you wanted to plug the Big Climb coming up.
Yeah, we're really excited for it this year. Big Climb Philly benefits Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and I've done Big Climb in the past, and it's been in a building in Center City. But this year, it's at the Link, which I'm really excited about. I got to go down to the Link yesterday. We did sort of a backstage tour and places of that building that I'd never been before, and what the course is going to look like. And it's a bunch of stairs at the beginning, and then basically up and down the stands as you go, and it's sort of around the building and the lower concourse. So it's May 6th. I would love for you to join Team Luke. My nephew Luke is in remission from leukemia. He's doing really well. But LLS is just an awesome organization, and we'd love to have you be a part of Team Luke. It's Saturday, May 6th. It's in the morning. All the information's up on my social media and on PrestonandSteve.com. But it's a great event, and it's going to be really cool to have it at the Link this year.
Nice. And you guys will be going up and down stairs as opposed to just all the way up, right?
There's a staircase in the close to one of the main entrances that goes up, I think, like 5 flights. And then so we go up that, and then we come down the ramps, and then we go up and down the stands quite a bit around the lower concourse.
That's pretty cool.
And then down into like the locker rooms and the tunnels and stuff. So you come out onto the field at the end of it. And Preston, I think you had an event there last year, right? And
yes, it's with the Take Steps walk for the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation.
Yeah, and it's a cool place to have a charity event. So I'm psyched that it's there this year.
Excellent. All right. Well, good luck to you, sir. It's going to be awesome. I usually don't put a whole lot of stock in the national this day, national that day when it comes to food. Because sometimes we find out like there's multiple ones.
Yeah,
and, like
it's a
there's
bunch of
multiple
crap.
National Pancake Days and stuff like that. Although we do talk about that one, but today it's National Grilled Cheese Day.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing.
I am a massive fan of a good grilled cheese sandwich. We've talked about the pairing with tomato basil soup, which is one of my favorites.
It's when you get tomato soup and a good grilled cheese. That's about
Yeah. It's a great snow day activity.
What was the name of the place that we had?
Meltdown?
Meltdown.
Oh, man.
Yeah, mother of God.
They were so good. The problem is that they were overpriced. You know what I mean? Because they were in and around the area.
Yeah.
Then I don't know if they're around that much anymore, but
I like riffs on the grilled cheese. I mean, I do like the standard easy way to go is just bread, butter, obviously to grill it with. And a good cheese, even just your standard American slices will work just fine. But if you throw in a little cheddar and stuff like that, or Gouda, it can get much better. But there's stuff you can add to it like pesto, and tomato. Yum, man.
Yeah.
There's a guy who listens to our show, and he lives in Idaho. And we talked about him before. He apparently has the greatest grilled cheese recipe of all time.
Liar!
And he will not give it to me in writing.
Really?
Yeah, he wants me to call him so he can talk me through the steps.
Are you going to do it?
No.
Why?
No, because it's not that.
You don't want to give your phone number.
No, not necessarily. No, because I make a good grilled cheese. I don't need your help.
All right,
bro.
what's your grilled cheese?
Listen, the secret ingredient is
love.
Is butter. Lots of butter.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just as simple as that.
So I'm going to mention a bit. The Couch Tomato has a grilled cheese sandwich that is extraordinary, and it uses the toast is buttered.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how you. That's what makes it different than being toasted. Making it grilled is you use either some butter or oil, but butter is usually the way to go. So let me ask you this fundamental technique question when it comes to grilled cheese: do you butter the bread?
No.
All right. How do you do it?
I do a straight up, and first of all, I have a griddle, so I like to make it on the electric griddle rather than on the frying pan or whatever. But I take a huge pat of butter, and I stick that on the griddle, and I let that melt,
you
but
go.
not all the way.
Okay.
You know, just and then I throw the whole grilled cheese on that, and I spread it around. Then I take another pat of butter and I put that on the top. I don't spread it, and then when it's time to flip it, I flip it and I allow that to melt, and then I mix it around.
I was raised on buttering the bread.
I'm down with that.
You have to butter the bread.
Yeah.
But the tough part of that is when you take butter and you spread it on untoasted bread, it can sometimes tear the bread a little bit. And you lose a little bit of your integrity and
your cohesion.
Sandwich.
So what they do a lot of times on these Grateful Dead fish lots is they'll have a paintbrush and they will take already melted butter and they will spread it with the paintbrush, and that's how they.
That's a
apply
great
that
way
as
to do
well.
it too. If you have the time to melt the butter ahead of time and take a brush and brush it onto the bread, that's probably the best technique. But I have come around on throwing the butter onto the warm skillet, and then putting the bread on top of that. But then you have the mystery of that other side.
What do you have
take
to
it off,
do?
and then you throw down more butter and let that melt, or do your technique where you put it on ahead of time.
Yeah, I put that pat of butter, and it's a big old pat.
Do you guys remember a butter campaign that was give them a little pat of butter?
Give them that pat. Yes,
Butter.
absolutely.
Give them a little pat of butter. Butter. It just made me think of
It was
that.
also the theme song to Law and Order SVU.
I did not know that initially.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I have a technical question.
Yes.
Wawa has a campaign right now for these grilled paninis.
Oh my God, my daughter loves them.
Right. And they look terrific. They look like they're a lot.
Yeah.
One of the grilled paninis is grilled with mac and cheese.
That's her favorite.
Okay. Is that a grilled cheese sandwich?
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, it's a panini.
Wait a second.
I'd call it a grilled. Well, it's not grilled because it's
a panini.
Well, it depends
it's
on.
not ciabatta, it's panini.
Right, I know, but it depends on whether they butter or use oil to
I have a follow-up question.
Now there's
Does it
I
involve
know they
dragons?
put it in a panini press. Maybe that is considered that because it may be a grilled cheese with pasta.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
You
Now, do you think, follow-up question, Wawa would send us some so we could sample them on our...
Well, a panini press is a.
It's kind of a grilled cheese, right?
No, it's a whole different sandwich. It's a panini.
Now, let me ask you guys this, because
Says Master Chef. Master Chef Kathy Romano.
just a few years ago, 3-4 years ago, I came to this amazing
country
revelation of using leftover meatballs, and I make a grilled cheese meatball sandwich. Now, I don't necessarily consider it a meatball first sandwich. I consider it a grilled cheese sandwich first.
With meatballs.
With meatballs, because what I'll do is I cut up the meatballs, I cook them in the microwave, then I put them on, the cheesed bread, but I use provolone cheese, and then I use the sauce to taste, not overly sauce it, but like sauce to taste, and then I grill that with the butter and all that, and I'm telling you, it is amazing.
Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the way to get creative with grilled cheese is using the different types of cheese. Once you start to add in elements
like meat,
you're on your way to a
it.
cheeseburger.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that,
You know what
Steve.
I'm
I think
saying?
it takes it. I think
So
it
it's a meatball sandwich and not a grilled cheese.
I think so. I
Okay.
think that once you add meat, that's the main ingredient.
Right.
That has become the main ingredient.
The cheese
as
needs
opposed-
to be the star.
The cheese needs to be the star.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You don't have to
That's
be
the name of my book.
And tell us about your book, The Cheese Needs to Be the Star. Well, it's really pretty much a look back at my career in radio.
Preston, have you seen the number of texts coming in saying that one should use mayo instead of butter?
There's
on
a
grilled
guy on the line right or girl.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've seen it. I have not dared to try
rebuke you.
No.
I've not dared to try it, but that is a technique. So we have a few people. Let me go to Dave
right.
here. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Not much. Yeah, mayo is it. It doesn't tear the bread like butter would, and it fries up crisp.
Well, mayo is also,
It's a wholly different flavor than butter, though.
It would make.
You know what I mean?
I would have to try it, honestly.
Yeah.
I'll do it today.
Yeah. I would have to try it. So
I like it's odd because, Steve, I do like mayonnaise, but the idea of searing it like that seems kind of gross.
There are a lot of eggs in mayo, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's eggs and oil.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you got both ingredients. Yeah, you know what?
But
I would
there's no
have to
eggs
try
and
it.
butter.
Ooh.
There's no eggs and
And
butter,
you
though.
can't tune a fish.
If you
Yeah.
don't tune your butt.
You know,
I don't know.
dated a girl for a hot minute who they made their French toast with
Thanks, Dave.
cheese. And so now I'm wondering if you were to make a grilled cheese and then kind of coat everything in the egg wash.
It's a Monte Cristo sandwich is made that way. It's French toast, and then in between is cheese and turkey, and then apple slices.
What would they do, Casey?
She would make, and I never had it. We didn't date long enough for me to try her. But they would do their French
you tasted my daughter's sandwich?
They would do French toast with cheese.
French toast with cheese?
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
I don't. Well, not with syrup. I mean, but if it was a grilled cheese like French toast style, I'd do that.
All right, hang on. I'm going to go to Jenna because she does the mayo technique as well. Hi, Jenna. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Wonderful. All right, Jenna. What is it that's so much better with mayonnaise instead of butter?
It's just the flavor of it. I don't know. I grew up eating mayonnaise on every single sandwich, and my son likes just cheese sandwiches with mayonnaise, and it's easier just to throw it in the frying pan and say, hey, here's a grilled cheese. And he's not a big fan of butter, so that was the big difference there.
Okay.
But you can also use bacon grease. I don't know if Kathy remembers the Conshohocken Cafe that was on Fayette Street. I worked there all through college and everything, and we used to use bacon grease for our grilled cheeses, too.
That's a great idea. We used to save our bacon grease when I was a kid growing up.
And drink it in the morning.
No, we would not drink it in the morning, but we could use it to as a base to cook things with, a la, shortening or
it was a standard.
Lard
we had
or whatever.
We had those jars, mason jars. Yes,
that's what we keep it.
Standard.
Or like an old jelly jar or something like that.
And my mother used to hollow out a bagel and keep her birth control pills.
Oh
in
my
it.
God!
Oh my God! Did
So
you ever
unique.
It's just a thing you used to do.
Yeah. Okay.
That's Southern.
Did you? Okay. This is a two-part question. And what are your thoughts on mustard, whether it be yellow mustard or spicy mustard on your grilled cheese? And what do you consider a grilled ham and cheese? Is that still grilled cheese, or are we going into the other territory?
You're raising a good point with the ham inclusion. I still believe that the cheese, as per Preston's best-selling novel, the cheese is the star.
I would never say that. I would never say a grilled cheese with ham.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd
Right.
say it's a grilled ham and cheese.
Exactly.
So ham takes top billing.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a grilled cheese anymore.
It does take top, but you have to do that with mustard, right? Grilled ham and cheese with mustard. Yeah.
You don't have to be a star to be in my sandwich.
No.
And you know what's oddly is good on that is a little bit of pineapple.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, believe it or not.
Come over.
Yeah.
I should probably try that today,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. Let's see if Wawa can do that.
So I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I'll ask you a question.
Mustard?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I think mustard with a grilled cheese can be good.
Yeah.
But it's great all by itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Spicy brown, though, right?
I could do either, but I prefer spicy brown.
Especially if ham is involved.
I'm going with Casey's take on that.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on? I'm sorry to do this. Grilled peanut butter and jelly.
No,
because I know we're talking about grilled cheese.
That's like a hot pocket. And I
would say unequivocally,
back to hell, demon.
Go suck it.
Yeah.
No.
Really?
No, the idea of that. No, it
That's
doesn't.
that's not a grilled cheese at all. It's not. There's no
not.
cheese.
It's
not
not.
certainly. You know what? It's not.
In
It's
fact,
not a full
I'm gonna see
traditional
myself out.
turkey dinner.
I find it disrespectful that on National Grilled Cheese Day that you would even raise that question.
I'm begging for your forgiveness.
Why don't you go into a synagogue and say, "What if Jesus was the son?"
All right,
You don't do that.
we are overrun with mayonnaise phone calls.
Do we go in depth? Do we go a current affair on this?
Well, Jared had a moment at a restaurant. Hi, Jared. Hi, Jared. You're on the air. Good morning.
You guys rock.
Thank you, man. All right, what's the incident that happened with the mayonnaise?
So I used to run a restaurant back in the day, and they were getting really behind, and it was like a grilled cheese day that we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I got back there, and we had like fresh churned butter, so it was like real soft. Well, I messed up, and I put mayo on all these grilled cheeses, put them down, sent them out. Well, I ended up coming back, and they were like, oh, like they were the best grilled cheese we ever had. Come to find out, I put mayo on all of them.
All of
So
them.
that actually became our biggest seller.
So that was your signature grilled cheese sandwich was prepared with mayo. To your own personal taste, do you like it better?
I wouldn't say it's better, but it gives it a bite. Like you use it with like Cooper Sharp cheese, like it's completely different.
Huh.
So like we did a different thing. We actually did a condiment grilled cheese. So if you wanted mustard on it, we actually did mustard on the grill, and that hardens up real nice. It gets a real a real crispy bite.
On the outside of it, you did mustard and then grilled it?
Yep. and it actually comes out really good.
Cray.
All right, interesting.
I'm concerned now about the number of restaurants that are bringing sandwiches like this to us.
Yes. Yeah.
And what that will do.
We need to spread it out.
Too many.
We need, really.
All right, so Steven actually sent me a few grilled cheese from Food Network, grilled cheese recipes, and there's a few of them here that I've done before and like to have from time to time. Grilled tomato and cheese, I think, is a great one.
That's a standard, and I do love that one.
Well, now the tomato's taking top billing there, Preston.
No, it's not.
You said grilled
well,
tomato
you're
and
right.
cheese.
It says grilled tomato and cheese.
I would say
call it a grilled cheese
tomato.
with tomato.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
There is a grilled cheese with bacon. You can put it on there.
And that's grilled cheese with bacon.
Which is awesome. Cheddar and apple grilled cheese.
All right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you ever
Bacon.
have like apple slices and cheese together, that's, or fruit and cheese, that can work
Makes
out
it
nicely.
healthy.
Mm-hmm.
A sandwich you can eat on the run.
Smoked Gouda and roasted red pepper grilled cheese.
Do I like Gouda?
I like
you do.
Gouda, yeah.
You like Gouda a lot.
All right.
You'll find good Gouda? Abu Dhabi.
I have a story in the bizarre file with Abu Dhabi coming up in a
I'm
while.
thinking a grilled brie.
Yeah.
Would be yummy.
I've had it.
A grilled ham and brie.
Yes.
Was fantastic.
On a baguette.
Oh my God!
So good.
Nick, my wife makes a it's an app she'll put out at parties, but it's brie and it's grilled in or it's baked in like a challah.
Like a baked brie?
Yeah.
And it gets all runny
And
and
there's a
gooey.
little bit of raspberry or something too.
Yeah, but you know what, Steve? It's got that protective shell on the outside.
And it gives it cohesion.
God bless that shell.
Hang on a second here. Let me go to Garrett has a recipe. Hi, Garrett. Good morning.
Yo, good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
Nah, brother. What's up?
Yeah, so check it out. So a couple years ago, I was getting creative in the kitchen, and I was making a grilled cheese, and I was like, you know what? I want to get a little creative here. So I scratched the cheese entirely, and I had some leftover buffalo chicken dip from the football game before, and I spread that on there, just made it like a normal grilled cheese. Actually, the same way Casey does. Like, I take the slab of butter, throw it down, then I kind of like mush it around a little bit. You know what I mean? Like swirl it around. But, dude, I'm telling you, that is a banging sandwich.
So
I love buffalo.
I guess buffalo chicken dip has cream cheese in it, so that's technically in the cheese family.
Well, we throw some cheddar cheese in our buffalo chicken dip, too, so kind of we get in there.
Speaking as someone who has
interesting. Thank
now
you,
about 160 packets of Star-Kissed buffalo. I love that.
Buffalo tuna?
The buffalo tuna is great. The buffalo dip in
buffalo dip.
Every application, that buffalo flavor, whatever it is. You said it has cream cheese in it. I didn't know that.
The dips usually do.
Yeah. Delicious.
I will say that Panera, they sometimes can hit or miss on some of their things, but consistently their tomato soup and their grilled cheese is good.
So
I agree.
What's the new What's the new sandwich that they're
the Panera?
They mentioned a type of pepper. It's like a
Freshy pepper?
It's you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the thing?
Is
For
it
this
like-
new-
like-
it's like a new like a Mediterranean.
You know what, Steve? They should probably send us samples.
I'm intrigued.
Yes,
Is it,
it's a new thing that they're pushing.
Wouldn't
and
be
it's
a
got
poblano pepper, would it?
no, I don't know, but it is a red pepper that apparently has this incredibly exotic, wonderful taste.
Okay, wait, like a vegetable or like the crushed red pepper?
A vegetable.
No, like a vegetable pepper.
Side note, stuffed peppers. Fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah,
Like you
well,
can put
we should
sausage
have
in
a
there.
restaurant called Sergeant Pepper.
Well, listen, it's sort of offensive that you bring it up on grilled cheese day.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're right.
I mean,
I said side note.
Stay in your lane, buddy. All right, roasted poblano and mushroom grilled cheese.
No poblano.
I like a poblano.
I do like poblano.
I like it the poblano.
I like saying poblano. Fun syllables.
I come
know what-
from
you know
the
what a-
village of Poblano.
Do you know what a smoked poblano is? An ancho chili.
Oh.
If you ever see ancho chili.
I don't know why I
Ancho
reacted
chili.
like that. Yeah.
I believe so.
And ancho cheese.
Wait, so it's the same thing?
It's the same thing, but it's smoked. It's prepared differently, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Here, this one sounds interesting. Grilled cheese with everything bagel seasoning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wait, in or on?
Don't know. I would have to click on the recipe, and it would take me off of this.
Right.
This is just the names of them.
I think at Trader Joe's you can get the seasoning that's just called everything but the bagel.
Yep.
And it's terrific.
Yes, I agree.
But one of the best, so there was maybe you've had it as well, Nick, over at Harvest. they would do like a cedar plank salmon, but it would be crusted with the everything bagel crust.
I love a crust.
Oh, yeah.
Grilled cheese.
Look at me bringing that up on Grilled Cheese Day.
Yeah. Spicy grilled cheese.
Okay.
So you can use, like a jalapeno
or pepper
cheddar,
jack or something.
Pepper jack, yeah.
No, but I'll do like a diced jalapeno.
Okay.
We actually, oh, God, never mind. Sorry. I was doing the Casey thing, and I'm not going to do it now.
You were going to go somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
My refrigerator's
Well,
blue.
now I'm intrigued.
Okay. Well, good. Because this is, my wife made hash brown casserole last night for dinner.
This is a recipe that we shared with Casey's family. And,
And it's
in love with it.
amazing. And I was really digging it. And I thought, ooh, you know what would be really great in this? Diced jalapenos.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you?
I agree.
I did not, but I put some hot sauce in it.
Is there cheese in there?
Banditos. What's that?
Is there cheese in that?
Oh,
recipe?
yeah. Yeah,
All right,
cheese
so
and-
it's a part of this conversation by default.
Here's another recipe: Brussels sprouts and bacon grilled cheese. Maybe. I don't
You know
know.
what I do? I do love though.
I like Brussels sprouts.
I love
Yeah.
baked Brussels sprouts.
And bacon or pancetta with Brussels sprouts is usually quite lovely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And all of you will be farting in about a half hour.
Hang on. Let me go to, let's see, where was it? Yeah, let me go to Doug because he's got a technique. It's National Grilled Cheese Day, by the way. We usually don't talk about the national food days, but I mean, it's grilled cheese. Hey, Doug, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
All right, so I started making this when I was working at a fresh restaurant. Because I couldn't get to the burner. So
Was it a fresh restaurant or a French
restaurant? Okay.
French restaurant.
There we go.
It's hard to say.
The fresh restaurant of Bel Air.
All right. But so I couldn't get to the cooktops, and I was in charge of the broiler. So you butter the bread, you stick it in, butter side up, and you grill it till it's golden brown.
Okay.
And you flip it over, you put your cheese on, and you heat it until it's bubbling and starting to turn brown.
So he's saying
In the oven.
that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, then you put it together. But lately I've been, so as that's working in the oven, I'll cook a couple of slices of pancetta, and if I use Swiss extra sharp cheese, you put them together, so you have the sharpness of the cheese, and then you have the saltiness of the pancetta. And It's awesome.
I hate
I'm digging
Swiss
it.
cheese so much.
Okay.
I hate it with a
But
white hot passion.
It's a nice crispy, you know.
All right. I like
All right.
that, Doug.
All
I'll
right,
try
cool.
that technique, the oven technique. Thank you. So you hate Swiss cheese?
I hate Swiss cheese
I love
almost as much as I hate sharks.
I love Swiss cheese. In fact, I'll go to the finest fresh restaurant in town. No, and they I've had a grilled Swiss cheese sandwich. It ain't bad.
Yeah, if you do Swiss and cheddar together, I think it's great.
It's
And
fine.
I think a three cheese thing,
Yeah.
three cheese mix is pretty awesome. I
A
did not know
throuple.
that about you about Swiss cheese.
Yeah,
Wow.
just,
ham and Swiss is that's a standard.
Really?
Gross, yeah.
Turkey and Swiss. I love a good Swiss.
My Andrea hates it too. She can't stand Swiss cheese, and I get in trouble sometimes for bringing it home. I'm like, no, I love Swiss cheese.
Sometimes I feel.
Did you bring Swiss home again?
Yeah, because she feels like because she's such a cheese lover.
Yeah.
Which I find
Cheese
interesting.
lover.
Well, she loves all cheeses.
Yeah.
Except Swiss, and
That
I'm like,
seems sort of
You're
arbitrary.
kind of missing out.
Not everything in the fridge has to be for you. I get mad at my wife for putting White Claw in the fridge. I'm like, God damn it!
One more quick call. We're going to have to take a break because we have guests lining up. So I'm going to go to Alicia. Hi, Alicia. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
It's okay.
We're happy to have you, Alicia. What's up?
Thanks. So I own a restaurant in Chalfont called Ember Smokehouse and Tap.
Okay.
And we have a 3x3 grilled cheese.
I don't
And
believe you
know-
unless you bring it here right now.
I will bring it there.
No, go ahead.
I will bring it to you guys. And the Brussels sprouts, we have Brussels sprouts. I can bring those too.
Explain your sandwich fully. What is your premium grilled cheese sandwich?
So it's a 3x3 grilled cheese. So it's got 3 different kinds of cheeses. And then I know the meat gets top billing on this, but it has pulled pork, bacon, and pork belly. And we serve it with a tomato bisque.
Could you call that though, Preston? Would you call that a grilled cheese sandwich, or would you call that a?
I'd call it
So here's
a
the loophole.
pork sandwich with cheese on it. Yeah.
Here's the loophole. We don't call it a grilled cheese, but it has grilled cheese. And the loophole is that it's a 3x3. So you can say that the 3 cheeses is first, or you can say that the 3 porks are first.
All right. So you're looking for wiggle room. It sounds delicious.
I think you're a little over the boundary, but I mean, I'm sure it's a
You should probably try it.
I should probably try it.
Not on National Grilled Cheese Day.
I'm sure it's a fantastic sandwich. Well, interesting. All right. Well, thank you, Alicia. We appreciate that.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right. Take
very
care.
cool.
All right. By the way, Bon Appetit's best ever grilled cheese. And then we got to take a break. Marissa just brought this to me.
What is it?
It's Bon Appetit's best ever grilled cheese. Butter goes in the pan, not on the bread.
Chicken in the bread pan.
To ensure golden, not burned toastiness, the exterior of the sandwich should be slicked with mayo, which has a higher smoke point than butter and possesses the combined browning power of oil and egg yolks.
So now I absolutely have to try the mayo grilled cheese.
When mayo slicked bread. Now it's saying you don't cake it with mayonnaise.
Right. All right.
You just put a little bit on there and then you put it on the butter. And when the mayo slicked bread meets buttered pan, that's when the magic truly begins.
Interesting.
Opting for a cheese that melts well is paramount. American is the meltiest cheese there is. But a young cheddar cheese works well too and brings deeper flavor. If you want to go off script, stick to a soft or semi-soft cheese. Their high moisture content means that they're especially adept at turning molten. Once the sandwich is in the pan, pressing down with a spatula is helpful for achieving even toasting and for encouraging bread and cheese to meld together, but don't be overzealous. This is not a smashed cheese sandwich. Cut the sandwich diagonally. Thank you.
Yes.
And it says it's official. Sandwiches cut this way actually taste better. So I love it. That's great.
Are you going to try the mayo thing?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm going to have to try it.
I think I'd rather than be, I'd rather try before I deny.
Yeah.
So.
Did you just make that up?
No, it's actually from Stranger Things season 4. Argyle says that. All right, anyhow, it's National Grilled Cheese Day, so enjoy, dear friend, enjoy.
So hug a veteran.
All right, please. Thank you for your service. We're going to take a break because we have 2 guests coming up. One is going to bring some oddities in for us.
Yes.
For the World Oddities Expo this weekend. And the other is going to be making an appearance for the 20th anniversary of Napoleon Dynamite. Uncle Rico himself.
20 years.
John Gries is going to be joining us. So we'll be back with those guys. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Sexiest is a Spanish accent.
I like that. I almost said Spanish.
Now,
too.
I don't know if that means Latino.
My Spanish professor in college, I love the way she talked when she spoke English because she was from Madrid, but she had an English accent because she had learned her.
Was it sexy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear God. Ooh, your gym shorts are muy bueno.
Nick, I have a question for you.
Did you just come from playing one of your sports? I love the little boy sweat on you.
Sounds kind of manly.
You look like a little girl. In your little diving shorts with your not yet formed body hair.
But actually, I wouldn't mind hearing from people who do have accents. It might be transplants or have never been able to shake that accent.
Give me your sexiest accent, right?
Give us a call at 215-263-WMMR, and let's hear you speak a little bit, and let's see how that sounds, and especially if there's any Scottish ladies listening. I want to hear that. Or Spanish.
Preston, I'm sitting here on my speaker when you talk. Vibrating my lady bits.
So the third place, so you have Irish is first, according to Ranker, sexiest accent in the world. Irish is first, followed by Spanish, then Aussies, Kathy. So the Australians, and then Italians. So that's right where you lie.
Yeah.
Oh, you're batting 1,000.
In sixth place is the former champion, the French accent. And so like Sebastian Letou, who used to come in here.
Mm-hmm.
He has the very, very French accent. And would you find that
For me, not as much as the others, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to make a pee-pee in the bed.
Right after that, in seventh place is the Swedish accent. Where I just got back from Sweden.
And we think of it very much like, very lyrical.
In fact, I couldn't really give you a good representation of what
there are subtleties. It's more like,
right. It's a lot like that.
Yes, exactly. In casual conversation, so those are the subtleties that you don't pick up.
Nuances.
The nuances. You can hardly tell.
So followed by Swedish is Japanese. In 8th place for sexiest.
Yes. Now, I wonder if it goes for both men and women, and that's the case we're wondering about the delineation here, because I think there is a sing-songy, lilting quality to a female Japanese.
I would say no for
men. I'm doing a stereotypical,
Yeah, but the thing of it, but Japanese, when we were in Sweden, we were getting ready to fly back, so we were in the international terminal, and there's people from all over the world that are flying in and out. And a group of Japanese came by and very loud.
Yes.
Very loud speaking. They were just having casual conversation. The language itself is just very brash.
Yeah.
And it sounds almost like they're being rude to each other.
Like they're arguing
Yeah.
about something, and they're just having regular conversation.
Yeah,
So
that I would
it's like, hey, a Cinnabon.
and yeah, that's what they're saying.
Hungry?
And a lot of and they're they're pausing their our version of and stuff like that is like
Thinking. I can't think of the words.
Hey, Fong, do you want to go to the Cinnabon?
Well, where do you want to go?
Oh my God! Hang on, let me get I have an accented individual on the line. I can't say your name. What is your name?
Vincenza.
Vincenza.
Oh my God!
Right there, right
Vincenza.
there.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about yourself so we can hear some of your accent. Where are you from? What do you do? Stuff like that.
Well, I'm from Sicily, Palermo, and I came here about 15 years ago.
About 15 years ago.
Do you get complimented on your accent?
Yeah, a lot. I used to be a waitress, and I had some people saying, like, when you're at the table, you say the daily special. Yeah. And some people will be like, oh, what a nice accent. Can you say it again?
Well, you know what? My wife and I were at an Italian restaurant recently, and the waitress was directly from Italy, spoke very, very good English. But I agree, when she rolled out the specials of the day, it made them sound that much more enticing.
Yeah.
It definitely, you're in an Italian restaurant, it sounds very authentic.
Vincenza, can you maybe recite a couple of the menu items in Italian? I'd love to hear you speak in Italian.
Pappardelle bolognese.
The pasta bolognese.
Yeah.
It already tastes better.
It does.
Say SpaghettiOs.
No way.
She wanted to say it.
Some nice SpaghettiO.
I like it.
Can you do me a favor? It says here, Jenny is born in Albania. I'd be curious to hear what that accent's like.
Hi, Jenny. Good morning.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm driving. 1 second, please.
That's okay. 1 second, please.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So you're born in Albania?
Yes, I am, and I was.
Okay.
And then I moved to Greece when I was 20. I lived there for a good 7 years.
Where's Shakira from? Is she Colombian?
Shakira. Oh.
She has a sexy accent.
Yes, and I look like her a little.
Good for you.
I want that bathtub photo, too.
Jenny, what is your
compliment?
What is your real name, though?
Yes, my name is not Jenny. It's Nejmia.
Najia.
It's a pleasure listening to you speak.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. We appreciate it.
No, thank you. When I worked for a year, I live in Springfield. Go Delco.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, let's get
classic
for some
Delco.
pizza.
She has a classic Delco accent.
That's right. Yeah. I'll take you out for some water ice.
She's got to come in and visit us. Can you come in the studio sometime?
Oh, that would be amazing.
All right. Well, hang on. We'll get your information. We'll tell you how to do that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so
Hold on
much.
just a second. No problem.
We need to get a lot of
accent, Kim.
And I think it should just be exclusively women with sexy accents.
Yeah. But get a lot of different accents in there sometimes.
We should get like
United Nations Day.
International Day. Yeah.
Exactly.
I like it.
Our next guest is back in town. We love having him here in our studio. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and then through the weekend. You know him, of course, from years at Saturday Night Live and a gazillion different movies. And from this particular clip. Please welcome John Lovitz to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful to see you again, sir. Welcome back to Philly. Oh, yeah. This is a picture. Did you post this recently? Is that what is this from? We saw they put this up on our monitor earlier. It's you in sunglasses, and you look.
Yeah,
like
that's in Hawaii at the Royal Hawaiian.
Oh.
I was very happy.
Oh,
I love Hawaii, and I'm laying on the beach. So I just took a picture. And
Well, you brought your dog with you today. That's pretty. You travel with your dog?
Yeah, his name's Jerry Bruckheimer III.
Jerry Bruckheimer.
Yeah, you saw him. If I was on Celebrity Apprentice, he was on that, and then he was on the show Animals. I did an intro to it's a cartoon on HBO, and they go, come back. We want to film your intro, and we want Jerry to be in it. I bring him everywhere. It's his great company.
Traveling with him? Do you have to make any special accommodations or?
Well, when I fly, I had to get him a pilot's license.
Get him an actual pilot's license.
Yeah, so they go. I go. He's the backup pilot.
Oh,
wow.
wow.
All right, and then he sits up with the pilots.
So he gets to go. He gets cockpit access.
Yes.
Wow.
But he's
that's
small
amazing.
enough; he can go right under the seat. Right? Is that? Do you have to pay for that,
Well,
or is he a carry-on? Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to talk.
Okay, I see.
Let's just say accommodations have
Let's
been
just
made.
say I have a deal with the government. I could
Is
tell
he a
you, but then I'd
TSA?
have to kill you. I'm not allowed to say it.
Has it been, John, 27 years since?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, my God, that's hilarious.
Him and Arnold Schwarzenegger making a face. Oh, that's a great
That's
picture.
hilarious.
Yeah, his underbite. So you see Arnold there doing it. Yeah.
Are you friends with Arnold?
Yes.
Cool. You know what?
You know what? That's such a good story.
Well, I met him on SNL years ago. Yeah, I've just met him over the years. He always teases me. He teases his friends if he likes you. He goes, like I was on Celebrity Apprentice. He goes, John, have you ever seen a gym from the inside?
So, athletics and the world of sports. You worked with Conor McGregor on a project.
It was to it was like four like sketches,
right,
to sell this horse race called Pegasus. It was in Florida. It was like the richest purse ever in the history of horse racing, like $12 million. So they hired. The idea was the Conor goes, I'm great and I can do anything. I'm going to be a jockey, and I was played his trainer
for him to become a jockey.
Yeah, and he's a really nice guy. He's really funny.
Yeah.
And charming, yeah. And I said, and I really meant this. I said, you know what? You could be an actor.
I love this.
He'd never done anything, and every question he had was like spot on. His instincts were just spot on.
Will you shut up?
Sorry. Oh, that League of Their Own.
I love that clip.
You know what happened? We're shooting that movie. It's not ADD, but you playing it. We're shooting that movie, and the cow kept moving. We're in a farm in Indiana, so I would stop. Like if you're doing a movie outside, and all of a sudden there's a plane, they always go plane, stop. You know?
Right.
So the cow was like really loud, so I'd stop. And so Penny, after the third time, Penny yells at me, "Why are you stopping?" I go, "Because the cow." She goes, "Well, tell it to shut up. I can do that." She goes, "Yeah." I go, "All right, fine." I was like, she's yelling at me. The cow kept interrupting the scene. So it did it again. And then I was and I just like let it have it. And then
Will you shut up?
I have to tell you one funny thing, and I know we're going to wrap up in a second. I was watching. I was watching your interview with Larry King. And we got to meet Larry King, and
yeah, he's a nice man.
He's very
funny,
nice, but a wizened, kind of like a gargoyle. He was hunched over. In that interview,
well, he's in his 80s.
I know, but you're sitting there across the table, and it looks like he's waiting for you to cut his steak. It's what it looks like.
Well, he had a heart problem, so he's got really, really thin. You know,
he looks really thin. Yeah,
he's very.
He was thin to begin with, but
he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to see because 30 years ago you see him and he's like, "Hi, how are you?" You know, and he's like healthy. You know, you get older and you age. Yeah. I was just Dustin Hoffman. He just had I was just there. He had a surprise 80th birthday party. Yeah. And you see him, you go, "You're 80." He seems like he's I just turned. Well, not sexty.
Sexty.
Yeah, but people, "You're sexty," and I go, "Thank you." But you wouldn't look. It's like shocking, and he's,
how good he looks, Hoffman, or
well, yeah, he's got all his hair and he's got all his energy, and you don't.
It's just it's the luck of the draw.
Well, you think of 80, and you go you think of a guy like hobbling, and he's like, "Hi, how are you gonna say? What's new?" You know.
Look at friggin' Clint Eastwood. Bob.
Oh, there's. Oh, you keep throwing. I don't get it. This is radio, and you keep throwing up pictures. Or do people watching this online?
Well, they
and you
can,
didn't
but
tell
this-
me?
Yeah, no, this is a top flight operation. It's just a good point of reference, but that's Larry kind of hunched over there, and you're actually
Yeah,
looking like-
Larry's looking at me going, I want to eat what he's eating. Looks like he wants looking at me going, I'll eat him. He
was an
looks
interesting
hungry. He's like,
dynamic.
I'm going to this interview's over. I'm taking a bite out of his neck. Look at all that fat. He doesn't need it.
It is great to see you, John. Thanks for coming by again. We
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. John Lovitz. And the last birthday is novelist Danielle Steele.
Oh my God, another one who ruled the world for a while.
Yeah. What were some of the?
Oh, they're all titles like a Love Forgotten, Swept on the Wind.
Yeah.
Eat My Butt.
I don't think she had
That's
that
when she
one.
got her. She started to lose it there a little bit. Suck my ass.
Suck my
It's when her contract renegotiation wasn't going well.
Suck my ass. A novel by Danielle Steele.
New to the bookshelves, a novel by Danielle Steele. Suck my ass. His name was Lance Trace. She was Velma.
She sucked his ass.
And eventually she sucked his ass. There, I saved you $2.
But her books were made into countless mini-series with people like Joan Collins and, does she still write?
I don't know. She's 70 years old today, so happy birthday. Yesterday, I'd mentioned that there was something personal and slightly embarrassing that I might share with you guys, a little story. In the long and short of it, I got busted spanking it the other night.
Oh, man.
All right, where and when?
Trust me, I'm going to give you the full story.
Were you standing up on your bed? Or?
I was bouncing on one leg in the shower. No. So let me set the stage here. So this is...
It was cheer practice.
This is Friday. I played a golf outing that day right after work. Hung out for the after events and hosted that, and then came home and of course at the end of the golf outing,
we're scheduled to have John Gries on. What's the?
I don't know. He confirmed yesterday, and so I just texted him and asked if he's ready to go, and haven't heard back yet. So we do have a backup plan.
Plays Uncle Rico in Napoleon Dynamite. There's an event coming up at the Keswick Theater on Sunday. I'm going to give him just a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And otherwise, we'll move on to our next guest.
We can flip.
Who is promptly arrived and
Yes.
ready to go. But we'll give Uncle Rico just a moment here, or Laszlo, or whatever you want to call it.
You know Uncle Rico.
But I have a moment to. I have a couple things that can kill a little bit of time if we need it. I did get a follow-up email from a guy named John Green concerning Dingus Day.
The day after
which
Easter.
is on Monday. The day after Easter is a Polish. I don't know if you call it a holiday or what.
Well, Bill
but
Weston knew about it out
He
of
did,
Buffalo.
yeah.
They said
did.
Polish-Ukrainian.
Did they?
Yeah, well, that's what you said on Monday.
I think they were in well, anyhow.
Whatever.
It's a thing.
I wish they all could be Polish-Ukrainian girls.
And I got this email from John. He says, "Hey guys, I thought you might find this interesting and timely. I live in Bangkok, and Dingus Day made me think of something called Songkran.
Songkran,
which is this Thursday, the 13th to Saturday, and the tradition is water games. People walk around with super soakers and have water fights.
So it's a little bit like the dingus element of throwing water on people.
Because there was throwing water.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
part of Dingus Day. And he said, in 2019, when I was here for Songkran, was the last water games because of COVID. You usually won't get shot if you don't have a gun, but I did get soaked anyway. Who cares? It's supposed to be 99 on Thursday and 100 on Friday.
You know what they're
That's he
adopted?
said.
They adopted the methodology that Predator uses. Remember, Predator wouldn't come after you if you didn't have a weapon.
That's right.
That's probably where they got it from.
Predator wouldn't come after you if you didn't have a weapon?
Right. If you had a weapon, if you were coming, remember, like in the first one, he had to see a weapon, or in other words,
some kind of threat.
The woman starts to pick up a machete or something, and they, no. And
God, I don't remember that. I guess it wasn't worth his time. It didn't seem like sport.
Yeah.
If you didn't have
it's
a
like putting
fighting
meatballs on a
chance.
grilled cheese sandwich.
It's a lot like
Just
that.
don't do it.
All right, our guest's on the line, ready to go.
Here we go.
We're excited to talk to him. It's the 20th anniversary of Napoleon Dynamite. That absolutely
blows my mind.
That tweaks my melon.
Yeah.
Because it does not seem like it's that long ago. But what a great movie. And Nick, you've actually been to an event where some of the cast of Napoleon Dynamite have been for a Q&A.
Yeah, John Heder and Efren Ramirez were at the one that I went to a few years ago, and they're just really fan-friendly, and they love talking about the movie, which is cool.
So John Heder and Efren Ramirez will be at this event this Sunday at 7:30 at the Keswick Theater for Napoleon Dynamite, a conversation with. And also joining them will be our guest who is on the line now. What is this? Oh, good call with the music. He played Uncle Rico, amongst other great roles. Please welcome Mr. John Gries to the show today. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey. Hi, guys. How's it going?
We're doing great, man. Thanks for joining us today.
Sure.
Hey, and congratulations. Before we get into Napoleon Dynamite, White Lotus, amazing, fantastic. That's you must be so happy how well that was received.
Oh, it's such a great show. You know, sometimes you get lucky enough to get into a show that not only is it a great show, but it's people find it. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can do stuff that nobody ever finds. You know, I was on a show on Adult Swim called Dream Corp LLC for 3 seasons. And I love that show, but it just never really caught fire. I think there was about 14 people that saw it.
Well, you've had like a 50-year career. You were 11, I think. You were in a film, Will Penny with Charlton Heston. Your dad.
I was 9.
9.
Oh my God.
So you've been working for a long time, and then the whole story about your association with Napoleon Dynamite. At that point in your career, you'd kind of made the conscious decision to step away from acting and concentrate more on writing, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so how and there was sort of like a weird industry bank shot that got you into consideration for Napoleon Dynamite, right?
Yeah, well, Jory White, who cast Napoleon Dynamite, had called me, and he wanted me to, he couldn't believe that I was quitting, and I was like, boy, you see something I sure don't. I was like, yeah, I'm trying to do a paradigm shift here. I just want to do something different. And he was casting a film called The Big Empty. Actually, he'd already cast it, and an actor had dropped out of it. The film with Kelsey Grammer and John Favreau and Daryl Hannah. And so I said, does it pay? I'll come and do it. I hadn't worked in a little while. It'd been about 8 months or 10 months since I'd last worked, because I was writing, and I just said, yeah, I'll come. I'll make a couple of bucks, right? And then the film was a lot of fun to work on, and then I came back, back to the drawing board, so to speak, and then about, 4 months later, the phone rang again, and it was like, hey, we're doing this film, And I was like, oh, well, let me read it. And I read the first 15 pages. I called him back. I was like, yeah, I'm doing it.
Wow.
Yeah.
John, I saw an interview yesterday with Eddie Murphy where he talked about when making a movie, you don't always know in the middle of making the movie if it's a good film or not, but you do know if it's a bad movie. And I'm curious as to what your impression was while you were in the middle of making Napoleon Dynamite, because it is so odd. And it took a while, kind of like White Lotus, actually, to find an audience. But then once it did, it just really became this cult hit. So what were your impressions while in the middle of it?
Oh, no, I think we all felt that the film was special. We really did. In fact, it's a funny story. A couple of people I know who are in distribution in L.A., I called them and I said, I'm working on this little indie film, and I think somebody's going to want to get this movie. I mean, this film could make $2 million.
$2 million.
Yeah, So, and they were all like, yeah, all right, well, just a couple of them didn't even call me back. In fact, one of them later said she will never not take my call again.
John, I'm curious how often you hear this, because my initial reaction to Napoleon Dynamite was I didn't get it. I was like, this is this is too weird for me. This is offbeat. It's a little avant-garde, a little odd. And upon subsequent viewings, it became laugh out loud hilarious for me, which is, I think, a sign of a movie that's got legs.
It's the Adam McKay thing we talked about. You see, and you're like, oh my God, this is great.
Do people mention that to you? Is that a common refrain? Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, it just was one of those things, and I mean, I think that's why the film to this day here we're doing these screenings, and people are coming, and they're coming in droves. I mean, you know, we just did three different cities in Texas, and I mean, we were sold out, 1,300, 1,400 seats, you know. And I think it's just that I think there's a spirit in this film that people just really embrace, and there's a, you know, we live in crazy times, and this film has a kind of simplicity and inclusiveness, and it engenders kind of a positivity that I think that somehow people really cleave onto. You know?
Well, yeah, it's an underdog story, and what I loved is, and you can tell me if this is not true, it might be just part of false legend, that the director-writer, Jared Hess, described Uncle Rico as part David Hasselhoff, Burt Reynolds, and Elvis.
That's when he said, that was like his first thing he said to me, and I said, say no more.
That's great.
How much, I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't mean to interrupt. How much latitude were you given in improvisation, or was it mainly, this is how, you know, these are the lines, or did you have some freedom?
This is something that's really important, and we really emphasize this whenever we talk about this movie. This screenplay, written by Jared Hess and his wife Jerusha Hess, they both sat there together and wrote it, was so freaking perfect.
Yeah.
That you didn't want to improvise. In fact, there was one actor that came on board, and I'm not going to mention their name because it could be a woman.
Okay.
It could be a man who was only for a very short time, who tried to start, you know, who was trying to, you know, zhuzh up their part, whatever they do. You know, they trying to add little more, throwing little ad libs. And I could see, you know, Jared was very young when we were making this movie. I think he had his 23rd birthday while we were making this film. And I could see the tension in his neck, you know, and I stood up and I walked over and I said, do you want me to say something to keep this in line? And he goes, would you please? And I walked over and I said, just follow my lead and please don't say anything. We're not improvising on this at all. We'll just stick to the script. Let's just go with the script.
But
you know, and this person was like totally amenable to it. You know, I understand that they, you know, people sometimes come and they want to add more things to it. And especially that they hadn't been on set and worked with us and had, you know, hadn't really seen how this was going. But yeah, we really stuck to this script. It was very, very little improvisation.
You know what? I would say this though, and I think this is what you and Heater and Ephraim Ramirez. You like take for example the classic, one of your multitude of classic lines and moments, and Uncle Rico wanting to throw the football, betting he could throw the football over the mountain range. What you do facially is like you're looking off into the distance, and you convey with the subtlety. I know I'm full of BS, but I kind of think I could do it still. You know, and that's a subtle thing, and everyone brings that because it is a lower key movie in many aspects. You know, the characters are all metered to some level, but what you guys did within your various lanes was fantastic.
You know, it was really amazing how it all came together that way. I feel like every role in that movie is just to me perfection. You know, I mean, even the kid who pushes him into the locker. You know, like that guy. You know, his name is Bracken. He was like went to high school with Jared Hess's younger brother, and that's what he did.
Oh,
and they just that's who he was. And they just said, why don't we just get him to be the guy that he always was?
The douchebag. That's perfect.
And they were like, yeah, and we'll just pay him in chips and Pepsi.
John, I'll tell you how lasting the movie is, and how much your impression and your role in the movie has made over the years. When I'll go back and watch other shows, or see you in White Lotus, or see you on Lost, or even, you know, I think you had a bit role on Seinfeld once, and then you see that again, you say, "Oh, did you know that that's Uncle Rico?" And that's not at all disrespect to you. It's just what an iconic role Uncle Rico was the first time around. Does that make sense?
Oh, I sure. I don't think it's disrespectful. Although my part in Seinfeld wasn't a bit part. I mean, there was two episodes. Maybe you missed the other one.
It was Rusty the Bum. You were Rusty the Bum.
Yeah, I was Rusty the Bum. No. In all truth, no. It never bothers me. Never. In fact, I love it when people, connect the dots and say, and that to me is a compliment. That if I can change that much from role to role, then I'm doing something that's has a modicum of what my job is supposed to be.
Yeah. Is there sort of a mental Rorschach test that happens if someone either says, "Hey, Rusty the Bum," or "Hey, Laszlo," or "Hey, Uncle Rico"? To you.
That's what they always used to say. Laszlo would be the guy that And then I did a series on NBC for those who would stay home on Saturday nights, because most people don't. But it was a show called The Pretender, and I played a character named Brutes, and people would say, "Oh, Brutes." Just once in a while these things will pop up, but I think that now Greg has kind of eclipsed everybody.
Oh man!
Well, Real Genius and the Laszlo character, Martha Coolidge, I believe, is the director of that.
Yeah.
So that movie for me, that's kind of a litmus test movie. If I show that to someone and they don't enjoy it, I'm not sure.
We can't be friends.
Yeah, because I remember it was such an epiphany because it took it seemed like it was going to go down a path of standard tropes and then just inverted it in the most brilliant way. And I mean, Val Kilmer and all these people. Any particular recollection from that film and that set that stands out to you?
Well, it's interesting that you're talking about in kind of putting a kind of a genre on its side, and I think Napoleon Dynamite does the same thing.
Yes,
it inverts those tropes, as you're saying. Real Genius. First off, it was shot by the great Vilmos Zsigmond, which a lot of people don't know.
No, legendary. Deliverance. One of the great cinematographers of all time.
Yeah, he did Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yeah. He did Deer Hunter. I mean, he's a freaking legend. And I remember when we were shooting one day, he turned and he goes, I think this movie would be a very good movie. And again, Real Genius, another one, did not find its audience when it came out in the theaters. It got great reviews, and it didn't do well. The three science movies came out all at the same time: Real Genius, My Science Project, and Weird Science.
Yeah.
And Weird Science, trumped all of them because it had a beautiful woman.
Yes.
Who was made by two young boys who were it filled a fantasy that we weren't going to win.
Right. No, but it has definitely stood the test of time. It is still well worth watching. And if you're a popcorn lover, there's no better movie. So.
Hey, yes, this is true. This is true. John, before White Lotus, had you and Jennifer Coolidge crossed paths at all?
No, we had come close because I was supposed to be in Gentlemen Broncos, but the schedule that I was working on Dream Corp at the time, and it just I would have crossed paths with both Mike White and Jennifer Coolidge because they both did Jared Hess's film Gentlemen Broncos, which is such an unusually but bizarre and very funny movie, and I would have met her then, but no, we never had. We had never crossed paths.
You seemed to be kind of kindred spirits in that you will pick these oddball characters and bring them to life. And I thought maybe you guys connected on that a little bit.
We actually, that's a great question, because really, as we sat and we spent a lot of time together in Hawaii, as we did in Sicily too. Mm-hmm. And had become really great friends, but we would do exactly that. Usually I would let her take the lead because I would never insinuate that my career was, as the trajectory of my career was anywhere near some of the things that she had done. I think, she's iconic, But she would do it and say, you know, you and I, we're the same. We've done the same thing. It's our, you know.
That's great.
I mean,
she's
our legacy.
Stifler's mom, for crying out loud.
John, of the 2 seasons, which was the better location to shoot for White Lotus? Because they are unbelievably beautiful. It was Maui, I think the 4 seasons for season 1, and then obviously Sicily for season 2.
Well, I'm going to say definitely season 2, only because in Maui, it was really during the heart of COVID, prior to vaccine, and so we were locked in on that resort. We couldn't go anywhere. We could not leave the grounds. We were only allowed to go to the beach right directly in front of the hotel. So it was you know, it was an amazing adventure that we had this place to ourselves. I mean, the crew, the cast, and even all the background actors. So we were all there together, you know, staying in this place, which was a lot of fun. And the same thing pretty much in Sicily. I mean, you know, we all didn't stay at the same hotel in Taormina when we were there, but it was you know, it was so much more adventurous because it was culturally really kind of amazing, and you know, we weren't stuck in the grounds of a hotel, and we were able to just venture. And I did. I mean, I was there for over 3.5 months, and I think I worked in that time like 17 days. So I just was tripping around. You know.
Take advantage of it. Another movie that looms large, because you could spend hours just talking about your various separate projects, but I know Monster Squad is one that comes up a lot for you. And I was doing some research about that, and I was a little deflated to hear that it wasn't you in the werewolf makeup. How did that happen?
That's it's really funny that you bring that up. But, you know, I was doing Running Scared with Peter Hyams, and he kind of on set one day, he turned to me and said, "Hey, I'm executive producing this kind of horror genre film. Would you be willing to do it?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll do it. You know, whatever you want." And then I do remember calling him at one point saying, "Dude, the guy who's in the suit is just, he's like not getting it. He's not getting the subtlety of this character. Well, he was much bigger than I am. So I wanted to have a guy that was like, you know, he was like 6'4" and, you know, 240 pounds, you know.
Right.
And, you know, I'm 5'11" and like 160 on a good day, you know, so like I understood that, but I felt like the guy was like doing it a bit like a backwoods carnival show when you walk through a madhouse and he comes up and he kind of holds up his hands and goes,
No, you're right, because you're listen, that is a beloved movie for so many kids and anyone who grew up and caught it. And you played the human version before it transforming as a sympathetic, right? You're a sympathetic character, and none of that came through when he became the werewolf.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, I really don't want to malign anybody because
we don't know who it is.
To be honest, the guy wasn't. I don't think he was an actor. I think he was a stuntman, or you know, so. He was just doing the best that he could do, and I stupidly didn't like sit down with him and say, "Let's talk about this guy." You know, I mean, I just wasn't sophisticated enough to go, "Hey, let's find some like little funny things about this character that we can bring in." You know, it was one of the frustrations when I was doing the film.
Well, there's no frustration with Napoleon Dynamite.
No.
Yeah, and that's the focus of the conversation here.
So speaking of that, Napoleon Dynamite conversation is going to be this weekend. It's at the Keswick Theater. It's a Sunday 7:30 p.m. show. There are tickets available at keswicktheater.com. And not only John, but John Heder and Ephraim Ramirez will be there. 20 years that this movie's been out.
Well, it'll actually be. It's not quite 20 years now. We're 19. We don't want to rush this.
Well, I figure with the tour 2004, we're going to call it 20, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
2004 to now.
Yeah.
Well, I know you love these interactions with the fans, so it should be a great night on Sunday, and we've certainly.
It really is. It's what we do love. It is interactive. I mean, we hear some amazing stories. People don't always just come up and ask questions. They come up and tell what this experience has been to them, and we've had some amazing, gut-wrenching stories of people who have been, in Afghanistan, in the military, in Iraq, and how they would watch it every single night. And just to kind of keep their spirits up when times were really hard. I mean, we've heard some crazy, amazing stories, and, we just kind of sit there and can't even speak. We just like, oh, gosh, didn't realize the power of just, a 2 hour, or hour and a half bit of entertainment.
It's a great legacy. It's a great legacy to be associated. Your whole career is a whole collection of those legacies. And you got to promise when we're able to do it and you're in town, we can get you in the studio.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. John, great catching up with you. Thanks for coming on this morning. Good luck with everything.
All right. Thank you.
You got it.
So
John Gries. He's awesome. Fantastic. And so great in White Lotus, too. Just, you got to love it.
He also was Ben Linus's father in Lost.
Yeah.
Talking
That's
about Lost.
Oh, my God. All right, well, listen, we got more stuff to talk about. We have a guest who's been patiently waiting.
Yes.
We appreciate his patience. There's an event that is coming up this weekend as well, Saturday and Sunday at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. I love this type of thing. It's from noon to 8 p.m. These is a long events, which is great. It is the World Oddities Expo, and we are very happy to welcome Mr. Adam Hutter to the show today. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, and a happy belated Dingus Day.
Dingus Day. Happy Dingus Day.
You know
to
Dingus
sir.
Day.
Where are you from, by the way, Adam? Where do you call home?
I call home South Jersey.
Oh, no
I have
kidding.
a business here in Philly, so it's
awesome.
So you have to plan in a lot of travel when you're doing shows here and traveling all the way from South Jersey.
He's actually been here in this studio before.
Really?
He's boys with Bob Dodge.
Oh, there we go.
Bob has been one of my dearest friends for a very long time.
We just saw him. We were doing during the Super Bowl run. He was doing some Eagles tattoos for some listeners.
I brought a little piece of a nostalgia since you brought that up right away.
Okay.
This was my first show in 2018, and one of the cabinet cards for one of the promo flyers has a picture
Bob
of
Dodge
on it.
There you go. Wow.
So, Adam, how many years has the World Oddities Expo been taking place? I'm going to move this mic a little bit closer to you there. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
Much better. There we go. Okay. How many years now?
I'd say we started in about 2017.
Okay.
First show ended up happening in 2018.
And then the original oddities, things of that nature, Ripley's Believe It or Not, stuff like that, that all falls in the same wheelhouse, I would assume, right?
Yeah, but I would say we go a little bit further back. Like, for instance, the Victorian era.
Right.
There was a lot of peculiarity to that. There was anthropomorphic taxidermy, which is animals mounted as people.
Yeah.
A Walter Potter wedding was a kitten wedding. It was an entire procession of kittens being married.
Right.
And that was 1800s, I believe. We just added a class at the show that I'm really proud of. It's Victorian mourning art. And it wasn't just for mourning, but we call it that because it's a good buzzword.
Yeah.
But essentially, you would take hair from your loved ones, and you would make these beautiful flowers with their hair for your new child.
Mourning as in mourning the loss of
People had passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but also just for a sweetie or your new kid. And so it's essentially flowers made of the hair of your loved ones, and they would make these elaborate wreaths.
It's
and
fascinating.
Collectors skin each other for them, and now we have this class where you can sit there, and the hair's clean. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But
And
you
learn how to
can
do it.
build
You're not just ripping it off the corpses on the.
We shave patrons. We ask them at their door, and we have them sign the waiver, and then we just shave them.
Okay.
All right,
No, that's not real.
So, Adam, with the oddities, are you the sole exhibitor of this, or are there multiple people that bring in their oddities and share these stories as well? I'm just curious how the format is of the show.
I am the ringleader.
You're the ringleader.
And I've been doing this for a very long time, but we have hundreds of vendors and dozens of guest presenters and live entertainers. It's really even hard to qualify what it is sometimes because it really is just like a peculiar paradise where any form of art or education is welcome as long as it's interesting.
How about verificating? What's the word I'm looking for?
Verifying.
Verificating.
Get the blue check.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, how's it about verifying the validity of some of these objects and things like that, the history of them, make sure they're legitimate and so on?
Well, that comes with experience and I guess a good team.
Okay.
Yeah.
We tap into a lot of historians and a lot of scientists for a lot of verification of any sort of antiquity. But aside from that, just a lot of biologists and marine biologists. For me personally, I was raised in Florida, and I'm not really a sports guy. So I spent most of my time trying not to get eaten.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
cataloging insect and marine life, which is not cool. And then
Right.
somewhere later, this subculture reemerged since the Victorian era, and people just absolutely went gaga over
Well, Adam, there's the subculture now has become a much more mainstream, and I will credit a lot of the cable shows that have come up. You talk about having your crew of people to verify things, even on friggin' porn.
Pawn stars.
Porn stars. They have
Not
their
porn stars. Pawn stars.
I said porn.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you
okay.
said porn.
It did not sound like
All right.
you said I was like, oh.
I said
where are we going
they're
with this?
dramatically different. Anyway, but in any way, so that they have their collective of people who will verify these things, and there are entire shows that are based on this kind of stuff. What is it? The Storage Wars guys will come and they'll find. Sometimes, Preston, they'll go into a storage unit that has a lot of this stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, too, there's a lot of people that want to qualify things. Everybody needs to put something in a box.
Right.
But it's not just antiquity. As far as I'm concerned, if it's interesting, I'm interested. I've had conversations with woodworkers that make live edge cutting boards, which are very in style right now.
Which is what now?
A live edge cutting board is essentially just you don't shave the bark. And so you have that sort of industrial chic.
Okay.
But if you have a conversation with those woodworkers, they become a amateur botanist. They start telling you about the hardwoods and the dexterities and where it's found. And
that's cool.
I love hearing about people's passions, and so we throw a lot of that into the soup.
Well, we were excited to hear that you were bringing by some items for us to check out that are going to be a part of the expo. And so I'm sitting here in my vantage point. I have this page in front of me, and it was blocking my view. And I stepped over here, and I saw something horrifying sitting on the table next to Nick here. No, right here, right by your
Adam
left
right
hand.
here, yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah.
It's a jar with a preserved some type of living thing. Is that a monkey?
It
or
is
what
definitely
is that?
not a living thing. It has not been living for about 30 years.
Well, I'm saying
but
it was a living thing. It was an organic.
It was. It's still organic.
Breathing something or the other. What the hell is that?
So it's a monkey that was skinned out for taxidermy maybe 35 years ago. And I purposefully pointed it at you. I'm sorry, Nick. But I was just like, let's just see how long before he even acknowledges that it's just staring at him with his dead little eyes. But essentially, to preserve these things for science and catalog them taxonomically has been like a lifetime passion of mine. But there's also a huge culture of people that are just into it for the aesthetic value.
You have the Muter Museum in town, right? Muter or Mutter, Nick? How's it pronounced? Muter.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So this city prides itself on the bazaar.
So I don't know if this is correct, but I've also heard Mutter, which means
Mutter?
German which means mother in German.
All I know is there's an umlaut on top of that bad boy.
So it's actually the College of Physicians.
Yeah.
And it was Mutter's collection was housed there because he wanted it housed in a fireproof building when he died. Those are life goals for me.
Oh.
My storage unit is weird.
Okay. Yeah. No, but this is your bread and butter, so to speak. So we have the skeletal remains of this chimp. And
a monkey. Not
monkey.
A chimp.
I'm sorry.
That's protected.
Okay. Yeah. And so, do you indulge in taxidermy yourself, or?
So I'm not a taxidermist. Per se, but I can prep a lot of the taxidermy work. In fact, when you were talking about porn stars earlier, it brought to mind a couple of weeks ago that an adult film star who was one of my assistants was helping me skin out a two-headed cow.
Oh.
And essentially, that brings me to my next point. I'll try to make it quick.
Okay.
But I do something called plastination.
Right.
Which is cellular impregnation of polymer.
Yeah.
Essentially, I create the vacuum of space in my shed, and I can use that my lab to replace the water molecules in tissue with a polymer catalyst mixture. And so I brought one of these little guys. And so this helps us make use of the carcasses. This is actually called a thoracopagus conjoined twin, and it's a piglet. But you can see there's two full lower bodies.
Yeah.
And it's entirely rubberized. I mean, you could throw it across the room and it'd be just fine for 100 years.
So you could play wiffle ball with that.
You can. And you guys are welcome to check it out, hold it, touch it. Just don't throw it at the wall. That's for me.
So that's similar to the bodies exhibit that was popular several years ago.
It is.
Similar process.
It's still popular. There's one in Allentown right now, not to plug somebody, but you know, it's amazing to see.
It is. I've been to one,
I go in there and I look at that thing and I'm like, all right, that took 100 hours and 20 people.
Yeah. Wow.
And good on him.
You know, it immediately makes me think of John Carpenter's The Thing, when the mid-morphing of creatures melding together.
Absolutely.
That's what that looks like.
Yeah. And from an anatomical perspective, I have a friend, he's a zookeeper and a biologist, and one of my favorite pastimes, and way cheaper than therapy.
Yeah.
We go to the movies when there's any type of biological thing. It's Jurassic Park to Godzilla to The Thing. We go there together, and we speculate on the creature creation. What taxonomic groups they use to create these, especially like Avatar, we go nuts.
Right, very cool.
By the way, if you're tuning in, it's Adam Hutter, or is it Hooter? I don't know.
There's an umlaut.
Hutter is with the World Oddities Expo, which is going to be Saturday and Sunday at the Pennsylvania Convention Center. You can get tickets at WOE, which stands for World Oddities Expo. WOETOTHE. Woe to thee. .com. I love that.
THEE.
THEE. To thee. All right, very good.
Yeah, we fancy.
Looking at some of the other items, because I do want to hear some of the stories of these. I'm glancing at, now dolls can be quite horrifying to some people. And we have a very old-looking doll with the top of the head missing.
Sort of a Karloff Frankenstein look to it.
Yeah, the eyes are missing as well. And this looks to be fairly old. What age is that? Any idea? As far as how long ago was it made?
Early 1900s, yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't going to say how old is the doll.
Right. Yeah.
But so essentially I was told, let's do a show and tell. And I can't qualify in words how hard that is when your home looks like mine.
Okay.
And so I just grabbed some of the most interesting aesthetic things that I wanted to put in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one of them is just this German porcelain doll from the early 1900s. And she has no eyes and she has no hair, but somebody like had her in a scrap pile at an estate sale, and I just couldn't bear for her to go in the trash can because they said that she was possessed and what.
So there's an Annabelle quality to this, supposedly?
Listen, I'm sorry, and I respect whatever anybody thinks, but I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Okay. So what was the doll in its original condition? Would you conjecture had a flat head like that, or was that after the factory?
There was a secondary piece that had the eyes in it, and it had probably real human hair because of the age.
Interesting.
And I just kind of carry it around because it's disconcerting, vaguely threatening.
It's creepy. Well, let's move on to some of the other stuff because you got some big ass things here.
Yeah, it looks like a cat or a cow skull.
Yeah.
With goggles
and a gas
mask on. What's that all about, Adam?
So. Could you bring me that razor? And
bring me the cow head with the gas mask.
He says Razor. That's her
the
name.
Snake. Yeah, Razor and Myrissa.
Okay.
All right.
Here, put her to bed.
Yeah.
All right.
So that is actually a war horse, a Percheron horse.
What's Percheron mean?
One of the big breeds is the Percherons, Belgians, Clydesdales.
Okay.
We've all heard of.
So it's depicted in the movie War Horse, in the World War I.
They did ride them into battle, yeah.
Yeah.
And so this is new old stock, but it's wearing a gas mask. So it didn't actually see any combat, but these are Soviet era horse gas masks.
So they would of course that stands to reason. If you're going into a gas warfare situation,
that's your vehicle.
Yeah.
I didn't even put that together. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. To not wear the gas mask is like a banana in your tailpipe.
Right. Okay.
You get a flat shoe, and then you have to pull the horse over, and you have to call AAA, and it really derails the progress of the battle.
And were there in fact goggles? These are legitimate horse goggles?
These are legitimate horse. the most legitimate horse goggles you will see today.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do very few horse gas masks exist?
I would say that's.
I would have to
No,
say
they
so.
opened up a new place on City Line.
Competitors.
Yeah, sons of bitches.
Yeah.
No, but this is sort of the fascinating. You talk about the history element of what you do. Yeah, it puts a lot of this stuff is a revelation. It's revelatory to me here to see this. But yes, of course, it makes sense.
I mean, I'm sorry to
No,
cut
go ahead.
you off.
No, continue.
You know, we all live a different walk of life here. We individualize our skins and our personalities like a MySpace page, not to date myself.
Right, yeah.
But just the same, I find that when I first started doing this, I was scared to throw in these educational elements.
Yeah.
But we just have so much fun at the show, and there's so many people there now that I find that people really love that. And I used to wonder about that particular element, but really, it is making the education accessible and fun.
Oh, that's absolutely the reason I would want to not just look at these things, but I want to hear about why that is or why that is what it is.
Exactly.
You know, I love that.
Yeah.
So we have a section on the floor amidst, like I said, hundreds of small businesses. We have a section, we call it the Whoa Theater. Whoa everything. World Oddities Expo. I'm Mr. Whoa. Nice to meet you. So the Whoa Theater, we have talks, and they're usually like buddies of mine, I'm proud to say. But we have archaeologists from UPenn that bring in a series of human skulls and talk about those. We have wet specimen techniques. And then right after that, we have a 20-year special effects artist, Doug Sackman of Trauma Theater, and he's going to be teaching you how to do like bullet wounds on a budget from your
Trauma.
kitchen.
Wow.
Oh, we
Another
love
Jersey movie theater, Toxic Avenger.
Toxic
Trauma.
Avenger, yeah. He's going to be there.
Oh, wow.
Lloyd is coming
Lloyd Kaufman?
down. Lloyd will be there to watch the Toxic Avenger with you Saturday evening and Sunday evening.
Lloyd Kaufman in indie film and in horror films and just genre films is legend.
Excellent.
Truly.
All right, we only have time for a couple more things because we have this contest we have to stay on time for. So, what are some other things you want to tell us about, Adam, that you have here? Some of the oddities.
Well, so this is a wet specimen.
Okay.
These are carpet pythons.
All right.
And what's interesting about these is they have two faces. So there's two snakes and they have two faces each. That is called a Parapagus diprosopus in the Latin. And the diprosopus part qualifies it as two faces, and that is actually named after the Greek god of many faces.
So this obviously is an anomaly. You wouldn't find this as a reoccurring.
No, about 1 in 20,000 would exist.
Okay. All right.
And so the fun one about this is that these are brother and sister from the same clutch. So it's two-faced snakes, which makes it an anomalous anomaly.
Right. Okay. Wow. That is wild looking.
I see a peacock's plumage here on
That's
the table.
how the war
as well.
horse would decorate on the weekends.
Okay. When he was headed out.
Yeah.
Sure.
So again, didn't fully understand the assignment, tend to be a little extra. So I brought the headless skin of an 11-foot crocodile.
Okay.
That's about 50 years old. And I brought the entire tail end of a peacock that ironically lost a fight with a fox. And decided he wanted to move in with me when there was nothing left of him.
Oh, wow.
And again, it's really important to source your stuff right, because I don't kill them. They die and leave me everything.
So I know sourcing is really important, but a lot of people are not aware that MMR is actually sending our own oddity out to the show on Saturday.
that's
Jackie
right.
Bam Bam's going to be there.
No kidding.
From 1 to 3 on Saturday, correct?
That's perfect.
That's the one.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
so-
looking forward to officially meeting him. We've been in the same room many times.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've always been close. It's a great honor, really, to be here. But I've always been somewhat close. I've been in this room a few times. I've done Tattoos Day in the next room over, but I kept my head down because it wasn't my party.
Yeah.
And actually, I have a flyer from a show, the only show we ever canceled during the pandemic. We lost the venue because the National Guard had to do counterinsurgency drills in case Philadelphians tried to take over the city of Philadelphia.
Wow.
So they ran drill. And I was like, this is such a big boy problem, I can't even be mad. But the cool thing about that show that never did happen that the graphic designer we use is a talented gentleman named Joe Hodnott. And
I know
Joe-
him. Joe is very talented.
Yeah, and
Joe's a friend of the show.
He is the significant other of the one and only intern Jess.
Yes.
And that was the model for that flyer that I'm
kidding.
holding up.
Oh, that's
here.
We love intern Jess as well.
Yeah. And it started at the beginning. We had another flyer designed, and the model had no mask on.
Yeah.
And then we added the mask. And when I do these things, I look at them and I think to myself that some weirdo 50, maybe 100 years from now is going to find that and think that that's just amazing, because that's what I do.
So someone who follows in your path will be looking at the stuff that you've collected. So listen, I think this is a fascinating thing. Anything on this level is amazing. Again, Preston, I agree so much with the historical aspects of it. Yeah. But you're not going to see stuff like this anywhere else. So wow. So can anyone? Where can one see the layout of the schedule throughout the day, throughout the 8 hours?
I believe that one of my dutiful staff posted that on our Instagram at World Oddities Expo.
All right, very cool.
And like I said, when you get there, it's sort of a sensory overload.
Right.
We have a lot of performative things going on. One of them I'm really looking forward to is called the Not So Silent Cinema. And it's like a drum ritual that I lost a couple vendors when I first did it. It's sort of a shamanist. You feel like you're about to be sacrificed. Okay. And it's a really commanding presence right when you kind of come in the door.
Yeah. No, I hear you. That'll offset some stuff.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're looking at it. Very cool, man. I love this.
I love it. And you can go to woe to the spell with THEE.com. We'll make sure we post information.
already got it.
We already have it on PrestonandSteve.com, so it's easy. But it's this weekend. Talk about something different to go do.
Way different.
Yeah, if you are looking for something fresh, you've got it right here. And it's all day long events, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m., Saturday and Sunday. And hopefully you'll run into Adam, because you're a really cool person, man. Thank you for coming by this morning.
I'm easy to see. I do look like this.
You do look like
this. Is a Wednesday. I didn't dress up for you guys, but I do appreciate you inviting me on.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for being here. Adam Hunter, guys. World Oddities Expo this weekend. All right, we have to stay on time, as close to it as we can. Take a break, come back in a second. MMR's Concert Cash. We got the Bizarre File coming up, too. Stay put. Oh, and breaking news. Foo Fighters just released a new music teaser. We'll have audio when we come back. That's what it says verbatim. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. 93.3.
I sleep in different bedrooms because of our sleeping habits are so completely polar opposite of each other.
The same.
She likes TV on. I can't sleep with the TV on. I like a fan on. She doesn't like the fan on. Blah, 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 so on.
We should sleep together.
I know you and I should sleep together. And maybe we do this together. I don't know. So I'm feeling, feeling kind of antsy.
Oh, man.
I know. Shut up, Kay.
Well, she's not going to appreciate this, but I know what you're looking to do is you need something to sort of help you nod off.
Yes, and well, I was going to nod off anyway, but I felt like rubbing one out.
Okay.
So anyway, and part of my defense is that, look,
you have two hands.
To actually attempt the act with her would have been futile. No. I'd had enough drinks. I was tired. Physically, it wasn't going to happen unless you just let me lay there and be a zombie for a while and you do my business. And that's no fun for both of us. It's just fun for me.
In many ways, you're being a more conscientious husband.
Can you be my lawyer, please?
Because you are. So, well, you wouldn't put her through that.
But listen, so this gets really good.
All right.
Okay. So I popped my laptop up in bed.
Your laptop literally on your lap or on the nightstand next to you?
On the bed. Like, sitting on the bed next to me.
Excellent.
And what?
Do you prop it up like on a pillow or anything like
He just said it's on the bed, yeah.
No, I know.
It's on the bed. I didn't put it up on a pillow.
Okay.
But why? Do you use the pillow method just to raise it to eye level a little bit more?
Yeah. I don't want to hurt my neck.
Okay, so
I sleep with a wedge pillow, so I'm good.
So anyhow, and I put my headphones on.
Wow, you're setting the mood.
There's your fatal flaw.
Yep.
I know. Well, listen.
There's the mistake.
He doesn't want to miss the dialogue.
No, my son's bedroom is right next to mine.
Oh.
I'm being
You are being courteous.
I'm being courteous.
I'm going to jump in here for a second, and you're telling the story, and I apologize. Do you run the risk of, unbeknownst to yourself, making sounds that you're now not aware of because you're wearing headphones.
Dude, I'm not a noisy jerk.
No, you just can't hear anything else.
Oh my God, I'm awesome. I am so good. I know exactly what I want.
What you
I'm the king.
What you can hear is somebody opening the door.
Exactly.
Thank you. And what you also can't perceive is if the room is dark and the hallway is dark.
How long they've been standing there?
That somebody has opened the door and is watching you until you hear the door slam shut.
Oh my
no.
And then I'm like, oh man.
Oh, who was that?
Oh my
It's
God.
gotta be Will.
No, I knew it was her because of how loudly the door closed.
Oh man, you're a jerk.
So
Why is he a jerk? Why is he a jerk?
I don't know. Why was
He's
she
in
mad?
his own
well, hang
room.
on. It gets even better.
Okay.
Okay. So
I'm on her side.
So I
Team Rochelle.
Apparently.
Oh no.
So like I said, a door opens. I have this bright monitor on. I didn't turn the brightness down on the monitor at all. So it's blinding me, essentially. I can't see anything.
When you have a bright light source
in a dark room.
makes everything around darker.
Apparently,
the whole family.
I guess I had sensed maybe something in the room was going on, and I locked eyes with my wife.
Oh, wow.
Unbeknownst to me, I guess I looked towards the door, and I didn't slow down for a second.
So now you're eye contact.
And so apparently I make eye contact for a second or two, and then I go right back to the monitor again.
But you didn't
as if, don't bother me now.
You're throwing off my tempo.
But you didn't really make eye contact with her. You didn't see.
I was looking into the void of darkness.
Right, into darkness.
I don't even remember looking away.
But
But apparently I did.
Oh man.
And that was bad.
That's upsetting.
So
from her perspective. However, if the roles were reversed, the male mind says, "Okay, go with this. I'd like to
jump
join
in
you."
and help you out a little bit.
The female mind, to stereotype, is hurt and rejected.
And that's kind of what I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like you couldn't. It was like you couldn't come and get me.
You looked right at me.
And you looked right at me. We locked eyes. But at that point, in defending myself, I'm like, now wait a minute. I'm like, I swear to God, I didn't see you. And just lock eyes and then go back to what I was doing. There's no way. I would have stopped and gone, you got me.
Did you go to bed afterwards? Like you went to sleep?
Well, I went in and I went into the bedroom and I'm like, I guess you caught me.
By the way, I lost the garage remote.
So
you knew she was mad then at that point?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the door was slammed with enough.
Mm-hmm. We went and we had a short conversation and I was like, well, this isn't going to be resolved tonight. So
okay.
I'm going to bed.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
And I kind of chuckled and she didn't like that very much. And then I guess she didn't like the fact that I was looking at an image. I was watching videos to help this along.
What was the subject matter?
Why is that important?
Because I want to see if we're cycling together. Can I guess?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to say there was a chain of events that might have led. I'm going to go with MILF.
I'm going MILF too. I'm going amateur MILF.
No, I'll just tell you, it was what you would call cougar and kitten.
Oh, okay.
Lesbos.
It was girl on girl.
Hot Lesbos.
Cougar and kitten. So that hot Lesbos. I've had that happen. My wife thought it was hilarious because I know I look like an idiot, specifically because
she busted you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It was hilarious.
Yeah. And so we're same thing, Preston. Separate bedrooms, the whole thing. Claire likes to sleep in Death Valley. I like to sleep as humans sleep, with the modicum of airflow. So, and so she's coming in to put fresh linens in my jar, and I was watching what I was using on the PS3 at the time. So in one hand the video controller, and in the other hand my controller.
Right. So you can jump to your favorite parts if you need to, real quick.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I know that I looked so stupid. I would never want to see what I look like when I'm doing that because I don't like the way I look right now not doing it.
No man would look good doing that.
Oh, my God.
But anyhow, it's funny because the only one that I shared this story with was Casey, and I led with, well, I got busted spanking. And he goes, dude, I get busted all the time.
All the time. In fact, it usually goes the other way. I get mad at her, like, dude, you knew I was up here doing that. You know.
Now let's welcome our former Swedish intern. She's checking in from Gothenburg, Sweden. This is Antonina. Yay! Antonina, how you doing?
I'm good. What about you?
Well, we're warming up to the can that you gave me. How do you pronounce this stuff, by the way?
Surströmming.
Say that again.
Surströmming.
There's no way you can do that.
Surströmming.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, Surströmming. Now,
Surströmming.
now, Antonina brought me this stuff. She said that we have to open this in the studio. Have you yourself opened a can of this before, Antonina?
I haven't.
Well, then why are we doing it?
No!
You have an authentic Swede who's... see, he was lulled by your... he's like, so Antonina says, and Antonina says this, and so we're figuring, well, she's done it before.
Right.
It's something she's done. It's going to be good on-air stuff. It turns out you've never done it.
You said, by the way, that when I open this, it kind of sprays out, and I have to be careful, right?
Yeah. Do you have glasses on?
We have goggles that we're wearing. So, Steve, hold this.
All right.
Right here. Nick, hold this over that in case we get
we're
a spray.
shielding it.
All right.
Okay.
Wait a second. You guys have your humming gagging already. You got your puke buckets ready?
Yeah. Well, they're behind us here.
They're right behind us.
I may need it right here because, listen, the smell of anything dead flesh rotting will make me vomit.
And if you vomit, I might vomit.
Oh, so you're a chain vomiter.
Well, guess what? We're going to daisy chain then because I am as well.
I really do hope somebody throws up, but not me.
All right. And Bill really needs to be in here for this.
I know, but he won't. He won't do it.
Oh, God.
Okay, I don't know.
I am scared crapless.
The dream fruit smell.
I know.
Yeah.
And we're about to dive.
Everyone has to take a
Wait.
big, what do you say? Breathe in, like.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We will.
Inhale.
We will inhale.
Right.
Kathy's high.
All right, I'm going to
hold it down low.
I'm going to start to open this.
Okay. All right.
Here we go. I'm doing it slowly so it doesn't explode. But I'm going to bring the mic down here. Here we go. Hang on. Here we go. Okay. All right.
Oh, God!
It's spraying everywhere.
Oh. Did it get on the floor?
No, but it's like a Viking, an excited
Behind
Viking.
You, Preston. Behind you.
Are you going to throw up? Oh my God.
He's gagging.
Have you guys breathed in yet?
Yes. I can't do this.
Thank God I can't smell it.
This is the worst thing ever. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please stop it. Can we end? We have to end the segment.
Oh my God. I can't even smell it.
This is Casey. Don't ever come over here.
Move this.
Don't
move
this.
this.
No. Oh God, Preston.
No. I'm getting it now.
No.
It's horrible.
Terrible.
Are you going?
This is so. Oh my God, it's getting worse.
You know what? I'm now nostalgic for the durian fruit.
I can't. This is the.
Preston is throwing up.
I can't work here.
Oh! He's gonna go. You remember Preston? Preston almost vomited when we drank mother's milk.
I can't work here.
I can. It's not even the smell that's making me gag. It's Preston gagging.
What are they doing down at Ben?
Come over here.
No, I'm not gonna come over there.
Come on over.
I'm gonna work it.
All right.
He hasn't even opened it all.
All right, so I'm gonna do it. All right, I'm gonna complete it.
No, don't!
Dude, it's.
I don't think you
I'm
need
doing it.
Look at my eyes.
Stop it. Dude, stop.
You sprayed it all over the studio.
Shot in the face.
Oh, I got shot in the face. Literally just shot. It's like a Viking.
I'm so glad I'm over here.
Why did you do that?
Because it's the Viking way, Nick.
It's on Nick's beard. It's stuck in Nick's beard.
God.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. It's on your head.
Okay, I can't.
We made a commitment.
I can
Smell.
I already did.
Okay.
I already did.
Because I'm not breathing out of my nose right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't.
Do you want me to open it with the top?
No, don't open it anymore. Don't open
I
it
swear
anymore.
to God, I'll do it.
Don't open it anymore, dude.
No.
I need a bath.
Don't open it anymore.
I think Nick needs to go home.
I can't believe.
Do you know what this smells like?
Sorry.
Awesome, right?
I'm gonna say it. A really old hooker.
She smells better.
Oh my God. I'm bizarrely enough. I'm
love
okay.
old hookers.
The durian might be a little worse for me than this.
Impressive. Steve, when you open that again and I watch it spray,
Oh my God.
sprayed all over you.
I got it in the face, man.
Casey, it's stuck in Nick's
Somebody get him a tissue or something.
AMOUNT. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, either on the contest page, WMMR.com, via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And all MMR winners get 2 tickets to MMRBQ Saturday, September 16th. Tickets go on sale this Friday, by the way, at 10 a.m. Winners will get a call from Beasley, our company, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. For MMRBQ details, you can text the word finally to 39333 for a link to the information. It is sponsored by Meineke. So again, the word is amount. Text it to 45911. And let's find out if you end up winning the money and the tickets. We do have a final look at traffic. Let's go ahead and get it now. Kathy, what's going on?
An accident on the Schuylkill westbound has it stopped from City Avenue to the Blue Route. Just the right shoulder is getting by. So the accident blocking both lanes.
I'm reading this. I haven't read it yet. She just walked in and handed it to me.
Oh, wow. It's about grilled cheese?
At 9:26.
Breaking news.
At 9:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Foo Fighters. I need to.
You take your glasses off.
I know. At 9:26 a.m., they released a 13-second clip of a new song. It's just music. It's just music with no lyrics.
We go down to Preston Elliott, former foot model and current radio DJ with the news. Preston, what's the story about this Foo Fighters release?
Well, Tom, I've got just guitars, bass, and a prominent drum beat. The post itself has no caption.
Preston, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dave Grohl was the drummer.
Yes, he was. It's an all-white video with the words, "Are you thinking what we're thinking?" written in a faint light gray.
Cryptic.
Alert your colorblind friends that there are words on the video because they might miss them. Okay, and then there's information about their concert dates, which aren't coming to Philadelphia. I guess we'll play some of this.
Yeah.
Here's a 13-second clip of new Foo Fighters music that we'll eventually hear all of.
Shut the f*** up! How did that happen?
That was terrific.
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Dave Grohl.
That's great.
Tell me, Preston, have you ever seen a monkey skeleton?
Just a couple minutes ago, Tom, I actually did.
Interesting.
I assume that it's Dave playing drums. That would definitely be my assumption. I know who will play. Well, I don't know. Maybe they recorded a whole album. I really don't know anything. I know just what I was handed to me.
You don't have to. I think I love this stuff. This is the kind of stuff years ago, Preston, that would have been. I was reminding my wife that years ago you would see commercials for record releases.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
All the time.
Yeah. Shoot. What was I just watching? The Grateful Dead documentary that's on Amazon. It's been on there for years and years. And then I just went back and revisited it. And sure enough, like when they had, I guess maybe it was Working Man's Dead. It was a straight up TV commercial.
Asia.
Yeah.
The album, Steely Dan album, Asia. I remember, Asia, a place in your mind.
Yeah.
And they had the whole, and it was just cool. This stuff like this is in that spirit.
All right, Steve, let me ask you a question then.
Sure.
Because I'm getting tired of the teasers for the teaser. You know, like I agree. We're going to get a trailer in a few days. All right, just give me the trailer.
I think they've ratcheted back on that because they just did the Marvels, and that was a full trailer without any,
But this, like, and I'm excited for the new Foo's music, whatever it is. Like, it'll be great. I just, like, 13 seconds of it to me is just like, I can wait for the full song.
No, what I dug also is just the graphic, which is the
that's cool.
Yeah. Give us some make it fun.
By the way, the band announced they're
grilled cheese
headlining the Ohana Festival September 29th through October 1st in California. They also announced 6 solo headlining dates in there in Washington, Utah, and Nevada. They will be playing. The closest they're getting to us right now is the See Here Now Festival in Asbury Park, and that's September 17th. So we'll see. Hopefully, a Philly date is in the near future. All right. We'll do the bizarre file.
Thank you for that report, Preston.
You're welcome.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk?
Got J Junk? Yes, I do.
Want it gone? Got floors? Want them clean?
Preston, we have a lot of viewers who are having difficulty deciphering what you're saying.
Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern Pennsylvania. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. I will make good on that. Yep. I have used J-Dog Removal, and they're phenomenal.
I will be using them. I love the whole concept. Yes.
Excellent.
When we cleaning out our basement.
They've been to my house. That's what they do. All right, here we go. A federal judge in Wisconsin sentenced a Minnesota man on Friday to 2 years in prison after aiming a laser at a Delta Airlines jet in 2021. They're not messing around with this stuff. An act the prosecutor said disrupted the pilot's efforts to land and put passengers in incredible danger. James Link pleaded guilty in January. Laser strikes on planes and helicopters hit a record in the U.S. in 2021. Pilots reported 9,723 incidents, a 41% jump over the year before. Violators like Link can also face up to 5 years in prison. The pilots of the Delta flight reported that their cockpit was lit up 3 times by a blue laser while they were at an altitude of 9,000 feet just west of River Falls, Wisconsin. At the time, air traffic control was just instructing them to change runways, which required them to plot a new course to the Minneapolis airport. Laser strikes caused a major distraction in the cockpit as they were not able to look at their iPads to brief the new approach. The pilots were eventually able to chart the new path and land safely. The first officer did not suffer any disruption to his vision, but the captain said that the vision in his right eye was affected for several hours after the event. Air traffic control called Minnesota State Patrol aircraft, which flew to River Falls. The patrol aircraft was also struck by a blue laser. The pilot spotted the suspect and worked with the police, who found Link in with a blue laser on his person. At sentencing, the judge remarked on Link's extensive criminal record, which included numerous domestic assaults. And he said the behavior was similar to a 2017 arrest when Link shined a flashlight in the eyes of an arresting officer. He's got a thing for shining lights.
Yeah.
By the way, despite a slight decline in reported laser strikes on aircraft in 2022, the number of incidents remained high last year, with pilots reporting almost 9,500 laser strikes. So people are still doing it.
You can cause significant damage, especially with the green lasers. They're not screwing around.
The principal of a Massachusetts high school, who was placed on leave and later left the job last year after referring to some students as asshats, received $80,000 under a deal for her departure from the district.
Asshat my asshat.
Principal Lori Valancourt made the comment about a group of students in an internal communication that came to light in March 2022. And it turns out that she had gotten a payoff for this. Valancourt's remarks were made public after a former school committee member filed a records request to illustrate how the school made a decision to terminate an honors math program and put both honors and non-honor students in a single class. The student union had voiced concerns about the change at the time. Valancourt subsequently wrote in one message the students were trying to decide where they stand. In another message, the principal told a coworker, "Keep talking about equity and they will be in our camp. They are mad because they weren't a part of the decision-making and called them a bunch of asshats." By the way,
I do like asshat.
I love that
Asshat
term.
is a great name. Yeah.
It's a wonderful, not too overly vulgar comment. I love it.
It's right. For me, it's right in the same vein as smashed a-hole.
Yes.
Yeah.
Following criticism, the superintendent placed Valancourt on paid leave. She signed her departure agreement in October of last year. A man faces another murder charge less than 2 years after courts and prosecutors formally exonerated him in an unrelated stabbing death.
Another one?
Cops in Houston, Texas claim Lydell Grant shot and killed Edwin Aravallo after the victim crashed a Toyota Yaris into his Lexus in a minor collision. It was just a little fender bender. Apparently, he killed the guy.
Wow.
Records show Grant is back behind bars where he spent much of the previous decade. He's held on $1 million bail. The interesting thing about the other case that he was in, he was innocent of that case. Someone else pled guilty to it.
Oh. Wow.
And so it was legit that he got off on this one. And then he turns around and kills someone. He was just in prison and knows what it's all about. So he was released in prison from May of 2021. Another suspect ended up pleading guilty to that murder sentence, and he was in prison for 20 years. Officers in the new case said that Aravallo was found near the address of the minor crash. They claim that Grant fled in his Lexus after the shooting. Cops said that officers arrested him on Friday without incident. Wow.
That is crazy.
Yeah. Well, one possum found out the hard way that marsupials and dance halls don't mix.
I always knew that.
Bonita Creek in Nacogdoches, Texas.
Oh, wow.
Posted a story on Facebook that sounded like an April Fool's Day prank, but turned out to be all real. A video of a woman carrying a possum by the tail can be seen. The county bar wrote, "Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes there are Southern Belle who obviously isn't afraid of anything." So the possum snuck into the Bonita Creek Hall while the establishment was closing. The appearance of the critter
Is the bar still open?
caused a bit of a chaos at the bar until one of the patrons exiting the dance hall decided to help the confused mammal find its way out by picking it up by the tail. In the video of the incident, which has been viewed over 10 million times, by the way, a woman in a yellow sleeveless shirt, denim shorts, and cowboy boots carries the possum by its tail through the Bonita Creek Hall and out the front door.
I know you hate them, Kathy. I do. I kind of find them cute. Case, when they're in the studio here,
Yeah.
they were kind of cute, weren't they?
They were babies, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
They were disgusting babies.
The honky-tonk hero is named Jessica White, but she has been dubbed the Possum Queen by Bonita Creek Hall. They wrote on Facebook that White's next round is on the bar for humanely handling their possum issue. And she's like smiling, carrying it out.
Yeah.
She's not like freaked out by it at all. All right, and that is the last story that I have for you in the bizarre file. And I would say to text the word over for our cash contest, but time is up. It's already 15 minutes after 10 o'clock, so we're good to go on that. But we do have a different thing that's taking place. It's a secret text word, and we have to get a winner for this now. So, Kathy, do what you do and give me a number, please.
21.
All right. Caller 21 at 215-263-WMMR. If you know the secret text word, then we have a prize here for you, and we'll grab a random text or two. We're going to take a break, come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, and music news are on the way next.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The MMR app can't remember your Wawa order, but it can pair with your Bluetooth or Apple or Android.
You guys can smell it?
All right.
Connor, can you smell it?
Wet them. Connor, can you wet it?
Yeah, wet it, Connor.
I need.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Chuck came down the hall. He's covering his nose.
We have to leave this studio.
No, I think we're okay.
I don't think so.
All right, you guys
you
can
got
leave.
stuff shoved in your nose, dude.
Listen.
You can smell it in my
Man
office.
up.
I came prepared, guys.
Preston, everybody. I'm too far gone. You can leave. I'll handle it. There's no hope for me, but save yourselves.
Seriously.
All right.
Get it off my head.
Wait, Chuck, you can smell it down
You can
the
smell it
hall.
in my, you can smell it in my office.
Are you kidding?
And our doors are shut.
Yeah, don't open the door.
So let's get this out of here then.
We've been.
Are we getting this out of here?
We're under quarantine now. What did you say, Antonina?
Let's eat it.
No.
Who is eating it?
All right, give me a fork. Give me a fork. Let's get this done.
Give me a gun.
Give me a fork.
'Cause I want to die.
Give Steve a fork.
Give me a fork. I'll goddamn eat this, but I want it out of here after I do that.
Hold on, I'll give you a fork.
I have a fork, too.
Give me something. I'm not going to lick it off the can.
Why not? Oh, God.
There you go. I got a fork for you, buddy.
All right.
This is.
Do it like the Vikings. Take it with the finger. Just shove it in.
Do it like a Viking?
This is,
it smells so bad.
I want you. All right.
this is so much worse than I had anticipated.
What?
Oh, my.
And it's popular?
Lord.
Preston, you're sweating.
Oh, it's stringy. Ah!
I can't believe you're eating it.
Preston, watch TV.
Oh, God. I can't even walk.
Oh, it's
I'm in horror.
Steve, I can't believe you're going to do this.
All right.
Well, you know. I might throw up just from you eating it.
My nose is running.
Oh, my God.
I feel like. Oh, God.
Oh, my God, he ate it. He ate it. and now he's slamming water. I need a tissue. My nose is running.
My nose is running.
All right, so you want to know what it's like?
You see this booger hanging out of my nose?
Hell yes. This whole thing is so disgusting.
It's like having the devil finish in your mouth.
Oh, my God.
Kind of salty, right?
Oh.
Yes, insanely salty.
God. Oh, my God.
Listen to you laughing, you malicious Swede, you. All right.
What are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do?
We got to get it out of here now.
Got to get it out of here.
We got to get it out of here now.
Don't you have like a small
Give me some
shot
gloves.
glasses so you can take a shot?
Oh, get out of here.
No,
Get
there's
the hell outta
no.
here.
What we really need to start doing is just like getting hair and burning it and like anything else that
smells bad.
That smells bad.
There are look on the counter. There are splatter patterns here. Do you see this?
Yes.
And we gotta clean this up.
I'm gonna put this in this baggie now.
Thank you. Thank God.
Now.
Stuck on Nick's beard.
I can't believe we did this. This smell is going to linger in here for a month.
I know.
All right, it is in the baggie. I'm sealing it up.
We should try to light matches.
Listen to her laugh.
We should have done this in Bill's office.
It still would have made it down here.
Yeah, it would have been.
It would have been better, Steve.
Would have been better than this.
How do you seal this, Preston?
Oh, Marissa's starting to spray
Fine.
the
Blue and red
anything.
make
Febreze.
purple.
Hang on a second. I think you got it. Steve. Oh, no, wait. Here we go.
Holy God Almighty!
That's inhuman.
I cannot listen, and I'm telling everyone listening to this, we are not even remotely kidding.
Oh my God!
It is. It instantly flushed the entire studio with an incredibly powerful, salty, pungent stink.
I can't. I have no words to describe that as far as to give you an idea of what it didn't smell like rotting, like a dead fish out in the sun or anything like that. It's something. It's far more foul. And there's some on this microphone.
It's sprayed
It's right there. Oh.
Listen, here's the deal.
We're in the studio.
We had to open it a little bit more. Did I know it was going to explode in my face? No, I did not know that.
At its best, it smelled like rotten tuna fish.
All right, so
it's worse
if you need to clear up, I'll
At
clean
its
this.
best.
But we got to get this out of here.
All right, we do, and we got to go live on Fox here in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to take a break and come back, or
Let's do this now.
I'm going to come around there so we can. So hang on, clean up.
I think we need to take a break and come back in like a day or so.
Right here.
This is awful.
I think we just earned some vacation.
All right, everyone, let me. I'll take it for you here.
I'm absolutely
doing?
shocked
Just remember.
that I didn't puke. I came really close
You were
several times.
gagging big time.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, I guess, Antonina.
All right, so when that conversation was wrapping up, Nick, you went, oh.
A didgeridoo is a brass instrument.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
There are some brass instruments made out of wood, like the alphorn, the cornet, the serpent, and the didgeridoo.
I know what the serpent is, but I've never heard
Coronets are made out of?
But
cornet. I don't know that one, Steve.
I don't think it's a coronet. I think it's a cornet. It looks like something.
Never heard of that.
And there were
No, neither have
also
I.
texts coming through that said that a lot of high school marching band instruments now are made out of plastic, which is way cheaper.
Tickles.
Yeah, I would have been.
Is that Notre Dame?
Let's hear Run Around Sue, everybody.
I'm not really playing anything.
Sure you are.
I would imagine like maybe clarinets and things like that are made out of a plastic. My recorder is made out of a
there you
See?
Yeah.
That's made out of Ivory from
No, it's not.
illegally poached elephants.
Right, and a one, and a two, and a...
Hey!
They don't have drums, they just have hands.
Well, how do you
hand
make
line.
Now, Preston, are the drums made out of brass?
The drum shells are made out of wood usually, but they have a metal
detector.
No. Believe we are ready. Is everyone prepared for the ritual?
Yes.
We are.
Let
All
us
right.
begin.
Welcome, all here today who seek rebirth, to this most sacred celestial event, the solar eclipse. In attendance today are the Council of Elders, being the overlords and lawgivers. They are myself, High Priest Steve, High Priest Preston, High Priest Casey, High Priest Nick, High Priestess Kathy, and High Priestess Marissa. Hi. And as it was in the ancient times and as decreed by the sacred book, we are joined by semi-naked, semi-virgins, provided by Coven Club Risque. Council of Elders, please provide the proper responses as I read from the sacred text. O mighty Son, known to the ancient Romans as Sol, you are so big.
You are so big.
You are so bright.
You are so bright.
You are very hot.
You are very hot.
Crazy hot.
Crazy hot.
I would not touch you.
I would not touch you.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not stupid.
And although you appear close to us, you are very, very far away. Now, High Priest Preston, would you please join me on my side of the altar where the one microphone with reverb is and prepare us for the cleansing ritual.
Preston and Steve Show. 10:24 and a beautiful day today. Just absolutely wonderful. 82 degrees. Mix of sun and clouds. Tomorrow, 86. Same thing on Friday with sunny skies both days, and we have some thunder showers to contend with on Saturday. Don't know the extent of that yet, but it's going to cool things off.
Enjoy these temperatures, though.
Yeah, to the mid-70s is when that will, that's what we'll be arriving at on Saturday and Sunday. All right, we were looking for a winner for our secret text word, and caller number 21 was called out, so let's go to Brian, who is caller 21. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good, bud. All right, so if you give us a secret text word, we give you the prize. What is it?
It's suplex.
Suplex. Yeah! That is correct, sir. And since you got that right, hang on the line because we're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Fozzy Save the World Tour, and it's this Sunday at Brooklyn Bowl, Philadelphia, hosted by our buddy Brett Porsche. Tickets are on sale now. Complete details on the concert calendar at WMMR.com. And we want to congratulate our random texter. It's Jim Nelson from Croydon, Pennsylvania. So, Croydon, you get those tickets to see Fozzy this weekend at Brooklyn Bowl. So, congrats, my man. All right, we're going to give away some other things with the lesson question. We have a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel that we will be giving away. And the question that I have a number of them that we could ask this morning. I think I want to go with this. Casey might have blood in his mouth because he's eating too much of what food? 215-263 WMMR. Probably not fit for consumption for human beings, but Casey might have blood in his mouth because he's eating too much of which food? 215-263 WMMR. The number, call if you know now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, this morning is brought to you by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Join Nick McElwain and Team Luke in the LLS Big Climb Philly, Saturday, May 6th at Lincoln Financial Field. You can visit WMMR.com/Big Climb to register or to donate. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, it took a total of 5 cops to subdue Ben Gordon during his arrest outside a Connecticut juice shop on Tuesday morning. The former Bulls star told police that he has always been passionate about juice. Kanye West Private Christian School only feeds its students sushi, which they have to eat while seated on the floor. West explained the reasoning by rifling his index finger up and down between his lips. And finally, Megan Fox. Great news here, Kathy. Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly are back together and are, quote, blissfully happy. Fox says they both had to learn to stop talking and listen, which left them both silent and unable to say stupid things. That's your Hollywood trash.
All right, we will go for the lesson question answer. And the question is, Casey might have blood in his mouth because he's eating too much of which food? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Adam and see if we can get the answer. Adam, hi there, man.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it, buddy. All right, so Casey might have blood in his mouth because he's eating too much what?
Birdseed.
Yes, birdseed. Hang on a second.
Could you eat birdseed?
Oh, yeah. I have eaten birdseed, so yes.
Like as a regular...
I guess it would be good for human consumption.
It's bland.
But there's sunflowers and stuff like that in there. But Adam, congratulations. We are going to give you a $50 gift card to Manhattan Bagel, where sandwiches are always made to order with real, fresh, cracked eggs on the grill and authentic New York-style bagels. You can order ahead at manhattanbagel.com. I'm going to hit the music news intro. I'm going to walk out of the studio, and I'm going to go get my music news in the office.
Oh, all right.
I'll be right back.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR. Good boy.
Where's Preston? Where did Preston go? Preston, we need you in the studio. Preston!
I'm here. You made it.
I have arrived.
That's the benefit of having our office next door.
I did not run because I would be audibly out of breath. And you don't want that. All right, so let's dive into this. We'll start with, you know what? I'll mention it again because we did just do it a moment ago, but we have a teaser of some new Foo Fighters music. And
Good on the Preston Elliott.
we don't really have any real details other than just the clip of music. It's a video. You know what? I threw the story away.
Why did you throw it away, Preston?
Hang on.
That was a mistake, obviously.
I got to dig in the trash. All right, here it is. I got it. I got it right here. All right, so, it was a teaser that came out, and it's a video with the words, "Are you thinking what we're thinking?" written in faint light gray. And we'll play a little clip of it for you. It's just 13 seconds long. This is it. And that's all we have of it. That's it. So we'll see what that means down the road. So obviously there is new music coming eventually from Foo Fighters. They're done with everything.
So names had been bandied about. No confirmation as to who might be filling in on drums from here on in.
Matt Cameron flat out denied those rumors, though. So
do you think that's a denied because I'm doing it or a denied because I'm denying it?
I don't think it's a ruse. I think he's just, I think he would
be a perfect choice.
I agree, and I think that he didn't want to take credit where credit wasn't. Shouldn't be there.
Did you do this?
No, I did not.
What did you do?
Music news brought to you by PGW. You can improve the comfort of your home and lower energy bills with a PGW Energy Sense rebate up to $1,400 in savings with new home heating equipment. And you can learn more at pgwenergysense.com. They're sponsored.
What'd you do?
So the closest, Foo Fighters, they've been announcing dates here and there. Closest they're coming to our area for now is the See Here Now Festival in Asbury Park on September 17th. So we'll see if we end up getting a date in Philadelphia. Here's one, though. Avenged Sevenfold has announced the second leg of their Life is But a Dream North American tour. And that trek will feature Support Falling in Reverse. And they will be playing in Camden, New Jersey at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion on Tuesday, July 18th. So they will be in our area. Set for release on Record Store Day is Pearl Jam's Give Way Live collection. The set will be limited to 4,000 CDs and 15,500 double LPs.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing package?
Nick, do you know the story about this thing?
No.
4,000?
It's the infamous live set that was originally prepared or was prepped for release back in 1998 as a promotional live disc featuring 17 tracks from Pearl Jam's Melbourne Park concert in Melbourne, Australia from 1998. Now, the story, the press release says, giveaway was intended to be given away for free the day of the release of 1998's Single Video Theory to the first customers purchasing the video from Best Buy stores.
Wow.
So Single Video Theory was like a documentary of them recording, right?
It was their first time doing anything like that in a long time, and they did it for yield.
So you were supposed to get this when you purchased that. The day before the release, the CDs were recalled and destroyed by Sony.
Instead, we gave out Atari on ET game on Atari.
Now, supposedly this promotion was not properly cleared with the label and or the band.
So they destroyed all that.
I went out to buy. That's funny because I bought that documentary on VHS
with hopes of getting this.
Yeah, but I didn't remember that this was part of the promotion. So that's kind of cool that they're releasing it this 25 years later, right?
Yeah, of the 50,000 CDs pressed, most copies were destroyed. It is rumored Best Buy was threatened with a $10,000 fine for each unreturned disc. Wow. Despite that, a number of copies surfaced over the years. Impossible to exactly determine how much of them survived.
Isn't Eddie going on QVC to sell these?
But a good guess would be somewhere between
It's kind of a funny story.
250 to 300. The CD has been professionally mixed and mastered, and although it's not the complete show that the audio but the audio quality is far from superior to any other source available, including the pre-FM Sony promo.
We're talking Imagine Little Rock. Are you going to buy one of these?
That'll be.
I'm a big fan, Eddie, and it sounds, the whole story is so fascinating.
So this will be coming out on Record
You know what's
Store
funny
Day.
is that MMR, I think it was 98 or 99, Pearl Jam did like this monkey wrench radio, sort of this pirate radio thing, and they broadcast it, and MMR was allowed to simulcast it. I don't know if I'm letting the cat out of the bag, but I don't care. MMR printed a CD of that, and it was a yield sign on the front, and distributed those. I don't know if Pearl Jam ever got wind of that, and I don't think we sold it. Right. So therefore, it was a promotional item or whatever. But we probably did it without permission. But whatever.
The amount of backflips that are involved. I mean, even just like I was in the office while Bill was putting together things concerning the barbecue. The amount, or years ago, Preston, when the Sonic Session CDs at Y100, you had all these artists that had to approve and sign off and this and that. Yeah. It was a nightmare. Yeah, so but maybe it's best to fly under the radar.
This is it on the big screen here in the studio, and I'm sure that there are bootleg copies of it that you can find on eBay or whatever. And it was a cool thing. I got it when I started working here, but I'm also sure we didn't get everyone's permission when distributing those.
They really don't care about bootleg things as long as you're not paying for them, right?
Right.
So maybe it wouldn't have been on their radar. On May 26th, Aerosmith's Joe Perry will release a revamped version of his last studio album called Switzerland Manifesto, now renamed as Sweetzerland Manifesto, named Sweetzerland Manifesto MK2211. The collection features alternate versions of the tracks from the original 2018 set. With newly recorded material. It'll include all kinds of people. Zach Starkey, Johnny Depp, Stone Temple Pilots Robert DeLeo, Chris Robinson, Terry Reid, David Johansen, and Cheap Trick's Robin Zander, just to name a few. George Thorogood is headed for surgery. And
this sounded very alarming.
Yeah, they've had to force a whole bunch of series of shows due to his undergoing emergency surgery for an undisclosed ailment. The press release said, with great sadness, we must announce the cancellation of our Canadian and U.S. tour dates from April through May. George has been diagnosed with a very serious medical condition that will require immediate surgery and quite a few weeks of recuperating and healing.
Don't know that alone is all you need to know that it's got to be very dire if they're stopping everything when they throw you right into surgery. They're working against the clock.
They said, rest assured, George Thorogood and the Destroyers will be back. We'll keep you updated as we know more. And there was a show coming up in Bethlehem at the Wind Creek Event Center on May 20th, and that has been either postponed or canceled as of now. Sting has rolled out over a dozen North American stops for this fall as part of the ongoing My Songs tour. Newly added dates for his trek will include Atlantic City and the Hard Rock Live.
Have you ever seen him solo?
Arena. No. And I really, you know what? I jotted this down because I need to go see him. I need to go to a Sting show sometime.
He's still putting out good stuff, but he's kind of fallen in. We talked about that weird...
It's a
what
jazz
you're hearing
hybrid.
at Starbucks when you go in or whatever, at a cafe or whatever. It's that kind of, that's where he exists now.
Yeah, a little more folky and jazzy, and it's rather than writing music for commercial success and for
which he doesn't need.
He just does it for himself.
Yeah.
And this is what I like, and this is what I'm releasing. So, but he does. He'll play Police songs.
Yeah.
He may do different versions of them, but he still dives into that catalog. And then, despite billing his last tour as his official farewell, Peter Frampton has just surprised fans by announcing a 26-date summer run dubbed the Never Say Tour, Never Say Never Tour.
Oh, well, that's great news.
Yeah, he'd been forced to slowly quit the road upon discovering that he was suffering from a degenerative muscle disease called inclusion body myositis that slowly weakens the body's muscles. But apparently, he's still fine to play. And he'll be playing the Hard Rock as well, and that'll be July 16th.
Didn't see him alone play, but I saw him as the lead guitar player for the Bowie tour.
That's cool.
Which was pretty amazing, and he got his moments on stage. He's amazing.
Did he sing at all?
Yes.
Lead
Yeah.
or just
No.
backups? Okay.
No.
I wouldn't think that would be. Yeah. But he's a great singer, too, man. He's a wonderful guitarist. So I'm happy for him. Very happy for him. And there you go. That's the last bit of music news we have for you. Oh, you know what? And I do want to mention this. And I want to thank our friend Jim Sutcliffe, who brought by some donuts for us this morning. In anticipation of Adam Sandler's highly anticipated performance at Wells Fargo Center, Friday, April 14th. Federal Donuts is offering you The Hustle, a donut inspired by Adam's performance in the film Hustle, which includes several scenes filmed inside the Wells Fargo Center where he's playing.
Tasted this donut, and it tastes very much like his performance.
All right, so it's a classic spiced cake donut with cherry water ice glaze and a pretzel glaze drizzle, which is designed to look like a basketball.
Pretzel glaze.
They're just going as Philly as they can.
Okay.
So they've got
All right.
water ice and they've got pretzels.
There's Frank Rizzo sweat on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just throw things together and Nick thinks it sounds good.
Well, pretzels got me.
By the way, tickets to see Adam Sandler at the
Get away from me.
Is there your lead chef?
At the Wells Fargo
Time
Center.
to make the donuts.
At the Wells Fargo Center, on sale at wellsfargocenterphilly.com, by the way. That's Friday, April 14th, dude. That's coming
Next
up
Friday.
quickly.
That's this Friday.
That's this Friday.
This
Yeah.
Friday.
You lost a
from
week.
yesterday.
Oh, my God.
Is his show singing? A lot of singing?
It's stand up. I believe he usually travels with the band. And don't forget, there's a special guest he's been talking about as well.
Yes, that's
Just
right.
me.
Frank Rizzo?
What?
Just Riz.
Yep.
I just flew in from out of town, and boy, are my arms tired. Laugh or I'll take you out back and beat you to death.
Just the three of us, four of us, me and you.
Why do they call it a driveway when you park and a parkway when you drive?
What? That's okay. He's rolling.
Forget it. He's rolling.
I don't want to talk to you.
You know what I like about Abu Dhabi?
By the way, that's how he ends his show. Because
I don't want to talk to you.
Drops the mic.
Yeah. Rizzo mic drop.
Oh, my God. All right. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second, wrap up the program. Letter of the day, word of the week prize. Stay right where you are.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Finally, the cleansing ritual was meant to appease the sun during its time of eclipse, to offer unto it something so stupid, so pathetic, that it would never be able to bring itself to destroy us. In a moment, the Council of Elders and the semi-naked, semi-virgins will surround the Well of Rebirth, which in many ways resembles the toilet we used for St. Patrick's Day. At
This time, the chant of the Ancient One shall be performed, and a baby will be brought forth and bathed in the purifying waters. In many ways, this baby will resemble the doll that High Priest Steve accidentally purchased off of Amazon in the time of darkness. Let us begin to begin again.
And so we have gathered at the Well of Rebirth, as it was done in the dark time of the ancient time, before time, in accordance with Hammer time. We begin the chant of the Ancient Ones. She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
High Priestess Kathy, will you now come forward and place the baby in the Well of Rebirth?
Bricka bracka firecracker zis boom ba. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse.
Ra, ra, ra.
It is done!
I'm born anew. Do you feel it?
I feel cleansed and rebirthed, Steve.
I feel birthed and a little constipated, but I still feel great. I liked how our semi-clad semi-virgin started to burst into dance.
Yes, it was wonderful. At the last moment, at the completion, we had dancing here in the studio. All of us wearing our robes, our cultish robes.
I was impressed, honestly.
It was great. I feel
Kathy,
ready.
You were very good, Kathy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh my God! All right, so it is. Hopefully, you joined along at our along in the office, dressed as a druid for our special druid cleansing ritual. Since this is a Kathy-centric conversation, we just wanted to point out the fact that it's her birthday today. And we've got a special birthday present for you, Kathy.
State your name.
If everybody is ready, we're gonna get something special in here for you, Kathy. Remember how you said you wanted to just not even acknowledge that it was your birthday today and keep things kind of quiet? Kathy, we'd like you to meet Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my God! We actually brought Chuck E. Cheese in for Kathy's birthday.
I'm getting Chuck E. Cheese tickets thrown at
By the way, this is TV commercial Chuck E. Cheese.
That's right. Really?
Yeah.
This is
the one, the TV commercial.
Chuck E. Cheese. Here you go, Kathy. We have a medal for you.
Wow.
We have a special sippy cup for you.
Everyone is happy
That
Oh,
is
look
correct.
at this. Kathy, a
what is
party
this?
pack.
Party pack.
Mazes, balloons,
Glasses,
whistles,
slinkies,
a specula.
a Twizzler.
Yeah, very
A
nice.
specula.
I don't know. It looked like it.
Oh my
And now we have also.
Did Pancake have anything to do with this?
No, well, maybe.
We can't reveal our secrets.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, Pancake's here.
Crown.
We have a crown that she's going to put on. Chucky is actually bowing down to Kathy because it is her birthday today. She is the birthday girl.
And who made the cake? You guys put all my favorite things on the cake.
Casey had the cake made.
Here, put it in front of Kathy so
All right.
she can look at everything. And
Okay.
And tell us what all
Darth
you see.
Vader,
Yep.
space, boogies, ew, possums, seagulls, camping, Star Trek,
Yeah.
a disgusting injury on the foot,
an open wound.
an open wounds, comics, and I know it's Sarah. Oh, because she's my number one. Number one on my
This
list.
is your cake of hate.
Wait,
It's a
there's-
hate cake.
And look just to the bottom right-hand corner of Sarah
Did I miss
Jessica
one?
Parker. What's that? Just
Oh, butthole.
a butthole.
This is your cake. Your hate cake.
Yes.
I'm just glad you got my age right on it.
Yeah.
Thank you. 29.
I'm just thrilled we have Chuck E. Cheese in
We
the
actually
studio.
have the real Chuck E. Cheese. Now, we have to do something, which is apparently it's the Chuck E. Cheese promise,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Here we go. You ready? This is the Chuck E. Cheese promise. Here it is.
Our birthday stars must perform the Chuck E. Cheese Party Promise. Now Now raise your hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I state your name.
Very funny. Do hereby promise. To being the star of my birthday at Chuck E. Cheese's.
To be my star at church at Chuck E. Cheese's.
I will have fun, play games, win tickets, and party hard.
I will have fun, win tickets, party hardy, play hard.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
I promise to laugh, smile, sing, dance, clap, jump, hug, high five, and be silly for the rest of the day and not let anything get me down. And if I frown, I will legally change my name to Dr. Droopyface and move away to a cabin in the mountains where I will operate an ostrich farm and sing songs about cats from outer space. Okay.
He got
You don't have to repeat that last part. Just say, let's party!
Let's party!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you today's official Chuck E. Cheese's birthday stars!
Kathy Romano.
Kathy, do you want to do the dance with Chuck E. Cheese?
Okay, what's the dance?
Well, you
Sure.
just have to follow him. That's all.
All right, is there
ready?
music that we play with this?
Yep, this is it right here.
All right, so here we go with the music now.
Put your hands in the air as you jump up and down.
Okay.
Then you bop side to side, then you turn around. Then give yourself
They're doing everything you hear the song says to do, so
Just give yourself a high five.
clapping hands.
Then you step really high and stomp your feet on the ground. Then you wiggle like a worm, wiggle all over town. Then give yourself a high five. It's amazing. Give yourself a high five.
She's doing it.
We do the happy dance for whoever it pleases.
That's the whip and nay-nay.
Everyone is happy when we go to Chuck E. Cheese's now.
Everybody wave your hands.
To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody.
Oh, he's doing the opposite sides. Normally facing the crowd.
Wave your hands. To the left, to the left, to the right.
Lift your tongue.
To the left, left, and to the right.
Drop your pants.
To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody. To the left, left, and to the right. What's your neighbor? To the left, to the left, to the right.
There you go.
Everybody. To the left, left, and to the right. Everybody now free.
And that's the happy dance for Kathy's birthday this morning.
How can you not find that fun? And I'm still upset that they're reducing the animatronic characters. I always loved that band.
I know you did. You were definitely a
I
fan.
mean, well, Chucky and I need to talk after this.
I would like to see Kathy eat the butthole on the cake.
Honestly, in some cultures, that means you're going to have good luck for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just cut the butthole out and eat it.
And
please.
sure, it's fine, whatever.
Cut the butthole out now and eat it. Cut the butthole out now and eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just give you a spoon.
I mean, yeah, at this point, it really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
I'll eat them.
She's going to eat a say it.
Eat the butthole or eat the snot. Eat the butthole or eat the snot.
I'd rather
Eat the snot?
No, the butthole.
Eat the snot now instead of the butthole.
Do you want me to?
The songs are easy to write, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to take a scoop of the butthole for you?
Yeah.
Do I mean, okay.
Yeah, scoop the butthole out.
I'll scoop it.
You got it?
Yeah, let her scoop it.
Let me scoop the butthole.
And it was at that point when I scooped the butthole.
Yes.
What?
Ian
How did
McKellen.
Magneto get here?
It was at that time.
A lot to be given away, and it's not ending because there's more on the way. The Concert Cash promotion just got underway starting this past Monday, so
the winning's just beginning.
The winning's just beginning, Steve. Thank you very much. It's Pierre's going to have your next shot. We'll find out from him in a little bit what is going on. But I would like to thank a few people for being a part of the program today. Number one, we have Mr. John Gries, who played Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite, also in White Lotus. And, of course, he was Laszlo in The Real Genius and just tons of things. He was great to talk to.
He's terrific.
He loves that movie, too. He loves Napoleon Dynamite.
And I love, it's always so wonderful when you are a fan of something and the person associated with it enjoys that and enjoys making people happy.
Yeah. And he and Ephraim Ramirez and John Heder are going to be at this event this weekend at the Keswick on Sunday, and it's a Napoleon Dynamite celebration. It's almost 20 years old. So it was actually 19 years old. It's almost 20 years old.
But you can go to KeswickTheater.com and get tickets. It's at 7:30 p.m. on Sunday, and you'll be able to actually, ask questions and tell stories and all that stuff. Also, thank you to Adam Hutter, who is here from the World Oddities Expo, which is taking place this weekend as well, Pennsylvania Convention Center on Sunday, and you can go to woetothee.com. And he was great, brought some really cool stuff. Very funny, nice, interesting guy. So we spent some time with him.
And so, would I be able to mention this thing for the weekend here, Preston? I'm just doing an appearance. It's for our friends at Philadoptables, Michelle Helms. It is the Love Potions Happy Hour. It's at the Broken Goblet Brewing, which is in Salem. $10 donation gets you in the door. I'm going to be there. There's going to be loads of raffles and all sorts of other stuff. Lottery apron. I don't know what that is, but it sounds interesting. Drink specials. Foods will be available as well. And it's all, this money, of course, is going to benefit animals in the Delaware Valley, owned and unowned, with medical care, food, and so on and so forth. And Philadoptables is a great organization. And the Love Potions, annual Love Potions, is one of their biggest events. It's very casual.
When is it?
It's this Saturday.
Okay. And you're going to be there.
I'm going to be there. It's like from 5:30 to 9, so it sandwiches right into the beginning of the evening.
Nice.
If you want to drop by. And again, $10 gets you in, and you're good to go.
Nice.
All right.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And Pierre is here.
Good day.
How you doing?
I loved when you referenced the gentleman from Napoleon Dynamite not trying to escape from that role.
Yes.
And embracing it. Sometimes like Leonard Nimoy comes to mind when you said that, because in the late 60s, maybe early 70s, he wrote a book called I Am Not Spock.
I remember that.
Because he was so weary of being associated with the Spock character, even though he had done a lot of things. And then about 5 years before he passed away, maybe it was 10 or 15 years ago, he wrote another book called I Am Spock. And I interviewed him, and he marveled at the fact, first of all, that we had the station ID with him on it, which is pretty cool, our Star Trek vintage ID. But then secondly, he said, I do embrace the character now. And I said, well, some people like Ray Bolger might think he was only associated with the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz. He goes, but what a marvelous role. What a great thing to be associated with. He goes, and Spock is this great thing to be associated with. And
it helps to embrace that. I mean, you again, when you love something, I forget who I was listening to. It was a celebrity that was attached to something that I really loved. And they were asked about it. And they said, why would you turn your back on that gift that you've brought? Some people are never able to do that, to give something that other people can turn to, as with music that we play or whatever, that brings joy to people. And then once you embrace that, I understand that sometimes, for a while you might be a little much or overwhelming, but really appreciate how the audience that got you to wherever you are, and appreciate how much they love what you did.
Right.
It's a wonderful opportunity.
It's interesting transition to see people come to that space.
Yeah. It doesn't always happen quickly.
Right.
No, definitely. That's true. Well, you ready for the letter, man?
I am.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
N as in Nirvana.
All right. And we have 2 more letters to go, and then we give away the 4-pack of front row tickets with the early access pit passes for Monster Jam this Saturday, April 15th, Lincoln Financial Field. Experience full throttle family fun at Monster Jam, where world-class athletes in their 12,000-pound monster trucks tear up the dirt in wide-open competitions of speed and skill. And tickets and information are available at monsterjam.com.
Last night I said, Pierre, you'll laugh at this. I said, Pierre goes to that every time they're in town, and she goes, "What?" And I go, "No, just kidding."
I did go to one.
They're actually a blast.
Yeah, it was quite wild. Years ago at the Spectrum, and with me and DeBella, and we had a little mini race in the halftime, and in some kind of small vehicles or something that was mocking kind of the large size of the vehicles, and he cheated, and he got somebody to stall my car. So I would start late, and then he goes, "I won." I go, "You did not, you bastard!" But it was great fun.
Love it.
Anyway,
what's happening today, man?
Well, we got fun things. You've had 2 opportunities for people to win $1,000 with a concert cash and Emma Barbecue tickets. I'll have another at noon, and then Brent and I share one at 3, and then he's got another one at 5 with a word that could get you $1,000. And for MMR listeners, the cool MMRBQ tickets. Workforce blocks will consist of Pink Floyd and 311 for Nick Hexum and his birthday today. I love that band. And 2 nights of celebration begin this evening at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville with Graham Nash, one of my favorites, if not my favorite of all time, of Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young fame. And he's just put out a brand new album, 7 years since he's done so. He's 81, and he looks about 55.
Wow.
He sings incredibly. He's got this marvelous little band, and he does this sort of storytellers thing. A lot of it is acoustic, and he'll tell you the stories. I mean, he plays stuff from the Hollies. He plays, CSN stuff, CSNY stuff, his solo stuff, and he weaves these wonderful tales into the music. And it's the whole tour opens tonight. At the Colonial Theater tonight and tomorrow.
And then with David Crosby, passing, I don't know how much might make its way into that presentation, but I know he's been a lot more vocal about, you reassess things. And
their friendship.
Yeah, the friendship and what really matters. So that I'm sure it'll be touching on that level.
Yeah, I'm curious if he'll, do any... because he's done Stephen Stills songs. He covers Beatles songs.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did a Crosby song this evening. And he said that they were getting closer, that some of the distance had passed in the last year or so, which is good. But I'm going to interview him this afternoon, so we'll find out.
Nice. Excellent.
We'll find out some more tomorrow on the program.
All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal, veteran-owned. Visit jdog.com. Tomorrow on our program, amongst other things, we have, concert cash and that stuff going on. But we will have in our studio singer and actress Tiffany.
Yeah.
Stopping by.
Performing, too.
She's going to be performing?
Yeah, right.
She is?
Yeah.
All right. I'm looking forward to
She's doing
that.
Hello, Dolly.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll ask her to do Hello, Dolly from Tiffany.
Hello, Dolly.
All right. That's it. We are done.
Louis Dolly.
Ray John, have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.